Everything was everything was European background. The upbringing, the teaching in school. But my father was a pastor, a pastor, and everything had to be English. And everything. We were not even allowed to speak our country's language in schools, and they called the language they called our own languages vernacular. So English was the real language you had to speak in school. So everything was English. With what we were taught in schools, nobody was thinking of whether to be African or not. We just accepted that we were English, and anybody that went to England for studies was a master. So everybody wanted to go to England, come back home to be master. So I never thought about it, being African as such. So it didn't mean anything to me until much later in my life. It was in England I started to feel the awareness of having to be an African, because for the first time I came to England, I started to feel, oh wow, so these white people don't like us too much. This is my experience from having to rent rooms. I had so much. At that time, you read the newspapers in England, house for rent, no coloreds, no dogs, and all this. That annoyed me a lot, and not many students. So at my student days in England, I started to be aware of having to be an African, but we had nothing to offer as Africans because we were all just taught English. Like one of the latest songs I'm singing now, I said, "Teacher, don't teach me nonsense." Right. Now I was trying to let my people see, because in Africa people respect teachers. Teachers, because they teach English and they teach their pupils. Respect teachers and pastors. In Africa. So okay, now I saw that I should now use teacher as my focus. So I said, I titled the song, "Teacher, Don't Teach Me Nonsense." Now, I now wove this song into letting the people see that the white men have taught us everything we know. But I made people see also that one important thing they taught us was politics, because I wove in the song to the elections in Nigeria, because it was a farce. Now I mentioned democracy. Now in English man will say democracy. But if the African man wants to say it in broken, he will say democracy. You see now. I now thought of the word. I said crazy. Now I saw craziness. I said I could now let my people see that democracy really is not that word, that it's really madness. So I said, now I started to sing. I said, I start to think of this word democracy. Democracy. Crazy demo. Demonstration of grace. Crazy demonstration. Then I went a little bit serious, because I know that people will laugh at that when they hear that. Then I went a little bit serious. I said, if it's not crazy, why that in Africa, as time goes forward, things is getting worse. Poor man, they cry. Rich man, they mess. Democracy. Crazy demo. Demonstration of grace. Then I ended up, to fuck the minds of the colonialists up, I said, if good teacher teach something, if a good teacher teaches something, and a student make mistake, teacher must tell him that he's making mistake.
I want you to tell us what you know. This is a research house. Is the problem.
First and foremost, Part of our crisis is colonial mentality. Do you think it's possible to do away with English?
To do what? Why not? Do away with English. Why not?
Yes. If we can do away with English,
Yes.
to see how can we now see to cultivate an indigenous language for communication.
Yeah.
National Policy of Education, 1976, stipulate language of instruction in primary school should be the language of wider communication area. Who is applying it? Who is even using it? Language has been a barrier. Has been a barrier. But all the time, always, when you say, okay, let us use Hausa in particular area. Some people say, no, they want to Islamize us. You understand? Isn't it? This kind of mentality, we have to do away with it. We have to ensure that, no, we have to see how we can localize even our thinking. We are now forced to believe more as Europeans than Africans, than Nigerians. If we believe ourselves, if we truly believe in ourselves, please, we have to do away with a lot of colonial mentalities. Don't compare American Civil War and Nigerian Civil War. They are quite different. Look at Indian Civil War, but you have to understand, why is Pakistan come out from India? You understand? These are part of the issue that British completely planted in India. You can see out now there is a Kashmir, isn't it? So these are part of colonial antecedents. What we have to understand, where our problems arise, and how will we be able to ensure that we break away from all this colonial mentality. But it's very difficult. Very difficult, because we are in a situation where we are in the age where the British and the Western world control everything. The media are thinking. They pass out everything. If they want to make you black today, they can make you black, and everybody will hate you in Nigeria. Today, if they want to make you black, they can paint you black, and everybody will hate you. You understand? And if they want to make you white, they can make you white, and everyone can trust you, because we trust them and believe in them more than any other thing. Even trust them more than our leaders. So how can we solve our problem? That is why I'm still advocating we need attitudinal change. The attitude is, see, how can you advocate a pan-Nigerian project?
No, we didn't see him until the time we actually shot him. He ran away from his house when we fired the first few shots of anti-tank gun into the building. The whole roof was blown up and the place was set alight. Then we went to the rear of the house and started searching from room to room until we found him amongst the women and children, hiding himself. So we sort of took away the women and children and took him.
Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu's decision to grant a press interview boasting about the night raid on the Saduana's house was a catastrophic mistake that would haunt him forever. This interview, published in the defunct Kaduna-based New Nigerian newspaper on January 18, 1966, was a stark admission of his role in the brutal killing of Ahmadu Bello, a revered figure in northern Nigeria. To the northerners, Ahmadu Bello was more than a premier. He was a symbol of their identity, a unifying force and a champion of their interests. He was the Saduana of Sokoto, a title that commanded respect and admiration. His assassination was a devastating blow, and Nzogu's boastful interview was seen as a mockery, a blazing display of disregard for northern sensibilities. Nzogu's interview not only inflamed passion, but also solidified the Igbo coup hypothesis, reinforcing the narrative that the January 15, 1966 coup was an Igbo-led conspiracy to dominate Nigeria. This perception would have far-reaching consequences, contributing to the tensions that eventually led to a civil war. To understand what led to the first military coup, we need to take a look at the political climate of Nigeria at the time. Nigeria had gained independence from British colonial rule in 1960, but the transition to self-rule was marked by ethnic and regional tensions. The first military coup, which took place on January 15, 1966, was led by a group of young army officers, mostly from the Igbo ethnic group. The coup was sparked by a combination of factors, including the perceived corruption and incompetence of the civilian government, as well as a growing ethnic and regional tensions. The coup plotters, who were led by Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu, saw themselves as revolutionaries who were determined to overthrow the corrupt and oppressive government and establish a new order based on justice and equity. However, the coup was poorly planned and executed, and it ultimately led to the wave of violence and instability that swept across the country. The Northerners, who had lost their beloved premier, Ahmadu Bello, in the coup, were outraged and felt betrayed by the Igbo-dominated military. The situation was further complicated by the fact that the coup plotters had failed to capture or killed the president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and the premier of Eastern Region, Chief Michael Obala, who were of the Igbo ethnic group, but had instead killed many prominent Northern leaders, including Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa, the Nigerian Prime Minister. The aftermath of the coup saw a wave of violence and retaliation against the Igbo people, who were seen as responsible for the coup. The violence, which was perpetuated by the northern soldiers and civilians, resulted in the death of thousands of Igbo people and the displacement of many more. The tensions and violence that followed the coup ultimately led to the outbreak of Nigerian Civil War, also known as the Biafran War, in 1967. The war, which lasted for 3 years, resulted in the death of millions of people and the destruction of many communities. The war was sparked by the declaration of independence by the Igbo people and the subsequent invasion of the region by the Nigerian military.
Good evening. Greetings, everyone. I know you're all from different parts of the world, so I will say greetings to you all. I hope you're all having a good time during this festive season. There was a bit of a sad news today regarding the accident that Anthony Joshua was involved in, and there were fatalities, and it was very serious. And we would like to extend our condolences to the families of the one that have passed on, and hope he makes a quick recovery. It was a tragic event, and it was a car accident where their own car, ran into a trailer, behind the trailer that was parked. So yeah, it was a tragic event, and it wasn't. Hope everything, wish the family well, and hope he recovers. All right, so let's head back to the topic of discussion today. It's about Nigerians having colonial mentality. I played the video of Fela Anikulapo Kuti because he was the first person to popularize the term, and it's a term that kind of describes the way Nigerians think about themselves, and especially about leadership and what standards they should set and what they look up to and what they aspire to. So that is something that seems to imply that we aspire to our colonizers. We aspire to be like the colonizers in too many ways that are not good for us. In terms of language, according to what Fela was saying, even the governance style that we follow, even if it's not suitable for us, we go headlong. And I'm going to play some videos. It's not only Nigerians, there are other countries that go through the same problems. We see that in Burkina Faso when Sankara was assassinated, Kwame Nkrumah, so many that Lumumba was taken out of office. And this was done by fellow Africans, ensuring that we never see any development. And this same spirit that drives these Africans is still there today. And they don't recognize it themselves, that they are the instrument of their own bondage. I'll repeat that statement. Many Africans don't understand that they are the instrument of their own bondage. In their eyes, they think they are fighting for their tribes, their religions, and whatever else they are fighting for. Often it's just to destroy their own fellow countrymen. And this is what we seem to be spectacularly good at doing since the colonizers arrived. And there is also the reverse that most people don't take into account, that there is an element of colonial mentality on the other side. Even if they don't make it plain, they don't come and talk about it, they seem to expect us to be subservient. They seem to expect that from us. And that is something that, one doesn't pick up on as much. It's not only on one side, and it's a symbiotic relationship. You see how the president travels to France repeatedly and for healthcare. This is something that a people without colonial mentality would never do. You don't travel to other nations for treatment, especially the nations that are far more powerful than you, that have been known to colonize you. You don't go there for treatment, and you have money to treat yourself in your country, but you don't do that. The Nigerian government borrows billions upon billions of dollars every year. Many of them, as a matter of fact, they spend, I think by now, they probably have spent almost $8 billion subsidizing the dollar. Just 1 billion of that will build a world-class hospital. But our leaders jump overseas. Our Senate president, I think the last time they said he was in one of the, I think maybe France or UK for treatment again. Colonial mentality. This is the problem. We can't even change our name. We can't even rename our country. We can't make our language an official language in Nigeria. We can't teach our children in our own native languages. We can't write textbooks in our native languages. Our national anthem was changed from the one written by Nigerians to that written by a British white lady. This is, and the president that did this is this president that we are looking at, the current president, Tinubu, that did it. And he did it within a week without consulting Nigerians at all. So it begs the question, maybe that is the most important question we should be asking ourselves. Are we truly free of colonial mentality? Are we still kind of subjects of our colonizers? Because if we are not, if our people like to think they are not, but in reality, the way they think betrays it. You can see that in the way they are very happy for foreigners to come and attack us. One side is jubilating, the other side is looking at it with suspicion. You can see that in the way we welcome our leaders, seeing it. Okay, I wouldn't say that we welcome it, but we don't have much of a problem when our leaders travel overseas. Their children goes to school overseas, and they build houses overseas, and they're all there. They're all there. They come to your houses every day. They are next door to you all, and nothing happens to them. Nobody queries them. Nobody challenges them, because you know what? If you challenge them, they have the only power that has been granted to them by the outsiders to do whatever they like with you. Hence, they can just do whatever they like. That's why our people are so scared. So I'm going to play some videos, a kind of shedding light on some of these deep-seated problems within our societies. And because if you cannot break out of it, we know the consequences. Nigeria cannot aspire to greatness. And if Nigeria cannot aspire to greatness, chances are that the black man is in trouble too. Because if Nigeria cannot make it, I don't know what chance any other nation has in Africa. So I'm glad, thank you all for joining. I think more people are joining the live stream. I appreciate it. And remember to like, share, and subscribe. And also remember to click the notification button. I think it tends to come with subscription these days. But when you see the bell, click it so that whenever we are online, you'll be alerted. Also, it's very important for people to be able to see it, and the YouTube algorithm to promote the video so people can see more of this. All right, so I'm going to play some of the videos now, and I'm going to try to play them from historical point of view. I can't cover all of them because there are so many of Africans doing severe harm to our own prospects, really. And when we're doing it, we thought it was a great thing at the time. You know, like an example is like the way Nigerians treat Nnamdi Azikiwe. They treat him as if he's not some kind of, you know, pariah that doesn't deserve much of an attention. But while if he had his way, Nigeria would be better off today. The same thing with Kwame Nkrumah. If he had his way, Africa would be better off today. If Lumumba had his way, oh my God, the ROC would be way better today. But this is what we do. And all these people, we destroy them. We use our hand to enable foreigners to destroy them. All right, let me play some of the videos now. Let me see. I'll start from Nkrumah.
My heart is heavy as I witness the damage which this.
No, I will start from his overthrow.
A coup was staged by factions in the police and military. So unpopular had the president become that hardly anyone opposed the takeover and no force was needed. In his absence, he was vilified for mismanagement, jailing his political opponents, ignoring the will of the people, and flirting with the communist bloc. While students burnt communist literature, the Chinese embassy was closed and its members expelled. Meanwhile, Nkrumah himself took refuge in Guinea, proclaiming that he and his Convention People's Party had been wrongly indicted on groundless allegations of bribery and corruption. But it was too late to protest. Too late.
Heart is heavy as I witness the damage which this clique of neo-colonialist conspirators are doing to our country. At the bidding of their overseas neo-colonialist masters, they are dismantling the work of 15 years. They are telling you that Ghana is bankrupt. They are telling you that our country is in debt to the extent of some 240 million pounds. What fools they are. How ignorant for them to think that you believe these stupid lies. Open your eyes and look around you. See for yourself. See the splendid new Tama Harbor. See the mighty water dam. See the fine roads which we have built under the leadership of the Convention People's Party and its government. See the schools, the colleges, and the universities. See the clinics, hospitals, health centers.
Yeah, that was Nkrumah, and you can see how he lamented how these leaders came, and this leader, they really did damage to Africa, actually, what they did. And you know, I wish if I have time, I'll play some of the, you know, so that you read some of the letters, some of those leaders, what they did. And I think he was eventually executed by Rawlins. So, but it would be interesting to have this conversation. Now, let me go to Lumumba.
Over a dozen states peaceably, but in the Belgian Congo, freedom was followed by rioting and army mutiny, a reign of terror and disorder. United Nations troops were called in to avert total chaos. For months, the political pattern kept changing with kaleidoscopic speed until pro-red Premier Lumumba was seized by the forces of strongman Colonel Mobutu. But the struggle for power was far from over. The leader of
Yeah, that was Lumumba there. You know how sad it was. Look at how they were treating him in front of his children, and Mobutu was laughing. He was laughing, and now look at this nation, what they've done. Look upon your work. Look upon your work. This is what our people are good at doing, destroying each other. You couldn't find other ways of doing it. All right, let me play another one that is now called in Nigeria. Nigeria's one always happens in such a way you can't clearly see the lines like other nations, other nations, you can see clearly that there was an intervention to ensure that country remains under control. But in the case of Nigeria, it's very, very iffy. Some people say it was during the intervention for Murtala Mohammed, that's when it was clearer. But I'm not so sure because Murtala Mohammed may have made catastrophic mistake by reducing the size of the Nigerian military. He basically half the Nigerian military size within a few years of him being in office. I think it was within a year or so. Why he did that, I don't know. And for somebody that wanted to build a great nation, why would you have the size of your military? And in the end, it's funny enough, he died without enough security around him. But let me play this. But that's not about Murtala, by the way. This one is about the way our Nigerian military undermined the country.
Parallel Security Force, led by Major Hamza Al-Mustafa, his chief security officer. The August 27, 1985 Buhari overthrow had other short and long-term consequences. In cooperation with a vocal minority in the civil service, the Nigerian army sold its soul to the highest bidder. An upcoming group of coup d'etat experts was introduced by the main coup strategists, the IBB boys,
To the
a
highest
collection of
bidder.
personalities whose relationship with the boss ranged from intimate to opportunistic, were the center of this strange organization. They were granted access to all material and official doors as members of this private club. They were bootlickers who had a complicated conception of their constitutional and state obligations. Their principle was self-interest, and their dogma was loyalty to an individual. Indeed, the origins of 1980s coup merchants can be traced back to 1966. The major field grade officers that removed Gowon in July 1975 were mostly subalterns in July 1966. The February 1976 shootout, also known as the Dimka coup, was the result of infighting among the initial July 1966 coup cabal. The brigadiers of 1983 were the field grade officers of July 1975. The infighting among the brigadiers in 1983 also led to August 1985. In other words, throughout the course of a 20-year period, the same set of officers and men provided the foundation for multiple coup and coup attempts, and knowingly or not, constructed a pipeline to continue the pattern. Details of what happened on coup day soon became the topic of discussion in officers' messes and mammy markets across the country. Many of the August stormtroopers couldn't help but brag about their gallantry. Legends abound about how this or that road junction was seized, or how the police were overrun, or how citizens gazed in awe at tanks on the move. Bravado stories of specific policemen being arrested, abused, and or ridiculed were particularly upsetting. Clearly, these officers, particularly Major General Muhammadu Buhari, Brigadier Saliu Ibrahim, and Majors Mustafa Jokolo and Adesina, were luckier than the unfortunate policemen at Ikeja who were killed, as well as many of their military forefathers who were murdered brutally in previous coup in Nigeria. And most could not have failed to notice that the idea of detaining, stripping, beating, or killing senior officers or robbing their property was not new, as the January and July rebellions of 1966 had brutally revealed. Those with even longer memories will recall three separate investigations into stealing by Nigerian officers and soldiers during UN peacekeeping missions in the Congo from 1960 to 1964. Looting was also frequent throughout the Civil War. Following the coup in December 1983, Presidential Shagari's personal possessions and life records were looted. Many of these priceless records and possessions have never been found to this day. However, the culture of publicly bragging about it and toasting to such a significant assault on the military's ethos and value system was sure to damage the institution. It was followed by thinly disguised rewards for participants in the form of juicy political and military appointments. These are a few examples. Major General Ibrahim Babangida became president and commander-in-chief, and 2 years later, a full general. He stepped aside under tense circumstances in August 1993. Brigadier Sani Abacha was promoted Major General and became Chief of Army Staff, later Chairman.
Sorry, I didn't know that nobody was hearing me. I was backstage. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was talking in the backstage and no one was hearing me. I was backstage. Sorry about that. So I was saying that they just promoted themselves. These military officers, they were relatively young, and by and large, they were more nationalist than politicians today. You have to grant them that. And Abacha himself was one of those leaders that didn't exactly play to the rules of the West as much. He wanted to break that streak, but he seems to fail. He seems to have failed in the endeavor because the way he came in was not the right way to have come into office. For one, he put somebody in jail that won the election and started ruling the country with the iron fist. And if he was so keen on ruling, why did he not rule when Buhari took over or when Bangda was around? And he didn't do a very good job, I have to say. But all he did was ensure that the Nigerian reserve increased, foreign reserve increased, and stabilized the economy, given what was going on at the time, ensured a lower level of corruption. But the consequences of these rules just indicates the decline of the country. The trajectory was always the same. It never improved. The country was never a nation. And there was something shocking I saw today, actually, quite shocking. I read a letter written by the coup leader that brought Nkrumah down. And he made a comment about officers or politicians looking to fry them and have them all executed. And he also said after he did that, they would disband the army in Ghana. Oh my God. You would disband your army. Oh my God. When I heard that, when I read that, I was like, I couldn't believe it. Like, how do you disband your, what kind of people are these? But here you go. This is our people. Because we are like children. We are not serious people. I tell you, the people that are running our countries are not serious people. What kind of nation disbands its army because of coups? Maybe you should figure out a way like other people did, but something is seriously wrong with our people. Something is seriously wrong. We have to seriously examine that today. I'm not the best person. I don't know whether I know how to examine. Maybe people can join and shed some light on it, because the kind of psyche I see within our culture, the way we behave, you can see that everywhere. That said, I'm going to start transitioning to today, because if we start covering all the videos, there are so many. There are so many examples of this, from the way we dress, our judges wearing white, white wigs, and just name it. Just name it. If we now sing a national anthem to a white woman's written this in anthem, because our president insists that that is the thing to do. Do you know there are some parts of the country in Nigeria today where they still have as governors of the state colonial rulers? Let me repeat that. There are some parts of Nigeria today, on their walls, they still have the governors that ruled that state even during the time of colonization. So in other words, you preserve the heritage of your oppressor. Make that make sense? I don't understand that kind of mindset that does that. How can you aspire to greatness if you are thinking other people are your masters and you still see them as one? You sooner or later, when does the apprentice become a master? When does the apprentice graduate to actually taking responsibility? Because right now, our leaders and our people don't understand the concept of taking control of your destiny, because we have not manifested any sense of that. We have not. We can twerk, we can sing, we can act in theaters, but everything else we can't. We can barely build anything. We can't even sweep our roads properly. That's how bad it is. Like something as simple as organizing people to sweep your roads and make sure the whole country is clean is very hard. We can't figure that one out. Like I said, our behavior needs some serious examination. Something is off. Now, let me start playing some of the, some more recent videos, especially with the occurrence of what Trump has done. I think that's, as you can see, the caption kind of captures it, that Trump seems somehow has revealed what people are thinking in their minds. So let me just play some of these videos that are coming up at the moment. Yeah, these are one of them. Okay, I'll play this one from some European or Indian.
5% of the world's population still uses 25% of the world's resources. You outsource production to China and then you say China is the carbon polluter. China's producing your buckets. China's producing your nuts and bolts. China's producing your phones. Try to produce it in your own countries and see your carbon emissions rise. You love lecturing us because you have a colonial mentality.
That's true. Now I'll get this one out and bring the next one in. Let's get that on.
But the real bigger issue as I face the challenge of rebuilding our Africa is the realization that quite often many of us are still deeply colonized. Our actions are colonized. Our thinking, our decision-making processes, when we sit across that boardroom table as a CEO with degrees from Harvard and all the big schools around the world, we're still making decisions for Africa with a colonized mind. We're still leading our Africa with a colonized mind. But the real bigger issue as I face the challenge of
not Vietnam.
Salim.
Nigeria is not Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Nigeria is not Iraq. Nigeria is not Iran. Nigeria is not Venezuela.
No.
If you attempt to encourage and make aggression and send your armed forces to Nigeria to wage war, it's an unscrupulousness. But be aware that our mosquitoes, they are waiting for your soldiers to bite them and infect them with malaria fever to die instantly.
Let me bring in, you see how our people respond when I try to share this. Let me play what they are talking about. Let me show you what they are saying in the chat. You never give on. You never give on goodness. Okay, let me see. Yeah, look at that. Let me see. I'm trying to find the comments. Basically, they're attacking me for saying what I'm saying now. That's our people, not the message. Attack me for it. All right, let me go and play this other one. Let's do that now. Nigerians celebrating Trump's
something that they'll believe.
That was Nigerians celebrating Trump's, threat to attack Nigeria. Why is this one stalling? Let me play another video of another Nigerian. Let's see. Just hold on for a second. I don't know why this video is stalling. I'm not so sure. It's just technical issues, I guess.
Belief. Religion.
That's odd.
Easy. Easy.
Hold on, I'll take this video out and replay it again. It's just technical issues occurring, My apologies for that. Let me see if I can find now let me bring on one other one, so that you guys can watch how Nigerians were responding to Trump's threat when he threatened Nigeria at first.
Is this: we stand to defend, we stand to protect, we stand ready to deploy and destroy the enemies of the United States of America. So once America sees you as an enemy, we are coming to defend it, and we are coming to destroy it. That is certain. In his words, he said it's going to be quick, it's going to be fast, and it's going to be smooth. So Donald Trump is not sending the military to destroy Nigeria. We don't destroy countries. We don't destroy countries. We sustain peace. We maintain orderliness. Whenever there seems not to be peace, when there is no order, you are being given time, enough time to bring in peace, to bring in orderliness. And when you fail to do that, I think it is just common sanity for people to come in to bring those things in place. So that's just one thing I need people to know. Yes, Nigeria is a sovereign state, right? But when you as a sovereign nation fails in your responsibility to keep peace and sustain orderliness, definitely people are going to step in.
I want to ask a question. Is there peace and orderliness in the United States?
I will tell you yes. You know why?
Why?
Okay, God bless you. Do you know, before I answer that, why we have lawyers is because laws are being broken, correct?
Okay.
And those that break laws still use lawyers to protect them and sustain them in breaking laws. Now, I'll answer your question. Is there peace in America and is there orderliness in America? I will be safe to use there is relatively peace, because from my knowledge of peace and conflict,
relative to who? Because America is not more peaceful.
Yes. So I'm coming. I said, with my little knowledge about peace and conflict, general studies, we call it GS in university back in the years, the definition of peace is not the absolute absence of violence. That's the definition of peace. It's not absence of conflict or absence of violence. There is orderliness in US because US, every action, I repeat, every action has its consequences no matter what. If you remember in 2021, the former governor of New York, Cuomo, Governor Cuomo, just a mere allegation, as at that point it wasn't proven, he resigned. Daddy Freeze, you and I know there are a lot of weighty allegations that are with proofs in Nigeria, and those guys have gone scot-free. So if you ask me, is there orderliness, is there peace in US? Yes. If a car hits my car now, I don't need the person to apologize. Hold the apologies. Insurance is going to step in. There is orderliness. Right? Now, if I go to work, I clock in and I clock out, I don't need prayers to get paid. Definitely, I will be paid because I worked for it. That is orderliness. If I go sign up in your company that the freeze and show up for work today and tomorrow I don't come, probably I did not submit my account details. You know what's going to happen? They're going to send me that check in my house without me calling them. That is orderliness. Nigeria is about bringing in tax laws 1st of January 2026. And my question to Nigeria and Nigerians,
If citizens are paying tax, are you still going to give them tax refund? I don't think Nigeria is going to do that. Are they going to give them tax refunds? Because it is not only in paying tax. Citizens will pay tax, but also know when citizens pay tax, they should be refunded some percentage. So, my dear Daddy Freeze, America is very peaceful. America is in order because anything you do here has consequences, regardless of who you are. I cannot say I'm in the military and the police will not pull me over. If I run a red light, I'm going to be pulled over. I'm going to be given ticket regardless of who I am. But in Nigeria, once I wear my army clothes, I am free to break the law anytime, any day. Nothing will happen. I will even insult a policeman because the policeman is a civilian, right? They will be even. I can be driving in Nigeria and drinking alcohol, and the policeman will see me on the road and wave me. But I can't do that in US. So I think Nigeria needs US to come and put things in place. And again, I might even take it further to tell you that I think it's my personal opinion. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody. I think Nigeria wasn't even due for independence, and they had it. Because I can't see a country that operates like Nigeria, I'm sorry to say. Nothing is working, nothing has ever worked. So we have a lot to do as a country. So under the freeze, I will want you to maybe someday talk about these taxes. But there should be a tax refund if citizens are going to be paying taxes. What's going to happen to the refunds? We've got.
As a Nigerian serving in the US military, saying that we should not have had independence. And there are many like that believe what he believes. They don't think we deserve independence. We might as well become. And the truth is that if you are, I wish there was a way to do a poll here. If I did a poll now to find out Nigerians that would like to see us recolonized, that number, you'll be surprised what you see. I'm not so sure what it's going to be, but you'll be surprised what you see. If the question was put to Nigerians, should we be recolonized? The people that haven't grown up yet, that number, you will be shocked what you find. I can almost bet more than 30% will say yes. More than 30% as it stands today will say yes, they want Nigeria to be colonized. That is no more than 50%. But let me go on with let's see whether this video is going to play again. I don't know what is happening with this video here. It's supposed to play fine. I don't know what is playing out. Let me see what it plays here.
Be something that they'll believe. No. Believe. Girl, believe. Belief. Religion. Christians.
So it's frozen again. I don't know why it's freezing.
Easy. They are targeting and viciously Christians. I mean, a lot of Muslims have died too, so I think we should incorporate that into the. We don't leave that part the fuck out. Leave that part out. They don't got shit to do with us. Let's just say it was ISIS. Let's just put that out there and just say that they're just attacking Christians. Yeah, innocent civilians, Muslims, Christians, all just Christians. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm only trying to tell just Christians. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? We don't care. I do not care about anybody else. Because we're Christian, we have to unalive people.
Okay.
We're unaliving Christians because it's the Christian thing to do.
I don't know why this is doing this. I'm not so sure.
No matter what it's really about, they're gonna believe anything that I say. You understand me? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So if y'all just lock in with me real quick, lock in. We can have this thing done by Christmas. It'll be a Christmas gift. And what about the oil? Oil. I don't know anything about oil. I'm trying to do this out of the love I have for Christians. That's all. Listen, no one gives a damn, okay? They're gonna believe me whether I provide facts or not, so let's just wrap this shit up. Like, I got shit to do. You already have the theme, anti-Christian. They're gonna eat that shit right up. It is what it is, no matter who I'm in cahoots with. No matter the truth. No matter the truth, okay? This is the truth. We tell them what's true and what's not true. Come on, I'm out. Meeting adjourned.
With Africa has never been neutral. It has never been accidental, and
This one is involving the tax bill and the implementation application that is being shared with the French. And I have to be careful because this lady, her video seems to play some songs in the background, so I don't want it to be flagged. But let's see.
Has never been innocent. For decades, long after so-called independence, France maintained an economic and political stranglehold over its former colonies through tightly controlled monetary systems, military agreements, political interference, and corporate dominance. This system even has a name, Frank Afrique. Welcome to the Sankofa Pan-African series. Please take a moment to subscribe if you have not yet done so, and turn on your notification button. Share and like our videos. Do support us through Patreon or by buying me coffee so we can continue to bring you this series. Thank you. From the CFA franc, still binding 14 African countries, to French financial oversight, to repeated military interventions framed as security assistance, France has perfected a model of influence that preserves access, leverage, and control long after colonial flags were lowered. And this history is not distant, it is ongoing, which is why Nigeria's decision through the Federal Inland Revenue Service to enter into a tax partnership with France is not just puzzling, it is frightening, it is profoundly irresponsible. France's former African colonies did not simply inherit weak institutions, they inherited systems deliberately designed to make them remain dependent. The CFA franc zone, controlled in part through French Treasury guarantees and policy oversight, has restricted monetary sovereignty, constrained industrial growth, and facilitated capital flight for decades. French multinationals continue to dominate energy infrastructure, telecommunications, logistics, while the African states absorb the costs. And when leaders or populations challenge this arrangement, the response has historically been swift: political destabilization, economic pressure, and military intervention. So when France presents itself today as a neutral technical partner, especially in matters of state infrastructure, for us to believe that claim, we need to first of all willfully choose to ignore history. And nowhere is that history clearer than in Haiti. Haiti is the most extreme and the most instructive example. After defeating Napoleon's army in 1804 and becoming the world's first Black republic, Haiti was not rewarded for its revolutionary courage. Rather, it was punished heavily, and it continues to suffer as a result of that punishment. In 1825, France sent warships and forced Haiti to pay an independence indemnity, 150 million gold francs, as compensation to former French slaveholders for the loss of enslaved people and plantations. Haiti was forced to borrow from French banks at insanely high interest rates to pay France for the crime of freeing itself. Public revenue was drained away from schools, hospitals, infrastructure, and other things were lacking. By some estimates, Haiti paid the equivalent of tens of billions of dollars in today's terms. This was not a historical accident, it was a message. Black independence would be punished economically. France extracted wealth from Haiti long after colonial rule ended. Haiti has continued to be locked into cycles of underdevelopment by France, its European and North American allies, especially the US, ever since. These same leaders of the so-called free world have since used Haiti's poverty as evidence of Black incapacity for self-government.
I'm not so sure it's only them. As you can see, McKennelly is making the black people very proud here. He's a very, he's very, very proud. Let me start naming names. Let me start naming names. McKennelly, you are really making black people very, very proud. Eh? And who else is there? Yeah, on the platform that alone has a position of T.Y. Danjuma. D.Y. Danjuma, you are also one of them that should be named. You see, do you know what they are doing in the chat? Just in case, because I'm not highlighting all of them. They are basically attacking me for sharing this. Like, oh, you think you know it all and all that stuff. Come on, man. People, stop this. Really, you guys need to stop this and get out of this mindset. Because they are trying to show you what our people do. Let me just play a video of, some of our people, the kind of mindset we have. Because let me just play this one.
Yesterday, celebrating Christmas, doing firework, throwing knockout, poor. Uncle Donald, you know Uncle Donald, now Uncle Donald Trump. Uncle Donald was in Nigeria doing his own firework with military bomb. Military bomb. Uncle Donald is currently in Nigeria, so it's about to go down. It's about to go down. Uncle Donald is doing what your politician failed to do. Uncle Donald even wishes us Merry Christmas for the living and dead terrorists. God, I don't die. Uncle Donald, don't stuck on us. He's stuck on us. This thing you're about to do, please calm down. I know you are angry, but give us one more grace. Ta-na-na-na, ta-na-na-na. Listen, it's about to go down. Uncle Donald, as your favorite nephew, let there be calmness. Please, let there be calmness. Let there be calmness. Ceasefire for now. Ceasefire. Put back your sword. Because if you do as you are planning now, Nigeria will finish. Nigeria will finish. You get to the point now, don't do that thing that is in your mind. Let this first attack. Let's wait first. If this thing continues, you can do what you want to do. But please, let there be calmness. Because this thing you are, it will affect everybody, or it will affect the terrorists and still affect the citizen. Because in that place, you throw that military knockouts. There are citizens, innocent citizens living there. I know you are doing what is nice, but please cease fire for now. Let's wait a little bit. If the thing continue, do whatever. I will support you. Personally, I will support you like this. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. I don't know what to do. Uncle Donna, please let there be calmness. Calmness in your spirits. Please, I know you're angry. I know you love us, but please. Buto, calm down. Degina, Buto, Jeje, Erara, Shoyebe, Eshe. Thank you, sir. Your Majesty, sir.
those on social media who continue to misquote and misrepresent people and say, oh, Senate President answers President Trump. Who am I to answer President Trump? That is the reason why I've directed my lawyers to petition that blogger. It is the presidency that will answer President Trump. And all Nigerians are doing their best in that direction. We have not discussed the comment of President Trump in chambers yet. I know we will.
In a swift intervention, the Deputy Senate President weighed in with his own view on the matter.
I'm a Nigerian. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. I'm a parliamentarian. I'm a Deputy Senate President. I can speak on behalf of Nigeria. I'm not scared of Trump.
But do not allow others to speak for you.
Don't be scared of Trump.
All right. So I would like to commence my own analysis of some of the topics and videos that have been played. I think the case is already made, but if I was to buttress it even further, let me play this video from this gentleman describing some of, so I don't have to do a lot of talking, so it saves me a lot of talking. And I can see some people are asking me questions about that already. Let's see if I can get this out of the way and then get that one on.
Do we have sense at all in Africa? Fellow Nigerians, this is a call to for us to reimagine and reevaluate our ways. This is a call for us to confront and question our convictions about how we approach things like the accustomed ways of running corporate administrative bodies, like our accepted protocols and bureaucracy around politics and governmental and MDAs, like the way we operate businesses in this area, even the mechanisms for climate control, religious practices, and overall societal ideals. This is not to throw shades at anyone, so please don't get me wrong, because it's a collective responsibility on every one of us as a way to advance the society we live in. Now, the irony is that the systems and structures that run most institutions in the world that we live in today were designed and passed on to us by certain long dead individuals based on the realities they found themselves decades and centuries back. But my shock is, how come the world we live in is changing so rapidly, yet we've insisted on applying the rules of a world that once was? If a one-off second chance at reasoning were given to the dead once again, I believe that whilst on one hand, most of the people who died might feel proud to realize that even some of their serendipity-driven actions and spontaneous inventions and ideals are still upheld this high, decades, generations, and centuries after. I also believe that, on the other hand, they would also be shocked that humanity hasn't advanced in thinking and reasoning beyond what they will undoubtedly consider as, in today's world, as their antiquated crafting of those times, inspired the technological and information revolution and advancements that we are privy to, which obviously eluded them. Do I start from Cornelius Vanderbilt, who was involved in transportation and built interconnection of cities using the railway systems? The question is, how far have we advanced the rail system in Nigeria and Africa? What about John D. Rockefeller, who built an oil empire and found a way to build pipelines to transport his oil from city to city rather than depend on Vanderbilt's railroads business? A competitive move anyway. But how is it that we are still stuck with pipelines as a means of transporting oil from southern Nigeria to the north? It's how we fail me to make reference to Andrew Carnegie or to talk about JP Morgan, who developed a model for running financial institutions, which our banks today have not even advanced much beyond. My call is for us to engage our minds as a people in honest conversations around what we consider as our way, or the way that we choose to do things in our religious styles, in our businesses, corporate practices, and the likes. Because our children are looking up to us for a better, more enabling, more sustainable systems that preserve the right values of humanity and they preserve the society we live in. So my humble challenge to us is to ask ourselves certain questions. Number one, who created the ideology driving your organizational policies? Who exactly wrote the original script of the HR policy that your company is currently running on, which is killing creativity? Can we rather model, why are we not modeling institutions like the SEMCO's democratic workplace culture in Brazil, where employees set their own goals, decide when to come to work, and choose what resumption time will be per person per time? What about Zappos culture in the US or the Southwest Airlines, where fun is a central or core part of employees' work? In this kind of environment, you play too much, they say you're not serious. Now, finally, let me ask a question. Who exactly instituted the policy that two people working in an office cannot marry and still remain employees? I hear that there are things like, okay, they say it's to avoid distractions at work on one hand, and also to avoid the two people colluding to defraud the organization, especially where it's a financial institution that we're talking about. But let's dispassionately dissect this a little more. The Holy Scriptures have made it clear that your heart.
Okay. Let's not go into all the scripture. Clearly, that is also an issue. All right, so let me try to make an announcement. The live stream is going to end on Dr. Damage's Iroko Post TV, Njenje Media, and it's going to only remain on Two Niger channel. So to continue viewing it, use the link on the chat, and you'll be able to go over there to carry on viewing the channel. This in the live stream. We are going to be talking about, examples of what the colonial mentality is and how it's actually, displays itself with the recent events with Donald Trump and the attacks that's happening, how different parts of the country is responding to it. And we're also going to talk about how we are going to navigate our way out of this way of doing things, and how to create a better country that is more stable for the long-term future, because there are some actual analysis that I've done about this, to what comes out, the best system that you can go with for a country like Nigeria that will last for the long term and people will feel represented. And I also did some analysis regarding our security situation, and so I'll be presenting some of the cases there and how to truly solve this problem instead of us, twerking to Donald Trump. Then obviously we'll take views from different contributors, and they will be able to share their own opinion. And obviously, I will be looking to ask some searching questions just to get to, to get the viewers to get a better idea of what the concepts and whatever solutions that they come up with, because this kind of conversation is quite important that we have them. So the live stream is going to be ending on the other channels in about 5 minutes. We'll be ending it, so you want to move over to Niger, and we'll carry on the discussion there. Has Valiant, are you there? Has Valiant, how are you?
Okay, I'm here.
Thank you.
I'm fine.
Thank you for joining me today. So yeah, you saw the video. One of the first videos I played was from that northern intellectual describing the impact of colonial mentality. He talked about how they discussed changing our language to a local, that's our national language, to a local language, and people were complaining, oh, you want to Islamize us and different things. Even if the language is actually Hausa, it's not necessarily Arabic. So you see, the way we think is always, and besides, you don't have to have one national language. South Africa have multiple official languages in their country. There are many countries with many official languages. I don't understand why Nigeria
Yeah, do you know
have
why
issues. Go
Swahili
ahead.
is in East Africa? Do you know why Kiswahili is the like the lingua franca in East Africa? You cross borders like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Zanzibar, all these places they speak Swahili. And what Swahili essentially is a mix up of the local languages and a little bit of Arabic. To it forms the basis of the language, but you need a lingua franca, no matter what people think about it. And the more local it is, the more original you are. Well, it is what it is. In Nigeria, we always have this problem, and but then the choice of using Hausa probably it will come off to some people as trying to dominate them. But Hausa has been around before Islam came. Hausa has been around before Christianity came, and there are Hausa Muslims, there are Hausa Christians. But the very fact that this language has spread all over West Africa, and it is so easy to learn and to use, it shows something. It points to the possibility of its usage more generally. I know Nigerians, the more you talk about this and you sound northern, the more they feel attacked. It is difficult, getting people out of this mentality. As the man said, it is difficult. But yeah, it cannot set. I will not believe that it cannot be done. Even if it's not Hausa, let's do something more original. Let's get away from, worshipping idols, because this mentality is unfortunate. It's keeping us down. The slavery is institutional. It is it's
You said
overwhelming.
something about worshiping idols. What do you mean by worshiping idols?
Yeah, it's a metaphor.
Okay.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for keeping an idol has no power. You give it power when you kneel and prostrate before it, or you ascribe certain things to it. Something in itself has no power. It is the meaning. Okay, let me not say idol, because I know I may touch some people's religious sensibilities, but that's not what I mean. What I meant is that, for example, in sociological terms, Emily Durkheim.
Asvelian, can you put your camera on, please? It's not necessary on the weekday, but people are complaining.
Oh God.
So yeah, and see, part of the problem I fear, a lot of people have issues. They feel like different parts of Nigeria have too many different values that we can't seem to reconcile them. We will not be able to reconcile them from the way they look at it, and that we can't carry on like this. We have to figure out a way to either break the country up, or find a way to get things done better. And for me, that is what I'm trying to do as much as I can, at least support anyway, as much as I can, because any other path to me is not viable. It's not going to get us out of the mess we are in. Yeah, carry on with your submission. Thank you for putting the camera on.
Okay, so essentially what Emil Durkheim was talking about is about functionality of crime. Now, when I talk about this, and when we talk about this, you know why you are being attacked about things like this is because people think you are attacking their God, their religion, or their sensibilities, or what they have grown to know as normal. But there is a place for rebellion in a society or in a civilization that needs to grow. what you will always notice in history is the fact that people who conform, and that there are people who rebel. Even though those who rebel are tiny, the more those who rebel actually shape the future, because rebellion is actually functional in the sense that if you notice throughout history, what was wrong yesterday may be right today, what may be criminal yesterday may not be criminal today, and what is criminal today may not be criminal tomorrow. So rebellion is important. It is important in the sense that it pushes society forward, it brings new ideas, and that those ideas, the more they are consistent with the truths and philosophies of the people, the more likely that those people are to progress. That is a fact. If they don't align, they don't align. If they align, they align. I don't want to be too long-winded. I'll leave for others to give their own 2 cents, but I have so much to say, especially around identity, because the basis of the problem is just like Professor Ali Mazrui once said, this concept of triple heritage, that Africans have, especially the Black African, the fact that first of all, he is either Islamic or Christian. That this is one. Second of all, he's holding on to, the problem is not only holding on to his tradition in a balanced way, the more negative aspects of it, this tribal mindset that makes you hate the other tribe. Every tribe has it, but in order for civilizations to grow, you have to leave those things behind and move to a more tolerant, common ground. And where is that next step? That is at a racial level. That is why up till now, it's only the Black man that do not understand where those boundaries lies and where he has to surrender religious identity for racial identity. He doesn't know. You see, those who he claims to follow are even using it against him. He will kill his brother for them because he is thinking he is doing the right thing. This man has been so abused. Now, that's not the only problem. Another problem too is westernization, because these Westerners, especially the Teutonic Anglo-Saxons, who have whitewashed, even the Christ that our people are now worshiping, is not the real Christ is something else. He's darker. He's more Moorish than he is, blue, blonde, blonde-eyed somebody. And the values he carry are a lot more similar to the Nubian value, because if you look at where the original African civilizations, that a lot of Bantu and Lower Congolese tribes or languages claim to have heritage from, they came from that part of Africa, quite northeastwards, closer to those areas down to West Africa. The Kanuri trace their lineage to that place. The Nupe trace their lineage to that place. A lot of other people trace their lineage. So you see this this association with these three conflicting identities, because at the essence of everything, when you look at it, is religion is a complete way of life. There is no space for, so in Islam, for example, the institution of family, the economic institution, the political institution, the justice system, everything is laid down by God and by the Prophet. Okay, so it's a complete way of life. But then you say you are a Muslim, and then you say, for example, you are a Kanuri. So, for example, in Islamic terms, when males and females are not supposed to dance together or mix up, and dance together. So when we do our marriages here, in the morning we say the Fatiha. That is Islamic way of doing it. So that should have still the marriage. No, but it's not done because we are Africans. We still have that in us. We want to called the Gangakura. So we'll bring the Gangakura, we'll play it, and then men and women will dance together. You know, that is African. Islamically, we are not supposed to do that, but we do it anyway because
Yeah.
it's still part of us. We don't want to let that part of us go. So, and then in the evening, at night, especially for the more urbane ones, you see the bride and the bridegrooms, some of them wearing tuxedos, and then the ladies wearing some form of gowns.
Yeah.
And that tells you everything you need to know about it. Because it is only in Africa that this will happen like that. Anywhere else, they'll just do one and it's over. Look at our court systems. You have the Sharia, you have the customary, you have the civil. What are we doing here? And they're just there. So where this thing overlaps, your allegiances are spread thin. People don't know where to pledge their allegiance to, and for them, their Africanness seems to take the last, because that is what has been. It's the list of their choice. That is what has been emphasized to them. So let me just stay here. I think let me give other people a chance to talk, and maybe
let me announce, because I'm going to be ending it now one by one. On first is Iroko Post. I'm going to end it. So if you're on Iroko Post, may I guide you to ask you to go on to this link. You have to go to a different link to continue watching, because we are shifting from here so that we can finish the conversation there. There's a lot of ground still to cover. We are going to be sharing the analysis of how to get out of this, and what we can do to make Nigeria more stable. There are two parts. You pick and choose which one is best. And then the security situation we are facing that resulted in so many people welcoming Trump to, attack or bomb some parts of the country, which is, targeting the terrorists. We can also, I did some further analysis on it, so that it makes it more crystal clear to people what is going on and why our leaders haven't even bothered to fix this, So that is going to be very important. So join us on To Niger, and that way you can be able to carry on with the conversation. And then obviously there will be more areas to discuss, especially how we can mitigate the issues that result from our differences. That is very important. We get it right. All right. So Iroko Post is going to be ending now. Where is Iroko Post? End on remove. Unlike not delete from YouTube. Move from here. So Iroko Post is gone now, and one by one I'll be trimming it down, and I would like to see the Iroko Post people move to True Niger if you want to carry on watching. And so I will allow I will have Revolution now. Revolution now, are you there? I know he doesn't stay very long, and he comes to just share his view and run away to Sweden to go and enjoy himself. You're welcome. You are one of those people, are you proud of that image? You must be proud, isn't it? The image is really suitable.
Of what? Of what? Image of what, please?
Are you seeing the guy kneeling before Trump?
Sorry. Forefathers.
Yes.
You don't really understand the type of people we are. When we tell you about what is going on, it's not kneeling in front. That guy, that is just what you call, how do you call this? Is it that is hypocrisy.
How?
That is hypocrisy. What you are doing, who brought ever this picture is a hypocrite. Trying to think that Trump is oppressing the black man.
Is he not?
He's not. This is, the last time when you remember that night, Mr. Pansat was here and made a good submission. I told you something. This type of pictures you are showing cannot change people like us, because we know it doesn't exist. If he ever existed, Trump should be the Oba of Benin and that guy kneeling down. Yes, that is what is happening in Africa. The blacks punish the blacks. You understand me?
On behalf of whom?
Excuse me. That picture you are seeing can be Tinubu. Have you seen Tinubu? The latest picture he was
Yeah,
leaving.
but where has
Nigeria
Tinubu
today.
just gone? Where has Tinubu just gone?
I don't know where he was gone. He went.
Of course,
to,
he went to a NATO nation.
Excuse me. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to make a statement about this picture you are showing now, to claim that maybe Trump is trying to belittle a black man. I want to just tell you, Tinubu was leaving today, and women were kneeling down, telling him goodbye. A black man who didn't win an election, a terrible man. Fellow black people were kneeling down just to tell him goodbye.
I saw that, and it is stupid. But let me ask you, though. Let me ask you.
Yes.
Where does his true power come from?
Who?
Tinubu. Where does his power come from? Is that not where he's going?
He got his power from the culture of Africa. Africans celebrate the worst of us. As far as they manage to kill somebody to get money or do something terrible to get money, African culture will tell you to respect them. That is where his power comes from, forefather, if you want me to explain it to you.
So if you try to remove Trump now, if you try to remove Tinubu from office now and put a good leader, do you think Trump will be happy with that leader?
Of course. Trump came because, excuse me, give me a minute to explain something to you, forefathers, before you ask me another question. Trump came in, first of all, he told us that we are a disgraced nation because he can't imagine a nation blessed with everything and we cannot even feed ourselves. You okay? Before, if you remember very well, when I was still a young guy, we fed ourselves. We have oil plantation. That time I was living in Lagos. So when I was going to school in the Delta at that time, when I got there, my uncle will take us through. You see plantation of oil palm. You walk kilometers. Those things are no more there anymore. Africans bought up those land, destroyed that place, and built houses on it. Okay? So if Trump knows, and even my wife, a white woman, when she was young, they read about how rich a country in Africa is. What's the name of that country? Nigeria. So when they see Nigerians today as refugees begging, they can't comprehend that. They can't believe it. Okay? So if we want to be honest to ourselves, because I'm not angry about this type of picture you put here to show that Trump is an imperialist. I started watching you when you were showing what Congos did to.
It's okay. Just hold on for a second. Let me end this thing because this is time based. I need to be able to end it so we can carry on the other one. So, Injenge Media viewers, if you are currently on Injenge Media, please go over to True Niger, and the link is there. I think I should share the True Niger channel so you'll be able to get the live feed there and join the this in the live stream so that you can watch the submission. And also I will try to highlight it here for you. So this is the link there. You can look at the extension and just type it in front of your YouTube link and you'll be able to get to watch the live stream and carry on watching it just fine, because I'm going to disconnect Injenge Media now so that we can carry on the discussion. Then finally I will disconnect Dr. Damages. All right, thank you, the Injenge channel. Catch you guys next time. Bye.
But I'm on True Niger now. I tuned in directly.
Yeah, and that's fine. You are fine. You are fine. It's not going to affect you.
I'm your fan, but sometimes I argue with you because you guys are you educated guys. Sometimes you want to send us nuts. You think that those of us who grew up in the streets should be educated with lies. You understand me? Because this your picture, you have to pull it down.
You don't like it?
Down. It is not true. It's hypocrisy. Pull it down and put something. What is happening in Africa? Trump, the Oba of Benin should be standing where Trump is. The Winners' Chapel, what he called himself, of General Overseer, you should put him where Trump is standing. These are the people oppressing black people. They call them daddy. They call them mommy. They call them this, and you cannot stand up and greet them. You have to kneel down. You have to even lie down to talk to criminals.
But many of these people, they derive their power from them.
From where?
From the West, specifically, they derive their power from them.
Excuse me, forefathers, please. They derive their power from the so-called African tradition. That is where the West, you cannot see. Let me tell you something. Where here I live, I don't know how they do it in UK, but I've been in UK many times. Of course, I don't like those type of places because you see black people behaving like white men, and you know they even want to be more white than the white themselves. I've seen them many times, you know. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in the white culture, which most of you blame for African downfall, a small child will greet you in the morning, hello, a kid, and he goes this way. He don't have to kneel down for his mother or for his father. But African today, you saw Obasanjo, one of these films, he told you, I don't know whether I remember one controversial thing that happened one time. He told all of them, hey, get up and greet me. And then when he went to the Oba, he knelt down to greet an Oba. You see these things. These are the African culture. That is why Africa is down, especially Nigeria. We cannot get up if we don't dismantle this traditional whatever we have in that country. They have to go.
But to be fair to the traditionalists, they have very little power now. The politicians control everything now.
Then you are not living in reality, forefathers. If you are living in reality, even the forefathers control the politicians in a way. I mean, when you talk of traditional leaders, you talk of those that matters, not the ones that buy their own with money. Talk about the ones.
But what has Oba Benin done that makes you think that he's
okay? Let me just give you the latest news now. I don't know whether you might have come across it. There's one guy from Edo citizen who went to somewhere in Europe and greeted his fellow brothers and sisters, Edo Etokpei. I don't know what Etokpei means in the Benin language, but I think it's like long live the king, because that's how they greet their king. You know, I don't know, but I'm not sure. I start to be corrected on this. Now, he came back to Nigeria after that conference. Do you know that guy was bundled, almost they nearly nakeded him for greeting his Edo brothers, Edo Etokpei. What is the reason? That is only used for our Oba. Why should you go and use it for the other people? That's an example. And when they asked the Oba, he said he don't know anything about it.
Yes, he may not know anything about it, but he may do. But I support the idea that he should not have been, attacked at all. Yeah, it's almost similar to what happened to Deborah, isn't it? Where somebody just says something, you attack them. You don't do that. But to be fair to the Oba, he never. In short, this is one of the first incidents that I've ever heard of in Edo State, and there is an element of frustration from the Edo or the Benin Kingdom, given the treatment they received from Nigeria. Did you hear about the Iyaloja issue that wanted to creep its way into Edo recently? And then you saw the artifact that was being returned, that there was a little bit of who controls what and who doesn't. So there's a little bit of people are beginning to feel like the Benin Kingdom is being treated like trash. You see what I mean? And it wasn't a wise time for him to start using that term, changing it up, because even I'm not like from Edo, but I know that term is about Tokpei. You don't change it up as an Edo citizen just like that, because their tradition is very, very strong. You see, they said like Edo man, they don't point at even the palace. You can't point at the palace. That's how strong the control of the palace was. You can't physically point at the palace, that because it's forbidden to do that.
And don't forget about when the monarchy dies, a head is used, or how many heads is used to bury them. A live head, though. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was the tradition that they used to practice, where you know, to be
Have
fair,
they ended it?
it's not only the Oba. This I think is ended. Come on, it's going to be ended now. It's not only the Oba. There's also the ones in the southwest. I don't know how many people do it in the southeast, but I know that definitely they do that in the southwest before now. But most of all the things are, you know, behind us now.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Did you find out? Or you are just speculating?
I guess you can say I'm speculating, but I think it is, you know, even when the British were here, it was outlawed. So
anyway, Fofa, let me end so that the brother, I think there's another brother there, so that I don't. Let me just end and then keep watching.
Take your time.
Let me tell you something, forefathers. You see this picture you painted. I joined you when you came in because I had a notification. So I was just walking. I just came back. I joined you. I saw what you've been talking about and whatever you have been. Okay, we agree. I listen. I'm a good listener. But let me tell you, and then you put up this picture of a black man kneeling in front of Donald Trump. You don't need to criticize. You don't need to defame a good man. Trump might have his own style, but the world we are living today needs a policeman who is honest. Because so many people has reason to take laws into their hands.
You think Trump is honest?
Believe me, that man, anything he says, he has been doing it. Whether he did something to hurt you or did something to support you. But anything he said he was going to do, he has done it as a leader in a confused world.
Revolution now. Do you think maybe because he did what you like, that's why you... What if Trump did something you don't like? Would you have liked him?
Excuse me. I started by telling you that the world we live today, we need a policeman. What is the job of a policeman?
That's the UN.
To control
it's supposed
those.
To be the UN.
Yeah, to control those who take the laws into their hands. Okay?
Yes.
And we have Gumi in Nigeria recently talking rubbish everywhere, calling people idiot and all these things. If an Igbo man or even a South or any other person say half or 1/4 of what he's saying today, by now that guy will be nowhere to be found. Okay? So tomorrow now, if like what I don't support Israel, what they did in Palestine, I thought it was horrible. Says, okay, now we will have to remove this man. And one day we hear that they detected him through their sophisticated missile and they bombed Gumi to pieces. People will rise up and say, oh, that is inhuman. But we know what that man is doing right now.
But hold on. Why do we do this though? Gumi himself said, and I think maybe somebody came on the news and said, whenever Gumi is going to meet these people, he consults with the Nigerian intelligence to say he's going to go. They give him the go-ahead to go and meet them. I don't know why we just believe stuff that there's no resemblance to reality. I don't understand that.
Forefather, you know, I like people to be realistic. He goes to meet these people. That was then. Since this crisis started, these his so-called people that he goes to meet has been killing innocent people, drove innocent people from their ancestral land. These people live in the ID camp. What has Gumi said or done about people live? I mean, just watch this. Let's forget about who he is, what he does.
Hold on though. If say Very Dark Man goes and sees the terrorists, should that also mean Very Dark Man should be, you know?
My brother, that is where I always get this. I have this problem with you. How can you be comparing apple with orange sometimes? Why?
Okay, what is so different? Because I to be fair, no, seriously, you know, to be fair, I understand what you are saying. I understand your frustration. Try to hear me out, because from where I sit, just try to see where I'm seeing. From where I sit, I see Very Dark Man advocating for people's interests, saying that bandits are bad people and all the rest, but also wants to go and hear their side. Because I remember he was talking about Fulanis complaining that their cows are being killed and all the rest of it. He went and heard from their own point of view. And what Gumi is doing so far, from what I've heard, I don't think he supports people getting kidnapped. I don't know if maybe I'm mistaken. He doesn't support people
I
getting
support
kidnapped.
revolution now on Gumi's case. Gumi is
Oh, look at this one.
actually
Hold
yeah.
on, Daddy.
I
No,
support
because you have
revolution
to,
now,
yeah, no, you can feel
particularly on
frustrated by
Gumi.
him. Okay. You know what? I would like to hear what he actually has done, because this type of stuff is actually important. But
No,
remember,
Father, excuse me. Just give me a minute so that I go. Just 1 minute.
I need to end on Doctor. Let me end it on Dr. Damages. Let me just end it on, so I'll carry on the conversation. You see, viewers, you know, I really do appreciate you all for joining us. But when I keep saying you should go to you should go to True Nigeria, people are still going to Dr. Damages, because I'm going to be ending on Dr. Damages, and that's where most of the viewers are. So I'm going to give you all a chance to go to this in True Nigeria to actually capture this thing, to carry on watching. Because most of the viewers have moved from Ginger Media and Iroko Post to this is Dr. Damages, but you need to be on. Oh, it's not even there. Let me just get it. Sorry for the delay. I'm just trying to, reorient the live stream. This is going to be an interesting conversation. I think it's already beginning to capture my own imagination. And it seems like it's going to be interesting to have this conversation, actually. And because I really need to understand how this is happening. How that's a link there to carry on viewing and, commenting and all the rest. Feel free to join us there, because I'm going to be ending on Dr. Damages now. Go to True Nigeria there. That's a link there. All right, let me pull that plug now. Boom. That's it. Dr. Damages off now. That's it. Okay, so now hopefully no more interruptions, and we don't interrupt the call.
Just 30 seconds, because I've spoken. I don't like staying so long, because just 30 seconds.
That's fine.
Forefathers. Gumi was deported from the holiest country of Islam. He was deported. Have you asked yourself why? Thank you.
It's possible that he's a kind of radical preacher, or maybe for whatever reason, we don't know why he was deported. And maybe the Nigerian government don't like him. He's a controversial figure. But Saudi Arabia didn't give us a reason.
And that is the problem. That is the problem. So you cannot compare him with very dark man. There's no comparison.
Are you saying you like Saudi Arabia now?
I'm not a supporter of very dark man. Let me just say that too.
I don't support. I don't even know who he is. I don't even know who that guy is.
Man. Okay. Oh my God.
I don't know who he is.
I haven't spoken.
I know.
Okay. Thank you. I'm on the background. I just off my camera. You can put me backstage. Yeah.
Let me put you backstage. Yeah. Thank you for joining us, Jide. I know you have quite a bit to add on this one, because clearly, you know what? I would like you to just explain what you make of it, because this is quite a problem for us. And how do we, like people that, subscribe to Trump now, and yesterday they were the ones subscribing to maybe Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and, so how do we get our people? Because even Fela, it was one of the first videos I played, he too described this phenomenon. Like, how do we break out of it? Please, go ahead and welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, fathers, for organizing this show today. Thank you. And good to hear from Revolution now and the other guy, Valhalla. Yeah, and greetings to everyone. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot to unravel talking about our people. There are a lot of factors to unravel. You see, I think there is a psychological damage that has been done to our people due to colonialism and slavery. The psychological damage is intergenerational. It's not just our current generation. It's an intergenerational problem, and it's a problem that for it to go away, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice. But having said that, what are those damage? We can talk about our way of life, the way we see the world, how we behave, our values. Particularly for those of us in southern Nigeria, because I can give northern Nigerians some slack a little bit, But I can't give them an entire, I can't give them an entire level of slack because they're also colonized by Arab imperialism through Islam. They are heavily radicalized through Islam. So I cannot give them an entire slack. But we in the South, the level of exposure we have through the media, through our educational system, even our culture, it has been misappropriated due to colonialism. The thing that we call our culture today, our so-called African culture, it is not the actual African culture. It has been heavily contaminated due to colonialism. You know, so when people talk about, oh, our African culture is bad, I understand. But honestly, it's not even the full pure African culture that we have. The Yoruba culture, even I don't know, I can't make a case for the Igbo. I'll give an example where an African culture has been used in a revolutionary way, even against to liberate ourselves. In 80, if you look at the Asian Revolution, it was African voodoo that was implemented to organize the people of Haiti against the French. That revolution, it was African spirituality. So the fact that they've disconnected us from our ancestry, the colonizers, you know, they disconnected us from our ancestry. They demonize our ancestors. When a group of people have been demonized of their ancestry and they've been cut off of their ancestry and they've been convinced and compelled that their ancestors are evil, what does that mean to those people? They will never believe in themselves. They can never believe in themselves. They will believe in the ancestors of whom they see as superior. Because that is the problem. You see, if you look at Nigerians, average Nigerians, when they talk about politics, you see that they're always blaming themselves. Oh, our government is bad. Nigerians are the problem. We are the problem. If you don't even an average Nigerian, they blame the government, they blame the people. It's legitimate, I understand. But you, from the message, you realize that their message is always like, they don't believe in themselves at all. So you need to ask themselves, how can we make things better among ourselves? Because it's a trend. You know, when you have a trend, there is a root cause, right? If you have bad leaders for centuries, you've always had people that have always betrayed us. There is a root cause. They don't see that.
Let me just stop you for a second there. You see, that question you asked there, how can we make things better amongst ourselves? That is a critical question that many people don't ask. They don't ask it in a way where they are actually searching for solutions, because there are solutions. You'll be shocked how many solutions are out there.
Sorry, Tunaja, thank you for having me. Sorry, can I put something in there? Do we have bad leaders, or are we in a phase of evolution because if you look at all the great economies, their economies can insulate bad leadership, but we're still in a nascent stage in terms of development. So do we really have bad leaders? Because there's a phrase that says cream rises to the top. So the crop of the people at the top of the pyramid are the crop of people that naturally evolved into that space. And that's the leadership. And it's a representation of the society, by the way, and it's evolutionary phase. So do we really have bad leaders, or are we at that evolutionary stage where we're still in the cusp of the formation of the sort of leadership that applies to our own particular peculiarities? If that's not too worthy, do you get a thrust of?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, you want to go with that, Jide?
Yeah, that's a good question. So first of all, we are not in an evolutionary phase. So Europeans, I think this is part of what I'm talking about colonialism. I know where that point of view is coming from, because the Europeans, they fought themselves for centuries. They evolved their ideas, they evolved their civilization to be where they are today, where they've dominated huge part of the world. We now expect that idea to believe, oh, we are underdeveloped, so we need to evolve like them. They were bad.
But our development was arrested for centuries, and the the pork belly fat of our society was yanked away. So that's always a factor. It's not an excuse. So if you look at how many centuries we were repressed and retarded, you know, we're just, do you know what I mean? Our development was arrested by that particular phase.
But would you say our development was retarded? Because if you look at it, the British actually colonized Nigeria for about 60 or so years.
There's somewhere
And
the Arabs before that.
And are we out of the jail
I
yet?
haven't even finished. Okay,
One man.
So I wanted to finish.
No, that's what I'm saying actually, because what Jide was saying is as though sometimes we're too hard on ourselves. Jide, you have the floor. Sorry, I'm interjecting.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Sometimes I suspect that we're too hard on ourselves, and I suspect that it's the westernized Nigerian that is harder on the Nigerian face, because they've seen a system that works and they see why it works, and they're asking them why that is not mirrored in their own society. But the way that system works is a result of centuries of unbroken trial and error to evolve that system. And we're still, Nigeria 70 years. So are we too hard on ourselves is really the question.
I think that is an interesting point to raise, and maybe history will prove you to be correct. Don't worry, you carry on. But if you look at Switzerland, when they came together, they were fragmented. Then when they came together to form their nation, within 40 years, you'll be shocked what they managed to build. 40 years, not even 65 years. So, and it's not only Nigeria. We're talking about some countries in Africa that generally had basically one nation. They were basically one people, but still they are not developed. So it's like there's something within the continent that is ensuring that we can't seem to elevate ourselves, at least to compete with the rest of the world. We can't even compete with North Africa. That is how bad things are. Look at that image there that you see there. It's not out of place in terms of where that young man is kneeling down. Many parts of Africa still look like that. You would think it's something that should be old, but it's still like that. That is how crazy it is. So, Jide, I feel like something is missing. And the part that is missing is the necessary experience to enable us to elevate ourselves to actually building our own nation. Right now, all the people that are governing Africa are basically servants. They are the people that used to work with the colonizers. The class, the elite class were the ones that were collaborating with the colonizers, and they handed keys over to them, and they are still running the country. And they are carrying on the same kind of training, education of their people, not to become free. They just train them to worship the colonizer. Basically, that's what our people are. That's why I chose that image, because it just seems like that is exactly how we still see the world.
Yes. Regarding the evolution thing, I think one man to me made a very fantastic point. So this is how it works, right? We've not been given, for centuries, Africans have not been given the opportunity to evolve. So we are not evolving right now. We are under domination. We are under domination, and we are still under domination. That is the problem. We've not been given the opportunity for us to evolve. Other civilizations, they evolve. We've had civilizations that, we are at their peak. They were prosperous. They declined, right? Now we are under, the Western world is, like some people say that the Western civilization is now declining, but we are they are the ones dominating the world, right? For centuries, right? So if you use that context to Africa and say, oh, the Western system is working, why is ours not working? It's because, like I said, we've not been given that opportunity for us to evolve, to actually organize ourselves in a way that is better, because we were getting to that point before it was arrested. So that is where the problem is, and that's why we're having this conversation now. That how can we liberate ourselves from that domination? Because we need to learn from other groups. Other groups, they liberated themselves, they carried out the trial and error, and they are prosperous today. And the best example is China. China is the best example. They evolved for centuries. They had an empire that prospered for centuries. It was arrested by the West, like us. That was why the Chinese, they called that period of them being dominated like us, that we are right now, as the century of humiliation. They paid the price Of what? Of they had series of revolutions. That was, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, but I hope I'm not going to sound violent, but it was very BLOODY.
Yeah.
And today, China is a country that we can say that is quite, even probably the most prosperous society in the world. They were able to blend their cultural traditions with modernization, with their philosophy and everything, you know, and they keep evolving still. Even with that, they still keep evolving. So that's the best way I can answer that question. We haven't gotten to that point. We need to get to that point.
Excuse me, Femi, if you allow me, forefather, just a second.
Go ahead.
You see, Femo, let me tell you something. You see, if you people keep saying that we have not gotten to that point, they've not allowed us to get to that point. For me, it's like, who are you waiting for to allow you to get somewhere? Who are you waiting for? The Chinese did not wait for the Western people to take them to where they got to. Look at a common election in Nigeria, so that the right people will come in and repair Nigeria. We cannot even have it. Common election. The simplest things that can change, that can bring us to that point that you are saying. Okay, now Tinubu came to power, for example, he's there. Okay, most of us knew how he came to power. Fine. We are accepting it. We say, okay, 4 years, he will find a way. Now election is coming. We are not even sure that the election that is coming will be free and fair. So if the wrong people are ruling us, how can they bring us to that promised land? Because these guys, Tinubu and Co, we all know they are just there for just so a Milocon level.
So I think revolution is asking about the solution. What is the solution, right?
The solution is revolution. There's no other thing. If we are not ready to die...
Sorry, my brother. Tonight, are you running it conversationally or turn by turn? I think conversationally would be best, but...
Yeah, I think we are doing conversationally for now, actually, except things become a bit rowdy, then we'll...
No, I just... sorry, my brother.
I just wanted to... Yeah, Revolution, I wanted to hold you to that spot that you're in. And good day to everybody, by the way. I didn't even say that when I came in. So, and especially to the people listening. You see, Nigeria is a very complex country. I think we all know that. We have about 4 major ethnic groups. And then within that 4 major ethnic groups, we have an abundance near 300 other ethnic groups. So those groups, they were ethnic nations just barely 80 years ago. So they've been foisted together to form a country with different ideological leanings and different worldviews. So I think maybe we're too hard on that country sometimes. You know, what do you expect? That the country should be running like Britain, or I'm not quite sure what the expectation is. You see, for me, where Nigeria is where it should be. I actually think Nigeria is ahead of, in terms of Nigeria is a toddler if you're thinking about countries. So if you, in terms of the evolution of that space, I think Nigeria is roughly where it should be, or a little bit more advanced.
Excuse me,
can I rest?
Please.
Okay.
Please, do you know that before now, Nigeria used to be a very great country? Before now, Nigeria used to be...
When was that? In the independent phase? You can't count the independent phase.
Let's just say about 30 years ago.
You have to discount the first 20 years of that country. You have to discount it.
Excuse me. I'm talking about, okay, let me use myself when I was growing up. I'm in my 50s right now. When I was in my primary school days, Nigeria used to be a very great country. What happened? Because you are saying that we are too hard on Nigeria. What happened, my brother?
When you say great, happened? Compared to what? Compared to what?
Compared to what? That's what he's asking.
Great compared to what?
Compared to what obtains now is what he's saying.
What obtains everything? Okay, for example, let me give you 2 examples. When I was in the primary school in Lagos, those days, I went to this primary school in Adilabu there called, what's the name? I forget. I will remember. Let me tell you, we were having lunch. If you are in the morning section, they give us, when I say quality lunch. Then if you are in the afternoon session, you get the same thing that time. And that's a public school, no private school. Oh. Suddenly, some people took it over. They removed that lunch. They removed everything. And that primary public school in Nigeria today, who is talking about them again? Is the only
revolution now. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I really want to understand your solution, right? You said we need a revolution because I need to understand the context of that revolution. How can we have a successful revolution in Nigeria that will lead to the change that we really want? I really want to understand your context of that revolution. Like, okay, I want to understand.
I will take only a minute to tell you that. Okay. I wouldn't waste time. I've said it repeatedly here for further notes. Let me tell you something. You know why I started by telling you that common election, it's very common election that we say, okay, what is the advantage of an election? It's because if the ones in front are not the people who are, for example, people who are ruling us now, okay, if we feel that they are not doing well, then we say, okay, don't worry. When the election comes, we will remove them and try another people. Because that is how any country develops. But ordinary election in Nigeria, we cannot do it successfully. So the revolution we are calling for in Nigeria is that when we make an election, the election will count. Because Nigerians know the right people who can rule that country. We know it, and we have been voting for them. But the people who hijack this country refuse. Last election is just a very clear indication of that.
But revolution now, what if all those people you thought could rule the country can't? Because I just feel like we don't have.
What if?
Never really.
You are using assumption. What if? But they've not been there, so that you will know whether they will run it well or not.
But revolution now.
The reason why I said it is because some people believe the way you believe, and they voted for Buhari. And Buhari still didn't succeed.
This is my problem with Una. Sometimes we go school.
Okay.
How can you be calling Buhari?
But some people believed in him.
Hold on, forefathers. Revolution, address that point that forefathers made, because it's quite a pertinent point. A lot of people believed in Buhari because of his history when he was a military administrator, strict, non-corrupt, etc. Look at what happened.
Let me answer that question. You know, Nigeria has a sickness. You know what that sickness is called? Nasode-de-Douan syndrome. That was what brought Buhari to power. And I'm happy it disgraced the whole Nigerians cried, including Aisha Yusuf, including Sowore. They regretted it because we thought that because he's a general, Nigerian syndrome came in. He's going to do this, he's going to do that. Meanwhile, we have educated political scientists, good people. Nigerian, my brother, let us face facts. Every Nigerian knows a good man. But would they give that good man the opportunity to get in there? No. You
what is a good man?
A good
what is
man.
A good man?
Okay, I will give you an example of good people. Let me give you, and please, I'm not trying to be, when I'm talking, everybody knows my mind in this platform. I speak Yoruba the way I speak Igbo. I move with every goddamn human being, as far as you are a human being. For example, Peter Obi, for example, let me just, if you give me a second before somebody starts to say maybe because I Igbo, no. Somebody like Peter Obi was given a mandate in that Nigeria because of why? They saw what he did in Anambra, just like what Oti is doing now in Abia State. Tomorrow now, when they say, okay, Oti, he did well in Abia, let him come, maybe he decides to run now. We know that when he steps there...
Revolution.
Yes, sir.
Now, only you, they believe say Oti, they do well. Just because you believe they do well, no means
hey, my brother, not be only me now. You they hear testimony.
Hold on, listen, you are making a mistake. Go ask the man where they Borono, boy, I know Oti.
My brother, that is the problem we wanna get now. You see where you started.
Hold on.
No, excuse me, my brother.
Hold on. I ask you now, what be good person?
Now they tell you now, but you carry the football to another place.
Waiting you they describe is relative. Now waiting good for
relative.
you.
I'm just giving you. Excuse me, my brother. You see, we are talking of Oti. Femo, I think they listen. One man, he carry us begin go Boronu State.
No,
you see how they take.
You won't govern Nigeria. Are they asking Nigerian?
My brother, there's nothing. Nigeria is not difficult, but we have to do something.
I just ask you simple question. What is a good man?
Now they tell you now you can't stay.
You are giving me personal reason of what a good man is, and you expect everybody to accept them. That's not how to reason.
Sorry,
do you know why you don't want to accept it?
Revolution. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Revolution is right, but the example is cited is wrong. The example is
what is a good man? No. One man. What is a good man?
Giving you an example.
All right. I can give you a good woman. I can give you.
One man. What is a good man?
I can give you. If you want the makeup or the individual, I can give you both. A good example. Hold on.
We are having a conversation about leader. You say good man. So what is a good man?
Yes, that's the answer I'm about to give you. A good example would be Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She's a good administrator. She understands the Nigerian landscape. She knows about governance, and she knows the international space. So if you have all of those combinations, another good one is the guy that is in charge of African development.
Hold on.
Why not P2B?
Can you hold on?
Why not
P2B?
P doesn't have a record. P doesn't have a record to go on.
I am glad that we are using living Nigerian as an example. Okay? We are using people where they are alive as an example.
Nigeria there for problem.
No society they elect leader based on say the person good. It doesn't happen. Good is relative. What you see as good may not be good to the next person. That's why
because you don't want good now. You don't want good.
Hold on. Oh, see, man, our problem be that.
Now you be the problem of you. You know one good.
Can you allow me talk? You are bringing somebody to a public space that everybody has interest. And the way to sell and to never say he good.
Okay, if you bring one person out, I bring my own. One man bring your own. Bring your own.
Now they tell you so. We nobody based on good.
Ovie, let me ask you a question, Ovie.
Based on good, nobody they do that.
Bring your own now. Bring somebody.
I just tell you that there's nothing like good person for office. It doesn't happen. Nothing like that.
Oh, but then they plenty.
I think
that's
what
you're understanding.
I think let me just add something quickly. I think that sometimes a good person might not be a good leader at a certain point in time. And also, I think for public office, I think the only morality for any leader would be the greater
follow the rules and regulations. That's the morality.
That is what is good. That is what is the good.
The greater good should be the guide, not necessarily the rules. Because if you follow the rules all the time, you could undermine the greater good. Because if something is going to lead to catastrophe for the nation, you have to learn to bend the rules.
What is greater good? What is greater good?
So, sometimes, most of the time, actually, following the rules is for the greater good. No
the rules are made for greater good. Now the majority of the people.
True, but sometimes. Sometimes you have to break the rules for the greater good too. So your guide has to be for the greater good.
Let's put it in context. If you want to break the rule, you still have to go through the process of consulting people. Also have to agree.
My brother, you are not a good
politician. Because people are different. Women are different. That's why we
are sorry for you. You are a Confucianist.
You live in Switzerland. How many years they do when they get to where they so go and check
the Confucianists, man. These are Confucian people. People where they don't want anything to happen.
Make I vote for you say because you good. Why you good? Why you good? Is it because you do something?
No, I think to be fair, I think he basically meant good leader. That's what he calls good people. He meant good leader. But then again, though, revolution now. You say Trump is a good man. Trump is an ex-convict and all.
It doesn't matter whether it's an
somebody was telling us. Hold on.
He's
somebody
a good
was telling
man.
us the danger of language. Why we know they speak our language? Understand? English is now a weapon to us. We all know the word good means, but we are talking about public governance. You understand? Public
Ovie, you are
government
confusing yourself.
within that same society. Hold on,
I don't like to challenge people, but Ovie, you are not. You are confusing yourself, my brother.
Revolution. If you don't
you
understand, you keep quiet so that people
understand you, but you are not making any sense to people like us.
I'm not supposed to make sense to you.
Why shouldn't you make sense to me? Why?
If
you are talking.
Make sense to you, I fail.
Why should you fail? That is your problem.
Exactly. See.
We have to agree. We have in economics, Ovie, that's what they call equilibrium. There should be a point where everybody have to meet.
Where is that point in this conversation?
Yeah, but Ovie, I think he has a point though. He's saying he's trying to say that you have to try to appeal to him, but you are just
no. Where is that equilibrium in our conversation?
Sorry, guys. Ovie is completely right, 100%.
Where is the equilibrium in our conversation?
Sorry.
Let me change the view. So
let me quickly say this.
See.
A good person. When you say a good person, is relative. So, for example, Revolution now, the only thing he knows the governor in the southeast. So he keep canvassing for them. He canvassing for his people, basically.
My brother, you see.
Sorry. Even the Peter Obi we are calling, when I pull up the list of governors from 1999, Peter Obi is not top 10. Quote me anywhere.
For yourself, your own opinion.
Listen. In the southeast, the greatest governor that has come out from the southeast is former governor of Ebonyi State, the Minister of Work.
My pushing back is not because he measures sound.
Look,
hold on. Hold on, JJ, please. My pushback is because of his understanding of what good is. Not that he's wrong. Hold on, not that he's wrong. But you are coming to a general space. You are expecting everybody to accept it. That's not good enough. You know why? Let's use Obi as an example. When they interview and the interrogation push him back, what has he done in terms of going from manufacturing to consumption? He used his brewery as an example. Hold on. He used brewery as an example. Guess what? That is an excellent example. Nobody will argue that. But guess what? When you bring it to the middle in reality, half of the country does say that is rubbish. How do you coexist with that? You go say they don't get sense? No. So you are not going to qualify somebody say he's good. Fuck your goodness. I don't want your goodness.
Let me add on what Ovie is saying.
Hold on first. Why? You are coming to use my resources. How will I give you my money to spend based on the fact that you are good? Will you do that to me and they come marry your wife? I am broke as hell, stupid. But because I am good, you give me your daughter, will you?
Forefathers, I'm saying good night to you because
Forefather also said something. Yeah. I want to comment. Sorry, Revolution.
Make I go now because as you say,
take it easy, Revolution now. I think Ogbegolo, Ogbegolo is not in the mood when they are in this dragon mode.
He's good. Is good. Buhari is good.
It's a mistake. Let me say this. Forefather says something. The fact that a good person does not necessarily mean a good leader. I'll give you an example. Goodluck Jonathan was a very good person. I love Goodluck, perfect gentleman. Look at what he did with the country. Buhari was a good person. He just
I beg no verse. Hitler no they smoke, no they drink. Now one straight motherfucker, nice in terms of morality. But guess what? Some people see they worship and say good.
They worship him as a good leader. He was a good leader, but he made some policy choices.
I think with all due respect, I think it will be naive for us to say someone is good and say because he is good, voting for him, he deserves to be voted for to rule Nigeria.
Exactly, it's wrong.
Yeah, the best word is naive. I don't want to use insulting words. But this is not naivety. MK Abiola was a very good man.
Yeah.
He was one of the kindest people.
Yeah.
But trust me, if he was in power, nothing was going to change in Nigeria. Buhari, look at Buhari, go and look at his family and family friends. What they say about him. So many good things about him. But when in fact, when he came to power, because
how they smoke you go for your channel now?
Now your channel, now your house. You know, go your house.
Hold on, no.
Boy, respect yourself. What
Hold on, you're not supposed to be smoking now.
You still say there for Bush. What thing they worry you, man?
Again,
no, easy.
Okay,
if you are smoking, put it out.
Respect yourself. No, they do all those kind of nonsense. No, let you they smoke you go.
Hold on.
No, let you they smoke you go. Hold on. No, let you they smoke you go.
This is Nigeria, right?
It's okay. Now, Revolution 1. Now, let me just deal with this. Ovie, you can go off camera.
No, to Nigeria. I agree.
Take him off. Right? Forefather, respect your. He wants
Revolution now. We are dealing with it. Let me deal with it, please.
I don't stop her now. But I want big example here, right? Talking about good person. So we won't choose leader now. We go choose person we know this move because they're good. But he's dumb as hell. He doesn't even understand what kind of is.
What kind of a begolo attitude be this one now?
This is our.
We're just looking for fight.
He don't get too high. He's too high. That's the problem. He's high. He's not normal.
All of us are Nigerians here.
It's just too high and misbehaving.
We are not going to get out of it.
That is misbehaving.
He's looking for good person.
Leave it.
No, he's looking for who is good.
Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to topic.
Act that is not good. Ability.
Hold on now.
Hold on.
You are holding on to that issue.
No, just a second. Ability for you to tolerate somebody who is not good and live in your society, you cannot do it, and you want to govern. How do you do that?
Yeah, let me play this video because this video may be instructive to what we are talking at this moment, because leadership is not clear cut, like you don't have to necessarily be. There was this conversation about I think in Nnamdi Azikiwe, he had some talk with what's his name, Kwame Nkrumah, and I think let me just play it anyway so you can hear what he said there. I think they were clipping it, but I think the gist, you get the gist.
No volume to Nigeria.
It's not playing, yeah.
Started his nationalist movement in Ghana. He invited me to come over and witness one of their turnouts. I went there and then I advised myself, look, what you're trying to do now might lead to bloodshed. He said, yes. He said, unless you fight and kill, you will not succeed. So I said, no. I said, well, did Gandhi kill anybody? Did Nehru kill anybody? He said, what, if you don't do that? He said, if you don't do that, they'll kill you. I said, where is Gandhi? I made it clear to Nkrumah that we should not use force. Even though they may laugh at us, they say, well, he said, but the British use force. I said, yes. I said, but I have been using my argument with the British. You know what you'll use? I said, in other words, dialogue. I said, we will use dialogue in Nigeria.
See, I think we know who was right in the argument.
Forefathers, and we see where dialogue has taken us to now.
Exactly. We know who was right in the argument.
But you all need to understand that the guy is working for a special interest called the United States.
Yep. And of course, Revolution 9 is fine with that. Let me
just clarify to what Kwame Nkrumah was talking about. He was talking about the fact that in an open society, they could prop up personnel, individuals, groups to sabotage his ideology of developing and industrializing Ghana in a Pan-African way. And the only way you can respond to that is by being repressive. Because in that kind of system, if you're not repressive, they will infiltrate. That was why, God bless you, forefathers, for showing this guy, Lumumba. Lumumba was a good man. He was a good man. He was democratic. Look at how his life ended. If Lumumba was like Stalin, do you think his life would have ended like that? No. If you had purged out
that Mao or Mao Zedong.
Yeah, if he was like Mao Zedong, he would have pushed out that bastard that ruled that country for decades, and he destroyed that country in Congo. So people don't understand all these things, but
because you are dealing with a different kind of people and human being. Your job is to know how do you make them coexist. At times you have to use force. Nobody cares about you.
But you see, but the way Nnamdi Azikiwe came across, he almost came across as if he's naive. You know, the kind of mentality that Mandela has, that, oh, you're going to have a rainbow nation where the elite will somehow share power, wealth with the other people. It never happens. It never happened in history. Elites don't give up wealth except there's a revolution. They don't ever give up anything.
It's a way of life.
Those white people will remain there until somebody pulls them down. Yeah, they will never concede anything. So, but my point is that that colonial mentality that Fela was talking about, that's what Nnamdi Azikiwe was betraying there. Even if he's a Pan-Africanist, but he thinks he can talk his way out of it. And that's the thing I feel like a lot of us make the mistake of. And Revolution now may have a point by saying, this stuff is going to involve bloodshed. You're not going to escape it. Either we impose it on ourselves or they will impose it on us. And then, like the Chinese, it was imposed on them, wasn't it? It was imposed on the Chinese by the Japanese, normal, and their eye opened by force.
To be fair to us.
Sorry, Tunaja, can I come in?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, because we hear this language a lot, the language of revolution. Even one of our guys here has it as his name, you know. But I've often wondered, you know, so what are you revolting for against, and where are you revolting to? You know, so that's the question. No, hold on. Let me land it first, because you know, you hear all these descriptions of we want a revolution, they want a paradigm lift, as though after that revolution they will get into some sort of you know, the same set of people we saw it with the Arab Springs, did we not? It's very rare that you see any revolution that evolves into a better space. What usually evolves is trial and error, steady steps, and an agreed agenda. So that is the boring stuff that works. So it's very sexy to go chanting revolution, but I've never really seen it work in any real. You just hear it, and by the way, it's people riding against the status quo. What's that?
No, one man revolution in Nigeria is not going to look
like
what
bring back the monarchy to get support.
You know, they just keep saying revolution, as though the next morning Nigeria will come to
Nigeria that is so divided. Even somebody like revolution that call revolution.
I think the French Revolution, the Russian one, the Chinese one seems to have worked as a revolution. Cuba revolution too.
I will tell
Iran revolution. Iran
revolution. A bloody revolution.
Iran was better under the Shah.
Let me tell you why Nigeria will not work.
The Iran was better under the Shah.
Because
and that Bolshevik revolution in Russia was a disaster. It's the evolution of time that makes it look now.
Let me tell you why
Iran was certainly better under the Shahs, that's for sure.
Let me tell you why revolution will not work in Nigeria. Revolution will not work in Nigeria if you are calling for a bloody revolution. Here is it. Nigeria, we are too divided. When you say revolution, Yoruba man will go after an Igbo man, an Igbo man will go after an Hausa man. This is the revolution they are waiting for, because all of them, they are looking for power. The only revolution I think that can work is the one Showore is calling revolutionize everything, the electoral system, the security system. These are the kind of revolution. But anybody that is
the revolution that works. It's the revolution of the mindset.
That's the mind.
That's the only one.
That's the foundation. That's the foundation. Yes.
But somebody has to lead it.
Establish it. How do you
excuse me. You give me a second, guys. Please give me 1 second to just explain this. You see, the revolution we are talking about, I thank God you mentioned Showore there. This revolution has to be led by somebody like a class teacher. We go there. They change the system that everybody will now fall in line. If not, it's not fighting. If we like kill ourselves, that will not go. So there will be a revolution that a teacher will come out chosen by the people will choose it. And that person now, through good behavior, when I mentioned before about good man, I don't mean say good man, what I meant doesn't mean that you they go church or you they pray. You go there, live by example. And then because of the revolutionary change, everybody go say, okay, this man where they lead this thing, they steal money, they do this, they do this. Then everybody now will fall in. Not be say you can't bring revolution after you go they steal, you go they do corruption.
Yeah, I
you
kind
go
of
say make them
agree
follow
with
you.
that.
Hey, this is why one man
But you
to
never know
have
the
to watch
future.
you
You
to
never
have to
know
what you are
what
saying. I think if you people who are chanting revolution, and they are victim of television, radio, internet, and
My
now
brother,
social
bring
media.
out your own opinion. Stop criticizing. We say revolution. What is your own? Bring the one where go work where you dey talk about. You are
China
not
must
criticizing what
go.
people are saying.
Listen.
You are not bringing
But you
any
have to
solution.
listen
Well,
first
I
now
don't know
before you
whether
go
you
let it.
understand me. With the call revolution, they bring the own. Okay, bring your own idea.
Listen to her. He go
So
bring
if
her.
you don't listen, how you go tell him?
How you go? I don't listen to you. I know where you they go. You go first, they
Where they
criticize people, but you yourself, a Rasta man like you know if you bring your own, say okay, now what thing you want be this. Only when person bring, you go to attack the person. Bring your own out.
You don't finish.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't finish.
Now you know now what thing I get to talk to you again. Bring your own suggestion.
I've got an idea, but I'll come
Yeah,
across
you
there.
listen.
I've
Make
got
a
an agenda.
One man is not accurate to say revolutions don't succeed. There are so many revolutions in history that have succeeded.
Hold
Give
on.
Obi
You are
a
just
chance
I
to
never
say his
land.
piece.
You won't conclude for me. If I ask you
Okay,
where they go now, you go talk. Just listen. I'm not talking say revolution no they succeed. I thought say why our revolution no go succeed like that because the generation who are screaming revolution now one are victim of TV, radio, social media, and the internet.
And that is lie. That is
You know
a
that
lie.
what? Can you
That
allow
is
me
a lie
finish?
of you.
Can you
Now
allow
lie
me
you they
finish?
lie. Now your opinion you they
No,
talk.
let him finish the
So
point.
if
Just
not
so
my
we
opinion,
hear.
you want to talk for me? You want
But
to talk
don't
my
talk
opinion?
saying our own opinion be that now. Talk your own.
So you want to talk
Revolution.
my
Let
opinion?
let him make that point so we know where
Okay,
it's going.
guys, I'm tired of listening to this man. Good night.
I am not talking to you. That's the problem.
He's talking
I'm not
rubbish.
talking
I
to you
said there
now.
now revolution. I want to engage
Yeah,
a little bit
revolution.
more.
No,
Go on.
you are being too
I wanted to
aggressive,
engage that guy.
DC. You know, revolution don't like the kind of fight you're fighting today.
That is the
Okay.
problem. Person come and public is saying no, they're educated, but that is not the problem. But when you are refusing to be educated, that's where the problem is. When revolution succeeded, the amount of interference and influence from outside factors were limited. That's why they talk. People will grow up on Nigeria now from the age of the millennial age. Now, most of their moral understanding and living were born from TV, movies, and all that. All of us. We learn more from TVs and radio more than our parents did. That's infiltration from the outside world. Those are not our... When Hassan was talking about the influence of language. Now, if you now come back to the world, the next generation, not the internet, that is the generation that Showore is leading. There's a reason why he cannot get the national, the youth at that level to sing. Because everybody, they hear information from everywhere. Unlike before. So, that is why he's getting his popularity. We ain't getting popularity, but not the internet. How many villages in go, children go know him? How many secondary school go? People go bring a text or anything that they were written about him. None. Now only us with the internet. That's why it does say no go succeed. Now it's becoming worse because now everybody get echo chamber. Before all of us, they don't go Sahara reporters. Now when they come to Nigeria, we they go this, we they go that. Tell me, and all of us they speak different languages in terms of what we agree on how this nation should work. So when they bring this reality to them, they know they go. So it is very easy to shout revolution, but can you do the work in terms of today's reality? You can't go back to the village and consider the majority, because that's where the work is. That's where revolution will come from. Even the Arab Spring, the success of Arab Spring largely has to do with the Muslim brotherhood, who they were not using internet. They were in the villages doing the job.
Ovie, what's the propelling factor for a revolution? What propels a revolution?
I agree with what you are saying, that the stage the nation is that we have to evolve out of this.
No. Where I'm leading you to is hold on 1 second. There's only one factor that propels revolution, and that is an agreed need for change. That's just the factor that will drive it. So
that's why
hold on.
By a certain class, that means
no. Hold on, Ovie. Just allow 1 second. Hold on, Ovie. It's not by one class. You know, across the stratas of society, if their circumstances are such that they cannot abide it anymore, then that need for change is there. And that's the propeller for revolution.
This is how we achieve that, right? It has to do. See, the minorities, all of us, we can be angry all we want. If I'm who carry a stick, they shoot, they didn't. We're not going to last for street more than 48 hours before we go turn against ourselves. We don't have the planning capacity and the resources to carry out an organized revolution. Even if we arrive at that, what one man is saying, what will be that trigger? What will be that cause? What will bring all of us together? Let's look at let me use the loosely one, corruption. Everybody, Tinubu is corrupt, right? How do we get the whole country to agree to the point that we stage a revolution that will take him out? Some section of the elite have to see what the poor people are seeing and agree to use their experience, education, and money to mobilize us to stay on the streets for as long as it takes.
Can I answer that question?
That is wrong anyway, but let somebody else speak.
It's not wrong, one man. It's not wrong.
Okay.
There has to be.
No, it is wrong. Okay. It is wrong. But I'll let somebody else speak, then I'll come after.
So,
I'll give you
successful. There are many ways a revolution can be successful. I will mention two major ones that are very common, at least in this century, from I think the 20th century. The first one, the middle class, or you call them the petit bourgeoisie, the middle class. I'm talking about the professionals, like
the educated ones,
the doctors. If they are able to align with the poor people and they agree that there is a need for a change, right? That's the first process. That's the first step. The second step has to be they have to organize. That organization can come in form of forming labor unions, forming a party, or mass mobilization. I'll give an example, like in Cuba, right, with Fidel Castro, or like in Iran. You know, the people aligned with the professional class and with the cleric, the supreme leader.
You are saying the same thing.
There is need for a change. Then they mobilize themselves in droves, thousands, and even millions of people. They push the media. They try to the media. They mobilize it in public spaces.
The media is part of the media.
What you are describing is politics. Sorry, Jide, what you are describing is politics, not revolution. What you are describing right there is politics, not revolution.
It is
politics.
No, okay, one man. I think it is the result. It is the result.
So this first step. This first step is more.
Jide, if you don't mind, wait me one man clarify what he actually. I think me and you are missing his question. So what are you driving at?
I think there has to be an element of spontaneity when you are talking about revolution. But when you are talking about organized structures, political movements, leveraging media, all of these are all political movements.
One man. That spontaneity will come when there's already an organized structure on ground. So that's spontaneity be the spark.
So let me help. The right word, I think the right word is mobilization. So that's mobilization. When you mobilize the people, the military itself.
Jide, what one man is saying is things that will trigger it, like the Arab Spring, the guy that decided to set himself on fire, all those kind of things. Setting himself on fire will work because there is already growing mobilization and organization on the ground, on the low.
Yeah. Yes.
So one man.
So there has to be that pressure. There has to be an internal. There has to be an internal pressure, mass mobilization up to the state structures, you have to close the entire economy.
The Arab
you have to close the entire economy. You have to shut down.
So can we all agree that it will not work with us? Can we all agree?
No, hold on first. The
second one is more realistic. I'll talk about the second one.
The Arab Spring are three partners: the Islamic Brotherhood, the secular guys, the urban educated like me and you, right, and the military elite.
Can I finish?
Which traditionally is the standard of their governance.
I'll get to that point. Trust me.
Go ahead.
So at the end of the day, the end goal is to topple the government, but not just topple the government. It is to change the structure of governance, change the entire economic structure, change the entire political structure. That is what makes a revolution work. And that example, I gave example, Cuba, Iran. Iran is another example because a secular country under the Shah, it became an Islamic republic, right? Yeah. Now, let me give the second one. The second one is faster. Now, the second type of revolution that works is a revolution that requires external factors. I'll give an example. South Africa's apartheid. South Africa's ANC were expelled out of South Africa. ANC collaborated with the Soviet Union to provide what? Arms, right? Arms and different intelligence, ideology, and everything. Even Nelson Mandela's ANC.
Yeah, but sorry, I think there's a lot of conflation. There's a lot of conflation going on there. You are mixing metaphors. You are talking about paradigm shift, not a. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, let me ask you this question, one man. Do you believe that revolution is the changing of the elites, that's the governing elite? Will you agree with that short definition of a revolution?
No, I think revolution is a changing of the guard and an ideological change. But every society is ruled by one form of elite class or the other. So if you have that revolution, another set of elite class will take over from the elite class that you kicked out.
Yes.
So they may well be well-intentioned. Almost certainly they will not be. And there will not be any real significant change. It never really happened significantly.
Well, revolution, no matter how even the young people take over, they only have that belief that they can change everything. But when reality is set,
the second one is true. The second one is true armed struggle, right? The second one is true armed struggle. And they have a lot of times it could be actually funneled through external powers.
Sorry, Jide, what you just described of that NC and Russia, is it different from what? Is it different from what our Nigerian elites did to take out the military guard? Because they collaborated with the US to take out the military and institute the Fourth Republic.
You mean Muritala?
It's a misnomer. I don't consider South Africa as a true revolution.
Fourth Republic.
That's which one?
No,
Fourth Republic. Okay. I know what
because the economic
that's a regime change operation. Because
hold on, hold on. Let me. Did they listen to me? I'm talking about the Fourth Republic, which is 1999.
Obasanjo, yes.
So wasn't that was a collaboration from the democracy class? They collaborated with the West and change the structure of governance.
Yeah, there has to be an example. If you look at Algeria,
is that the same?
Algeria,
will you classify them
I'm not going to classify because the elites were still in power. You understand?
Hold on. Okay, sorry. Hold on.
The elites were still in power.
The change different from.
That's the regime change.
See, whatever you change, now another class of elites will come.
But Algeria never even had any power.
Hold on. Either the coming ones, either they are younger.
Revolution.
Jide, hold on now.
Go on.
Because with the mixed, when you say this elite, if we take out the elite in the name of revolution, the next one will go come. The only difference and the past one is that it's either they are younger, they are more radical. But give them time. Give them time.
But
hold on. I think
we saw that with Mugabe now. What you are describing there, we saw it with Mugabe.
Let me add to this.
One man went to Mo was right. There has to be an ideology. One man went to Mo was right. There has to be an ideology.
Yeah.
A revolution has to be ideologically driven. If it's not ideologically driven, it cannot be successful.
Oh, you want to change this?
Hold on. Jide, hold on for a second. See, if you have a revolution, yes, they will replace not necessarily everybody, to be fair, because some of the elites, many of them are in between ideologies. They tend to,
Yeah.
so it's just someone that are on the edge that may need to go. And
No,
when they are replaced, it depends. Let me finish. You are saying something.
Before you continue, I think the French Revolution, they don't spare anybody.
They
That's why
were
it was
quite
so brutal.
ruthless. They were quite ruthless.
Yeah,
They wanted to tear down the monarchy system to pieces. So yeah, they were quite brutal without men. That was brutal. Those guys were not having it. But generally, yes, they will go on to become like others. You know, all elites start acquiring power, get comfortable, corruption creeps in. That is what elites do. However, what the important thing is what they've done to their nation, what they've done for their nation, what did they transition the nation to? Like the French Revolution, I think by the time they were done, they brought the downfall of monarchies in in Europe. You see
Yes,
that?
in fact, they changed acts.
Yeah,
They
they brought it down, and then the Lenin one transformed the workers' right quite a lot. The Lenin Revolution.
Still on that French Revolution, another thing we don't talk about much is that even the organizer for the revolution, they don't spare them all.
Yes, now that didn't just turn to madness. Everybody was just
because you lead a revolution doesn't mean that
it might swallow you too. You might be too soft for it. And it tends to be the most how do I put it, the most strident ones that they tend to win out in the end.
When the hard mentality takes over and group thing takes over, then
the extreme ones tend to win out.
That's where you need a strong man to come in. And if you're not careful, that strong man come in, he may also just take over everything again.
I agree 100% with that one. The example is Iran. You see, when that revolution happened, you had the communists, the socialists, the liberals, the Islamists. Then when they took power, they purged out the communists, the liberals. They finished all of them. So that's a very good point, yes. But talking about the Arab Spring, actually that Arab Spring that people talk about, it was actually a colored revolution.
It is, yeah.
It was actually a colored revolution that was orchestrated by intelligence agencies. People don't know about it.
Yeah. They use Facebook the most.
Yes. You know, NGOs, all those NGOs that are in Nigeria today, they were there too in 2011. Yeah, thank you. They were there. They funneled money into a lot of liberal groups, non-governmental organizations, and civil societies. To what?
Jide, will you agree with this guy on comment section that 1966 was a revolution? Will you agree? 1966 was a revolution.
Can I come in for a moment? In terms of revolution, Nigeria doesn't need a revolution. I think this language of revolution, there's still the residues of elections won and lost. This is how I see it.
Give us reason why we need a revolution. Give reasons.
Because what are you revolting? I can't say the offshoot. I can't say the other side of that revolution because I don't see enough within that space to tell me that there were people of good intentions or people with a plan or people that can, I just can't see it. I hear more. Anytime I hear this language of revolution, I hear residues of elections won and lost. What I do think can work for Nigeria is a paradigm shift in the way we think. You know, if we have an agreed mindset to make that country work, then it will work. So that's just how I see it. So if we have an agreed, they said the Nigeria.
How do we arrive at that agreed mindset?
It wraps around the narrative of nationality, because in Nigeria, we all claim to be Nigerian, but we are Nigerian from almost like an ethnic prism. Everybody is Igbo first, everybody is Yoruba first, etc., etc. So we're still lost in that funk, But if we have an agreement,
one man, another thing to that, I agree that with nationality we drive us to that direction. But the nation that we have now is being built upon secular system of governance, and one can say is shaky from the beginning. There's a pressure coming from every angle from other civilization who believe that their own system will be better than that secular. Do you see that or not?
Expand on that. What do you mean?
we are running a secular government right now, right?
Yeah.
In fact,
Oh, are you talking about the Islamization?
And even I mean, Trump is leading the Christian ideology with his escapade right now.
No,
So
I don't believe that. I don't believe.
no, like in terms of
One man will
capitalism,
not believe now. He will never believe because he's into the bias
no,
too.
but
So
okay, no, but
that's
you
one of
just
the problems.
admit that of an Islamic state. Do
He
you
admitted that,
believe
but now he
Islam-
doesn't want to believe. Yes.
Because that is
No,
very
no,
frontal.
hold
We
on.
cannot see
One
that
man,
now.
no,
That's
one
very
man,
You will
frontal.
never see it.
Hold on, Hassan. One man, do you believe that there's anything like that at all in Nigerian space? The
Anything
Islamic
like what?
ideology, Islamic state, Islamic ideology.
I think we all know that there is. Even
that means it can only grow from here. So if it grow to the point of being big enough to take over the country and change the system of government, is that not a revolution that's it might not happen in our lifetime?
No, that's not a revolution.
To put things in
That's an
context,
agenda.
because everyone is listening, right?
That's not an agenda.
One
I
man
needed to laugh at this.
to put things in context, because everyone is
One
listening.
man, they don't catch you on this
The
stuff.
kind of Islamic jihad that we are seeing in Nigeria is completely different from what you had in Iran. The Iranian revolution that was Islamic was the Shiite Islamic revolution. It's completely different from the Islamic revolution in Nigeria. The one that's going on in Nigeria is a
The
jihadist.
Islamic word has lost any meaning because
It's a jihadist, imperialist, Arab form of Islamization.
No. Hold on.
That happened in Iraq and Syria.
Jide, leave the bush first. Come to the city. Sharia law is what?
Sharia law. What do you mean by Sharia law is what?
That's an Islamic
law.
It's an Islamic law now. It's an Islamic law.
But that's an Islamic state law.
That's what I'm saying. That's
I don't even know where this conversation is anymore. We seem to be bouncing.
One man. Let me clarify. I agree with you that revolution, from the way we are pointing it, is going to be very difficult. It's not there. I agree with you. But what I am pointing at is the future. If you believe that Islamic and there's an ounce of Islamism in Nigeria in terms of I'm not talking about those in the bush, but there's an Islamic presence in Nigeria. It can only grow, and if it grow, anything can happen. So that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Jide, hold on. Calm down. See, revolution. My concern is that this incremental change that I prefer may be impossible. Nigeria is a strategic nation. It's an important nation that can influence at least 1.5 billion people, and maybe, given the growth in the population, maybe even 2 billion people in time. So you can't, I don't see us having an incremental change and expecting us to get out of it, because the fate of 2 billion people are at stake here. And those 2 billion and an entire continent, one of the biggest continents on the face of the planet, is at stake, and a lot of people want it. So you think you are going to have incremental change to free those people from that bondage? I doubt that. I don't wish for
no, but okay. So what shape do you? Because one man is questioning what shape will the revolution take, or what will be the outcome. That's what he is questioning. So
we will have to pick a side. We will have to pick a side, especially Nigeria. Because this middle ground,
what are the options? Sorry, Ovie. What are the options? Because we're talking in abstract now. Get down to specifics.
If we want to pick a side, we could say, we could say we want to go with the West, but we'll draw a line and publicly draw a line and say this is what we want. This is kind of stuff we want, and we want strategic things, not this change nonsense that they are doing with us. They try to do with us. That if you don't do that,
what's your leverage? What's your leverage to make those demands? What's your leverage?
My leverage is my support, because I will choose to lean on the other side completely if you don't agree.
It's very
because
easy.
Because people pick sides. There are nations that's changed. They tend to pick sides. Like Iran picks a side. China wants to pick a side. You can't just keep playing this thing. You won't get away with it.
I don't think you understand his question. Your leverage. When he say what your leverage, Iran leverage is their oil. They are in control. That's why it's their leverage.
Do you know the leverage?
That would be our leverage.
Let me tell you.
No, that's not the leverage. Let me just add it. The leverage India has over the West is their support. If India throws its weight behind China, the West is over.
hold on. With what are you supporting? With I'm with you, hashtag. What are you supporting with?
They are supporting with their diplomatic weight, their power, their influence.
What
their economy?
Let me ask to Nigeria a
Their
question.
power. If somebody is standing by the sorry, one man. If somebody is standing with, let's say you want to fight an opponent, so just one person. The one person comes in and says, just equally as strong as either of you, says, I want to take his side. You don't want that person to join. So you say, okay,
no,
that's the way it is. That's that person's leverage. Whether they will join the other person against you.
You said equally strong. So that person is supporting you with his weight, with his power, with what he has.
Yes.
Just like you and just like Two Naija channel and One Man channel, right? I would choose one man to support me because they have followers, right?
Yes.
So he will bargain with that too. So what is Nigeria bargaining with? That's what he's saying.
Nigeria is bargaining with his power, his own power.
To Nigeria, let me.
Yeah, what is that power? How much that power?
Hold on now, hold on. Let me ask you a question that will take you to where my mindset is. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong, but let me ask you this question. Just give a brief answer to it. Then I'll take you to where what do you think the leverage of Saudi Arabia is?
Saudi Arabia uses his soft power leverage, uses his oil, finance leverage, soft power leverage, and also strategic positioning. That's also
forget
helps.
all that. Should I tell you what the leverage of Saudi Arabia is?
I did mention money too.
It's Islam. That's the.
That's the soft power now. That's the soft power now. Yeah, that's what I mean.
But that's their punch though, because within that Saudi Arabia, they can trigger. It's something that can overwhelm the whole world, and that's their leverage. So if you look at a country like, hold on, look at a country like Nigeria, for instance, you have no.
I don't believe that.
You have, of course. I mean, look, you have to. If you look at a country like Nigeria, you have no punch. You have no punch. You say, oh, your resources is your leverage. Who told you you have any resources? You don't have anything.
I don't have resources. I'm not saying resources is my leverage.
Look at how Trump, from the middle of the Atlantic, threw a bump into Sokoto. So if they want to take your resources off you totally, they will take it. And there is nothing you can do about it.
My case is not resources.
You have no potency.
No, if we are in control of our resources, we will use it to now build that soft power influence around the world that we now use as soft power. But we don't have that reach. And we don't have that reach.
Why are we making an argument that I didn't make? I didn't make any argument about resources. My own argument is, if you want us to be aligned fully with you, where you can even consider having military base with us and all the rest, this is what we will require. But if you are not, then I'll go the other direction. That is my point.
Yes. Capacity first.
You have a military base and you think
I just want to
say
my goodbye. Let me build. I'll be listening in the background and make sure you stream more. All this esoteric. So I've always encouraged you to do it. So do it more. Just all these academic ideas that has no meaning. So you can come here and talk. All right, thank you, Tunaja. Thank you.
There's no cost academic ideas.
I'm concerned about what you just said. Though.
What did I say?
Do you think if any superpower have military base in Nigeria, we will attain that regional hegemony that we're aspiring to be?
We could still.
How?
Japan attends.
Where are you on this one? Where are you on this
one? Sorry. No. Don't bring people in. Don't do that.
No. I'm not saying you should talk.
See, you are confusing the conversation a lot. See, this is very, very straightforward stuff. If you have power, if you have influence, you have population, and you choose that you have to pick one side. If Iran can do that, so why can't we? Iran is a nuclear energy state right now.
Going to become regional power. Iran is not a regional power. We are
exactly. We can be one. So that's my point. So we even have more leverage
with the US military base in our home. How?
Not necessarily. I'm talking about deep partnerships that even when they have military base, we can even have our own with them. See, my point is that you have to. See, but if you want to work with people, you have to be ready to work. Look at Japan today.
But
Japan
you have
doesn't
to
have
drop boundaries now. According to you, you drop boundaries. One
yeah,
of those boundaries
Japan.
are no military
We are not
base.
Japan. We are not defeated, so we are not going to be like Japan. But Japan is
You
one
don't
of the
need
most
military
advanced countries
base.
in the world
That's my
today.
concern. When you
Okay,
mention
see, I'm
military
not.
base,
See, my point is that when you want to deal with people and you want them to trust you, you have to be ready to go all in or half in. And personally, I prefer to consider the West first because we technically already speak English. So if you want to work with them, fine. But if they don't want, then I'll go full on to the other side because this middle ground that we keep playing, I don't think it's going to work
no, but
out.
to Naija, what you should ask
None of
yourself,
us are
why?
nuclear powers.
No,
If
but
that, we don't even have nuclear technology, I mean. Yeah.
Naija, there's something you missed there. Nigeria, half of Nigeria is fully in with the West, not the full Nigeria. That's where the problem is.
What do you mean? Is the full Nigeria?
No, the North are not with the West. They don't just have
you see, 1 minute the West gave power to the North. The next minute the West is not in this thing. And the West is also in bed with Saudi Arabia.
Hold on now. Who are you? Are you talking to me? You never hear me say
No,
that.
that Nigerians talk in such a confusing way. They just
No, now we they talk here now.
No, I'm telling you, I've had many arguments. Let's go with what is real. The West has relationship with both sides, the South and the North. This idea that one side is not for it, they are both in it.
Relationship with the West and the East.
Yes, they are all in it. All of them are in it.
Hold on now, like you see, everything is not cut and dry. It's not black and white. You understand? You said something that I like: boundaries, right? The boundaries that the southern Nigeria want to set for the West is not as bold or as visible as the boundary that the North want to set for the West for them to deal with them. I don't need to actually propagate over this. Ask your man where there. This is Hassan. He's a northern Nigeria, a young Muslim educator. Everything you can qualify he is the future. He will tell you what I just said. He is with the West, but at what length? Not the same length which you as a southern want to go. Just the way you don't want to go. How far will you want to go with associating with the East?
You see, my big problem. I hope to with the whole thing is, for example, one man just suggested Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I take Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as somebody who champions capitalism. I will not want her to rule me. God forbid that kind of person.
Now, messenger she be now. I don't know why she's an American either.
Hold on. So sorry. Why is capitalism the issue? Capitalism, who cares what is capitalism? The point is that you want a country. You are limiting yourself.
There are
now
a lot of things that comes out of capitalism.
Sorry.
Let me tell you.
Sorry, let me just say this. You are limiting yourself partly because of your religious leanings, not because of socialism. But you have to go with what works. Who cares what system? Saudi Arabia is capitalist. I don't know. I don't remember Saudi Arabia being socialist or Dubai. They're all capitalists. They're Western.
Somebody is asking for the link. Somebody asking for the link.
See. Yeah, let me get the link. Let me get the link now. Let's see.
The fact that we are having this conversation along this spotlight, that means that is our reality. We don't feel denial. Right?
So let's not compare ourselves with countries like Saudi Arabia because their kind of way of their kind of income is not even like similar to ours in any way, shape, or form.
We caused the problem that our income went low.
No.
See, how can a small country of 6 million people, Singapore, be ranked higher military power than us at the same time earn far more than us? It does more export than the entire Africa. See. If you keep thinking small, you are going to be small. You keep thinking small, you will be small. And this is the whole point of this conversation. Because we always keep thinking, no, Saudi Arabia is Saudi Arabia was not a nation how many years ago?
To Nigeria, you know why we are taking
small? How much is their population compared to their output, their economic output?
Yeah, but okay, you have more population. Singapore doesn't have any. No, you have more population than Singapore.
Well,
they don't have much national resources.
You have to understand why we think the way we think. Because we not think as collectives here. That nationhood will never find out to think along that line. Everybody they think what's according to is a civilization. Go ahead.
To put this in context, those Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, you can even mention Muslim of the Bahrain. Those countries. there are strategic reasons into why they are developed. Number one, their economy is not even actually built by Arabs. Their economy is built by expatriates. We need to understand that those countries, they are not developed by the citizens themselves. It's by expatriates, number one. Number two, is those countries, they need to be developed in order to appease the monarchs, to serve the interests of the Zionists and the Western elites. Because if they are not developed, and because everything is connected to the Palestinian struggle too. What do you say? Say that one.
But
because of chaos.
Not the factor their population.
So they have to appease them economically.
You know the factor the population and the amount of weight they have into analyzing all these things. Qatar, because
is there capital flights? How many capital flights they happen from Saudi Arabia to America? Now look at the level of capital flights that you have from Nigeria to UK to America.
I tell you, Qatar, where
I don't even get what I'm saying. They have wealth. Their wealth is in their country. They have sovereign wealth in their country.
To be fair, Saudi Arabia invests a lot in. No, Saudi Arabia invests a lot outside too. But it's investment. It's a national investment, not just
leverage.
Let me tell you about Qatar.
You understand?
Hold on. Let me tell you about Qatar where I live in. Qatar now one state, the whole country, now just Doha. the real citizens of Qatar, they are not up to, they are barely 1 million. The weight where they get, it rival any nation in this world. So even if they are useless, Qatar will still be developed. Even if they are useless.
That was why I said now expatriates develop their economy. Now
they have the money, they can afford
the money. Exactly, they have the money. For Qatar, an average employee will be saying from America, you know how much you go to earn? You earn a lot of money.
See, America, do you know what? America could have used Iran to just oppress all those people and take over. Maybe that's what they were planning with the Shah before. Take over all those countries and they would not have had much power, much of a say. But they decided, for whatever reason, they too fought for their own rights and they negotiated their way. And look at where they are right now. They don't have to be rich.
You know another thing again to Nigeria, their geographical location is very important to the energy flow of the world.
And okay, go.
So just like when Nigeria did that now, of course, Nigeria is not a good example, right? Their leverage, if you do anything, I will go bomb our air pipe, right? That's the threat. That's the threat of Iran. If you set it out on fire, you raise the skill of jeopardizing the oil flow of the whole world.
Yes.
Just based on where they stand. So that fear today, they are leveraging on that.
Yeah, in addition to what Ovie said, another thing that we don't put into consideration when we talk about development, we talk about negotiations, leverage, and stuff. We don't talk about global markets. Global markets is very important for any country to develop. Those Gulf countries, Singapore, South Korea, there's a global market for them to trade.
Yeah, they are not restricted, yes.
Their products are being consumed in the West, in Australia, in Canada, all those countries. If we manufacture anything for Nigeria now, the West will prioritize everything with the manufacture. You understand what they talk? So you need to understand integration of global markets. That is why sanctioned countries, they find it hard to develop like America.
But those their products are not being produced in their land, though. So in other words, those companies
no. They are multinationals. That's like Yamaha be one piano like that. Yamaha. It's manufactured, one country, Japan or Korea, but it's also manufactured in the West. It is everywhere. They have, it's like
Toyota.
No, I'm talking about the Arab countries. I'm talking about the Arab countries.
Sorry.
I thought not their product you are talking about.
No. If you look at their oil, right? If you look at their oil, you refine oil, you generate, and okay, who will buy your oil? It is Canada that will buy Saudi Arabia's oil. It's America that. You know how much they will make? You know how much they will make? But our own case is different. Our case is different.
But
they are extracting our oil, taking our money, and the money that is even going, the little money that are giving our politicians, there's capital flight to it a year. So we don't even have anything. You see the difference? So
hold Okay, so I don't, because I'm trying to look for the reason why a reason where that could strike a revolution that would change. Because one man says something that his argument about why revolution of happen now is that we don't actually have a separate set of elites who are more morally upright and standard. That we actually say, which speak to what you say in terms of capital flight. All of them. Nobody does it, okay, let that even be the law of the day. No money should go out again. We are not having that conversation.
I'm not sure our elites are any less morally compromised than those of other nations. I think the only aspect that they are lacking is that a kind of ownership mentality of a nation, the bravery that is required to do it, the sacrifice, the ability, the sacrifice that is required to liberate and make our people sovereign. That is what they are lacking. Because
what will you classify that? What will
they
you
do not
classify
have the
that?
will. They do not have the will. They lack any
Political
spine.
will.
They lack any spine. They don't have any spine.
That's the key word. The spine is not there because they not had the experience that built that kind of spine.
Historically, what has happened to the ones who stood out was they just kill, they just, they collaborate with the enemy and, take them out. They know already by default, that's how it's been. So the moment you get to Aso Rock, you are afraid of your life.
And mind you,
Tunanja. And Jide, this question too. I think I asked Asan this question earlier on my show. Do you think we now, I think because this is my observation, I believe we are struggling to explain to the younger generation why we fail, right? So for sake of conversation, I think if for us to actually escape that or actually even have a moral standing, don't you think it's that time we start telling them the truth that, come on, Nigeria, we are still a colonial? Don't you think maybe that's the right way we should be going? Let's let them know, say, come. This illusion of freedom we think we have, it is not real. We have to let the younger generation come. Like we see, we are still a colony, so that they will build they will see things from a different angle.
Ovie, they are doing it on social media. David Udein, you know what that guy is going through. Even though I don't agree with everything David Udein is, I have my disagreement with David Udein. I have my disagreements. But the point
I know why people dislike the guy. The guy says the
see me, I always follow the
money.
Money
but
is
the guy's point is
money is
sovereignty.
important to me.
We are being colonized, and Nigerians will be insulting him. Nigerians will be, push. There are other guys too like that. I can't remember their names.
I never know what he be in view in terms of what will they talk.
No, I think his view is he stands by the fact that Nigeria should be a sovereign country. Nigeria is under
Assange.
Yeah, but that's not a legendary view to take now. You say
like a Julian Assange kind of character.
So now where is sponsorship?
I listen to him once in a while.
Sponsorship they come from now I get problem with.
I mean, I don't agree with him because it's not consistent. Because today he said he's an anti-imperialist. Today he said he's an anti-imperialist.
That's why I say they were now we are the money. Now the money will determine what to say, how to say, when and where. That's where I my problem.
I think it seems to just hold opinions and he makes decisions based on his own rationale, what he believes is actually the right.
Maybe he's changing.
Yeah, he can change it. Like no, I did not support Peter Obi. I support Peter Obi because he was the better of a bad bunch. It's just what it is.
To Nigeria, you are not under anybody's payroll. So, of course, you can change your mind. Nobody will read meaning to it. But by the time you don't, let's say Dr. Namichi begin pay you, right? We go begin read meaning to your stand. That's normal. Now we're not going to read meaning. We're not going to question you because there's no motivation. But when we find out, say every month, Dr. Namichi, they give you $1,000. Then we'll go begin to we'll go begin to challenge your viewpoint. From two view, and now you lie, or not because this man they pay him, right? So that's who we are. So once you put yourself in that pedestal, it's very hard. Just like Showore, you know how you go take clean your name for people of us where no Coco say no be you are not an NGA product, USAID product. How you want to do them? You can speak, you can do whatever you want, right? I will listen to you, but you know if you change my mind because I know and you confessed it. So that's the situation with David O'Day. That's why I don't even listen to rap because I just find out, okay, where's the money? Once I find out that, okay, I'm not even here to say that it is wrong or it's right in his view because I know they listen to rap. So now that they hang over me, they criticize.
But not only they get their crew like that for X. They always they always send that message, and I respect their hard work. Like they're always like revealing a lot of things. Like some of the things I talk about, I don't even know. I don't have all the details. Like
it's part of the agreement they had with Stop Stack. Once they carry you, they will support you with all those technicality information, how to design your platform, how to say some content. So it's beyond just money. They train you, they give you access
and a network.
You have access to some countries more than every other person. You're just like normal. You are working for a media house, right? You get privilege to go interview some kind of people, so they have privileges on that lead. So most of those things where they hear, so they give them access to go there. They might not tell them what to say, but they will give you some kind of things. If you read them, that's how you are going to conclude, right? So that's how this thing works. Now they're the money, they not necessarily what they are giving them, but they have a very sophisticated network behind them to the point that they are working on their legal branch. That's why Showore.
Wow.
You don't ever say Showore get problem for payment of legal fees. Because I've been afraid the car enter or bring out all the millions when they pay. Who they pay them? He has broke as me and you.
I can't believe we have been here 3 hours already. That's crazy. We just came in.
Once they would do then you don't get that back, the other Lagos back. You go to see on ground too. Just bet me on this. You go to see for Lagos, Abuja said they do the same thing. Nobody arrest, they go arrest them. They go bring out the next day because the foundation have been established. That's how this thing works. So don't be say you did dumb. Don't be say you know. You don't just have the resources to do more research.
Okay, just hold on. See, this issue is quite a serious one. From my point of view, this issue is very, very serious. And soon I will be talking about how we can navigate our way out of it. I know we have touched about it. Some people say revolution and all the rest. And but let's say we don't have the option of hot revolution.
Even if we need a revolution.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go on, sorry.
Let's say we don't have the option of a hot revolution. But what are the instruments we want to put on the ground to at least move things forward? So that at least we are beginning to rev. I think one of the ways you can unmask our state for the people to see is when you start doing some of all these things. Like, for example, now, when you look at the democratic system we have now, there's a lot of problems with it. And based on my analysis, I tried to compare this US system and that of the Swiss system and ask if the Swiss system would be better suited for a country like Nigeria and why would it be suited. And the analysis, the result that came out was very, very categorical. Which one would be best suited? He elected for this is AI, you ask different AI machines. So he elected for the Swiss system, saying that because it's participatory and the citizens have power to choose what they want to do. And then in terms of the change, the higher ups, everybody's represented in terms of the presidency. And then in terms of long-term stability, it's very, very good and it's good for decision making. The only area I said that problem has a problem is sometimes being able to react quickly when something happens, because everybody needs to decide on what direction they want to go. So they don't make decisions very rapidly. They are slower to make decisions, but they make concrete decisions that they take everybody together. So based on that, they're talking about how the American system creates polarization while the Swiss system creates consensus. And in terms of projection for long-term stability, especially for a nation like Nigeria, that the Swiss system is the one that is going to last the longest in terms of stability. Clearly, you might go for a military regime, but military regime, every 20 or so or 30 years, they might throw, if it's a good one, they might throw that one out. Or if it's unlucky, 2 years, 3 years, they throw that one out, you start all over again. So, but if you have such a system,
40 years, 40.
Yeah. But if you have such a system, it will be stable for a very, very, very long time because it's based on the control of the people themselves.
So now, ask, what are the compromise we as the Nigerians, the Nigerian state has to make to achieve that? Because that's the whole struggle.
Yes.
What are we ready? You understand? What am I ready to compromise to
The
give power
compromise
Yeah, I
is
to?
have a
that,
suggestion here.
okay,
Can
go
you,
ahead if you want to say
do you
something.
want to listen? Yes,
Yeah, we are
I think.
listening.
Okay, I think what we should do is first start telling our history and telling it as it is, and especially in a way not to understand and feel the pains of the past and heal, is in that way, and then encourage the history of our valiant people who were morally consistent. We have to take ownership of our collective history, all the pains and the struggles and the joys. We have to know that yes, we suffered it all as African blacks to get that. You get the kind of context we have to teach these kids that are coming up with, so that they grow in that mindset. The reason why, if you are a Pan-Africanist, you are seen as some kind of uh, uh, I don't know, like you are crazy, is because not so many people, even though they are educated, grow up in that kind of environment. You understand? So we need to take it as at a national level. Just look at the way history is just so kicked down in that country. So we need to start with that. That we need to start with, because we don't have shortage of heroes. If it is wealth, if it is whatever it is you want to talk about, there are so many examples. I will be amazed that our children don't know anything about us. They only know about the white men and the Arabs.
Yeah, that's true. Let me share that analysis that was done. As you can see, this is the Swiss system and the US style system. And it says citizen management, engagement, I mean, very, very high. Because the citizen will be engaged because of the system. You see, we keep blaming Nigerians that the system is a problem. That's the citizen, they are not responding to the system. But if you put a system that engages them, they will engage. So they said citizen engagement. I don't know why that word is tricky for me. Citizen engagement is high, and policy stability very, very high for the Swiss one, while that of US democracy is moderate, subject to electoral cycles, because every time a new person comes, they change it again. And polarization risk, it's also stated here that the polarization risk is quite low. In other words, division in the country or any nation that is running it is relatively quite low, while that of the US, it makes it a lot higher. No wonder Nigeria is divided. No wonder they choose that one for us. You hear people. Swiss system in terms of responsiveness to urgent crisis, moderate, while US democracy moderate to high. So the US democracy is more responsive to urgent crisis. It's more responsive. That's the only area I see that it does better. So it says overall long-term stability. The Swiss system stability is very, very high, according to what it says there, while that of democracy, US democratic system is moderately stable. So in terms of long-term stability, so the conclusion is that the Swiss model is generally more stable over time. Yeah, I will be ending it soon, but I just need to go through this. Yeah, the Swiss model is generally. Are you heading off now? Or all right? Yeah, sleepy guy. Let me bring Ovier back in. All right, so it says the Swiss model is generally more stable over time. It is consensus driven, decentralized, and participatory system, smooths political shocks, reduces polarization, and produces policies with broad legitimacy. The US system can handle crisis and change efficiently at times, but its polarization, winner take all politics, and susceptibility to partisan swings make it more volatile over decades. So that is clear from what they are stating there. This is why I think Nigeria needs that, especially given that. Sorry, let me just finish the point. Given that Nigeria is at the heart of the black world, you need something as stable as rock. And I don't know any system that is as stable as this system that I just described here. And I really think that is something we should be thinking about arguing for, really. Please
It
go
is the
ahead.
implementation. How do you get these people or this group, these Nigerians to come together and come to that consensus? Because that's what it means. Coming to as a consensus, everybody have to give up something. So how do we, as in practice, when you look at Nigeria as it is, how do you practice it?
So
That's
which
the
one
part.
would be the hardest to give up?
I don't know. It depends on the issues you want to approach, because you have to approach people.
I think we can adopt the Switzerland system. We can make it work. I just feel like I know our people. I know democracy. You see, I know there's we can integrate the Swiss system with the Bosnian system.
Which one is that one?
That one, they have presidents that rule for just 8 months, every 8 months. So you get so you can.
I hope they're not electing you one every 8 months.
So it's no. So this is how it works, right? So they have an election cycle. I can't remember how many years, but it has to be 3 presidents. They have 3 presidents: the Bosnian, I think, the Serbs, and the Croats. I think so. Each of them, they will run the country for 8 months, rotationally. So if you are Yoruba, you know, we are very tribalistic, right? So it's going to be like, oh, you want Yoruba, but you know, at the back of your mind, that after 8 months, your person will run the country. You know, if it's Igbo that is, if it's Peter Obi, for instance, even though I'm not obedient.
Sorry, Ojide, which country they practice this?
Bosnia, and it's a very stable country. It's a product of Yugoslavia.
That one, before you get to office, you're looking for your exit. That was funny. Like 8 months, I don't have time.
I'm trying to see, maybe they are trying to settle something, get stability or something. When they start them?
Since that's been there since like,
because it sounds as if you want to actually, you know, quench some, like
after their civil war, after their civil war.
So that could be, maybe that's what underpin that.
But I think that's what's going to work for Nigeria, right? Like, rotational. You know, then you now merge. Yes, then you now merge that Swiss system. But we have to have a unified policy. But that's where there will be a problem.
Those who
unified foreign policy. Okay, go on.
Those who are advocating for, who advocate for turn by turn, I think they are arguing that is the agreement, that it should be 6 region. The turn by turn should be going through 6 region. By the time it went through the 6 region, that is what 30 years. The country must have been settled, right? Yes. That's what they had in mind, but I don't know why they continue to.
It's very simple. We have our electoral system, right? We have our electoral cycle, right? So when we vote, so in Lagos or in Southwest, people will vote for the candidates there. In North Central, they'll vote for the candidates there. In Northeast, they'll vote for the candidates there. So all of them, all those people are the people that are running our country. They are all running our country. So it's like what's the word I want to use?
They'll just take turn.
My issue with that one is that it still involves circling, and everybody will be waiting for their turn. And 8 months seems like, oh my God, that's wicked. Like,
no, it's to stabilize the country now until we get.
Hold on. It reminds me of this. Let me play this. You know, when this guy was saying 8 months, I was like, that means this guy must be finding.
When we have served 2 terms, we have not done much. And 2 terms was like 2 weeks. So we want to go more. So you want another term, and you must find an excuse. The first term I served, no, it was not a real term. But you were there for 5 years. Oh no, it was Parliament which chose me. I should have been chosen by the people, so that one does not count.
You see that? Now, imagine 8 months. That's crazy, man.
No, 4 months. So that 8 months, the person will still come back again. It may be 4 years.
Okay, they keep rotating. Yeah,
they'll keep rotating for like maybe 5 years or 6 years.
Yeah.
It will work.
So that guy that comes into office, when he changes something, then the other guy comes, they can reverse it.
And that's what I'm saying, that they will have a unified policy. They would have like a unified economic policy, foreign policy, everything is unified. You understand?
Hold on. They elect 3 presidents at the same time.
Yes, you got.
So it's a kind of presidential council now, but the only one person just running stuff at the same. But what are the other 2 doing while one is running it?
You guys should look at it like this.
Yes, now those 2. They are part of the council, but they're not the ones implementing the executive.
It's a kind of president council. The success of that is due to the fact that they are a small country. We would increase. Don't you, by the time we get to 400 million, do you think that will still work?
So if one of us are running Nigeria now, if I want to make any decision across the country, like that tax nonsense, I cannot do it without the fact that apart from even there's a consensus among the population, 4 of us will still need to reach an agreement.
Yeah, we have to tie each other's hand, especially in the context of Nigeria now. The North, their hand needs to be tied to an extent so they don't go crazy with their own agenda.
So it will be very hard.
This is my solution. This is my solution.
Against
this is what I prescribe. My state is big enough to be in charge of their destiny, but we are going to pledge allegiance to the Nigerian state. Why would not we do it like that? Every state is big enough to run their affairs, but with allegiance to the state in terms of currency, international trade, and all those.
But they're already doing it now. Why do we say that? They're already doing it now.
To Nigeria.
Why do we always say that the states are not running themselves? They are very, very little power that they don't have, you know.
To Nigeria.
No, they have so much power. Why do we say the states don't have power?
You are looking at that power very narrowly. You are not see, you Nigeria, if I they work for your company, it doesn't matter how much they pay me, right? You still be my oga. Allow me to go they work for outside, but I go see they call. No, they pay me. Make me go they work. Go they make my money. That's when free. That's when we know say you.
Yeah, but states can make their own money. I don't understand why we say the states right now they can make their own money if they want to. Nobody's stopping them.
To Nigeria, if I'm from River State, I get oil. Why I'll go to look for another job? It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand.
Just saying. We say states they fit generate their own income now. Now they tell you now. Yes. If I'm from River State, right? I have oil. That will cater for everything I need. Why would I go and be looking for any other work first?
But they are getting the oil resources now. They are getting money from the oil resources.
That's not so supposed to be to Nigeria. Now your platform for this, but how can they give you money? Money where you go collect from here today, me go collect them. I can't give you from inside.
Tonight, I'm just testing my mic. Can you guys hear me properly? Yeah.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Go ahead.
Welcome. You wanted to say something, or just listen?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so as we were saying,
thank you very much.
You are delayed. You are delayed. Go ahead.
I'm listening at the same time. I'm just, to be honest, it's not really my topic because, you're gone. Yeah, as you're saying, I heard someone saying about having a rotational system in governance, based on region or based on region or tribes. And I think that's a very bad way of leading the country, because if you leave it to rotational system, everybody is going to sit down and wait for their own turn. Yeah. So therefore, governance will be put behind, because then really truly you're actually giving people, a politician the opportunity to remain in power without having any scrutiny. Because if I know I'm going to wait for my turn, I'm not going to work so hard for it, because I know it's going to come to me. But if I know it's something based on merits, governance, someone to lead the governance, they have to be there based on merits, not based on tribe or religion or region. I totally disagree with that model. What I think you're facing, you guys, because the question is, are Nigerians actually, they have colonial mindset? My answer to that is, I'm not Nigerian, but based on what I see and what I observe, yes, and I think they actually are the biggest victim of colonial mindset in the region of West Africa as we speak. Looking at the things that they advocate, the things that they accept, to be done to them in their country by foreign powers, and also the things that they actually seeking or craving for. And I see a nation that craving for some part of the region that crave for the Western style system, but they do not know how the Western style system actually got there. They're not willing to follow those models. They want to go, the easy way to get there. And that's a very bad way of, looking at things and how to build a nation. You cannot build a nation based on a bad foundation because it's going to crumble, right? If you build a brick with just sand, the brick is going to fall apart. So that's not how it works. I think a country like you need someone who actually is there based on their performance. It's not based on their region or tribe or religion. It's based on their performance. But you have a big problem, and I think that's one of the reasons why you still haven't grown that yet compared to other countries in the neighboring West Africa in terms of providing electricity, clean tap water, and so on. Because these are not the things at the forefront of politics. What is at the forefront of politics in Nigeria is who is my tribe, who is if that president belongs to my region or religion. That is the most important thing. How they actually assess their leaders. And however, even if that leader comes from their angle, they actually doing bad, they will actually have people that will support them doing the bad things to others just because they belong to the same group. And by having that system in place, you're not going to build a nation leader. So now you're left with patriotism. Yeah. And now how you expect a nation to be patriotic when you haven't given them the reason to be patriotic? And I think you are one of the most unpatriotic nations in the continent, and have watched and listened to shows, and I've discussed that with you, to Niger. We have agreed and disagreed, about these things in different platforms, and it's all come down to patriotism. If you give the people a thing to hold on to in that country to say, right, this is what makes us Nigerians, regardless whether you're Hausa, Fulani, Kanuri, Igbo, Yoruba, Ijo, this, let's just hold on to this one thing. And that's what makes us move as a people, first. And then you have a leader who is ready to actually galvanize and actually stand to that principle. It will work as a nation. It's not based on rotational, presidency. And I think that's very bad for Africa or for Nigeria.
Well, how
that's my
about,
opinion
hold
on
on,
that.
Jide. How about the Swiss system that they have a presidential council where they elect people from the various regions? They call them cantons, and they go and sit in this presidential council, are governed together. They choose one person at a time to just represent them, but they make decisions together. What do you make of such a system?
Mm. Mm.
Wow, your delay is really long.
I am not too sure about that system. I haven't really looked into it, so I don't want to go into it.
Just to clarify,
How I'm like,
just to
man, you know me
clarify,
long
yeah.
enough.
Yeah, just to
If I
clarify.
see, is it okay?
I wanted to
Yeah,
just
yeah. So I don't know about that system. I need to look into it. But based on rotational power, yeah. Mm.
I think you need to go out and come back in again. Your delay is so long that we're talking about 5-10 seconds delay. That way we're talking about. He's hearing what I said over 10 seconds ago now. Go out and come back again. Jide, you were trying to say something.
Yeah, I was saying that he misunderstood what I said. I didn't mean that every 4 years we should have a Yoruba president. I think that was what he was interpreting. He didn't understand what we were talking about. I was saying that
I think he doesn't even like the Bosnian one too. When you say one at the time come out, he doesn't like that.
Yeah, because he believed that since the goal is to stable a country or to initiate a development, we need a stable leadership.
I think people making decisions together, forcing. I think Nigerians think about it. It's not only just because we want the best mind, or because 6 people making decisions is the best mind. To be fair, but if you also force them together, it's almost like a will.
But you are
saying,
making
you guys have to decide for us together.
You were making a point last week based on strongman, which I believe influenced that decision influenced the stage we are as a country, which is what man was trying to say that we are involved in. Because I think every stage, right, require a different leadership style or even total structure. At every stage of human, just like human being, as they develop as a kid, as a teenager, as a grown man, till you will die. That's how nation state, I believe, works. So at once we need to understand where we are, what we want, what today Nigeria want. We want for structures, right? That is the basis of industrialization. We want light, we want. So how do we arrive there? What kind of governance or government or a leader that can be achieved at a very fast time? Because we they credit China for achieving such development at a very fast rate without factoring their governing system that tailors with it. If they rotate the way everybody they rotate, do you think would have achieved what they have? I don't know. I'm just asking a question. So because we need to actually factor our that's why I say that we want to employ. We need to how do we practicalize in our own place because we're stubborn. Why do you ask the Yoruba people to wait all day? So I'm not saying it's not possible, right? But we should.
But the one I'm talking about, there's nobody waiting. Everybody's at the center at the same time.
That might be plausible to Niger. That might be plausible, but the problem with that is, who is at the center at that time and who is left out, and that's the question. And Jide, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, sorry, guys.
That means we have to compromise our religion.
We need to in Africa. This religious thing in Africa, religion. We need to put religion as a private issue in Africa. We need to put that. I'm a Muslim.
That's a good.
Yeah, we're Muslim. Yeah, we're Muslim. We're Muslims, right? We're Muslim. And me, I'm a Muslim. You might be Christian. The other one. As a Muslim, I don't want to inflict my religion on other people. My religion is private. In the far West Africa, where I come from, as a Fulani guy. We don't impose our religion on others. We take religion as a private issue. That need to be the forefront. When people are using religion.
Let me ask this. What is the governing structure where the state the country you come from? Does that the religions
I am from Sierra Leone. I am from Sierra Leone. You didn't know that. Sierra Leone is 70% Muslim, 30% Christian. Okay. And since we gained independence, we only have one Muslim president. Majority of the people that run Sierra Leone are Christians. Okay, so if we was going to say, it's Christianity that destroy religion that destroy a country, we the 70% Muslim in Sierra Leone would say, oh, the Christians, you have been in control of this country since independence. You have destroyed it. We can say you can never rule this country because you, the minority Christian, have destroyed our country. If that was Nigeria, that would have been the case. But in Sierra Leone, we don't look at it like this because we look at it as individual basis. Because these people, right, they whether they're Christians or Muslim, they still belong to Sierra Leone. They are people. They are our people. So we don't use that religion as a marker. And I've noticed in Nigeria, you do that. And like, for example, the Fulani in Sierra Leone are the third largest populated tribe in Sierra Leone. And they have time and time elected a Muslim, a Christian president. They never thought about thinking, oh, he's a Muslim or Christian. So we don't see that. That's not just the Fulani. All the other tribes, the Mende, the Timini, the Kru, the Limba, who are the original native of Sierra Leone. They never looked at it as a religion, as a thingy to elect or select a leader. We know for a fact if we don't want Christians to ever rule Sierra Leone to go near power, they can never do that. But we just thought they're a minority group. We should actually let them have that. Okay. And, it's all about fairness in a population. If you have a population that's not fair with one another, and actually look at the minorities and, you only look at the major tribes, you're going to be falling into a lot of trouble because all these major tribes they have, a major tribe will have a big agenda. Okay. They will have big agenda compared to a smaller tribe. That's why they dominate smaller tribes. We've been going through this in Africa for a long time. We should have the medication for this issue. But what I've noticed, Nigeria haven't managed to fix this yet. And
could that not be because as you are saying these things, and I was just thinking, as you are saying it, because it just occurred to me that if you look at Nigeria, like many African countries, they've had one leader to rule them for like 20, 30, 40 years. But Nigeria can't tolerate one leader for that long because they have these dynamics in different regions want to control and all the rest. So because Nigerians see themselves as totally different nations, this is where this comes in. If you have a system that gets everybody to the center, and also remember the spirit that makes a people decide to have 6 people from different regions go and represent them in the center, and then they have to decide stuff together in terms of because they are all six brains is better than one. So they have to decide stuff together. It's a kind of, how do I put it? It's like it even motivates them to behave better to an extent. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. It's like saying I'm here because people decide that we should make decisions on behalf of our people, and they forced us here together to work together. This is not one person anymore. We have to decide what is good for our people, because that Swiss system also is very, very powerful in the sense that the people have the power to yank them out and change the laws as they see fit. So it's called a direct democratic system. So they have so much power. The people have so much power.
Yes, but if the thing is, what you have in Nigeria is exactly what you have in the entire region of Africa. These were remnant of empires who have crumbled, and then the partition happened, and then those people that was part of those empires, and from different empires, probably that used to get on or used to war each other, end up in the same country. We have that all over Africa. All over West Africa, we have that. We have people that have been fighting one another under empires and now be united under the same country based on the partition that happened in Africa. But we managed to sort those differences out. But for some reason, you haven't managed to grasp that problem yet in Nigeria. It kind of shows that, people are lacking patriotism from the start, from the beginning of the building of that nation. Because if the nation was the beginning, because now, like for example, in Sierra Leone, we look up to leaders who were colonial liberators. We hold on to these guys because this one were the guys who helped us out, gain independence, help, bring infrastructure in the country. So we try to build up on that. But if you don't have that also, you're going to run into trouble. But for me, what I think you need in your country, you need someone who actually loves everybody, regardless of their tribe, region, or religion, who will come to power and say, look, my action will speak louder. I'm going to be so diverse. My government is going to be so diverse. Nobody is going to get left out, right? And every sector must be controlled by a different group. Because if you can have like certain sectors in government, you can, a group of people can control those sectors. That's much more important than the presidency. People don't understand that. So it's not all about having a presidency. It's all about controlling sector, having a stakehold into your country. And this is the key. It's all about being the citizen, be given a stakehold, and a reason to be proud of their country.
I hear what you are saying, but we are where we are right now, and I don't think Nigerians like any dictator at the moment. So you have a situation whereby how do we navigate from here? How do we navigate from here?
Naija, that is false accusation. What is the dictator presenting? What is he offering? It depends on the package that the president.
Maybe you have a point, because one of the point Jide made, I don't know whether it was him, when let's say Trump started bombing Nigeria and things became a little bit fragmented in the country, you could have a nationalist group in the military just emerge and say enough of this and kick everybody out. And
I said that.
So because that is possible. But however, the question now is, how do we navigate from where we are? How do you modify the constitution? Because that's the question Ovie asked about. Who has to lose from transforming the system from what it is right now, let's say, to a more direct democratic system, like on the style of fashion in the style of Swiss nation? Who has to lose if you did that? Ovie, do you? Okay, you did say you don't know. Do you have any idea who will lose if you did something like that? I have an idea.
Oh yeah, those who are in charge now will lose out, of course. The current beneficiary of this system, the few billionaires and those who have power, will lose now, because they have to reduce some of their power to accommodate people like Jide who are just coming in. Abi?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think they're a little bit. Rather than saying that they will lose out, I would rather say that the elite will be more vulnerable, in the sense that now there are checks and balances. So now they have to sit up to serve the interest of the people. So at that point in time, it's either they get fragmented, they are not together to conspire anymore. They are fragmented because you have some part of the elite like, we have to serve the people, and you have part of the elite like, we have to keep doing what we're doing, like them Tinubu and co. So they have to pick side. So now the elite will become fragmented because of the people. So I think that's what will happen.
The part I think that will scare them the most, the direct democratic path. If you tell them, okay, since president in the presidential council, they might tell you, well, they are still our friends, it's all right.
See, these
But
are our
direct
leaders.
democratic will scare them because they will say, these people will pass laws and remove laws and do whatever they like.
Yes.
They won't like it.
Yes, they'll get fragmented. Yes.
These are our leaders like the current life they are living.
Mm.
Anything that will bring threat to that, that's where our destiny lies. And that will force them to contain it, or we ask them to go away. We just have to go after their lifestyle. That's all.
But
that's all they have to sacrifice. They're not special.
Ovie and Jide, do you think if this is presented to the Nigerian people, this model is presented to the Nigerian people, do you think it's something that they will support and push for?
Well, if it is presented, it depends on the kind of Nigerians that it's being presented to.
Yeah.
Because
and I know who is doing the presentation too, it matters.
So if we're presenting, so the thing is, who are the people that will implement policies? Number one. Number two, if we're going to present, I would suggest that it's presented to the middle class. But the middle class of Nigerians, are they even properly informed to make policies? That's the problem. Are they properly informed? Because our people are just not, they are ill-informed. Like all the things Africa is saying, they are very valuable. Our people, even our middle class, they don't have that mindset. But
right. So hold on. Right. I think this fits Nigerians quite well, though. Because Nigerians are quite individualistic based on what Western people have shown them. Yes. Maybe the Northerners are not, but definitely the Southern regions are very, very individualistic. So they would like a system that they feel like is giving them power. But I don't know how it's going to come across today. No, I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, because you have. So the thing is, that's why I said it cannot be a unified. I don't know how to explain it. At first, it may be difficult for it to be a unified process because northern Nigeria, their values, their customs, the way they think, the way they see the world, is different from southern Nigerians. Like I said, in the southern region, we have more middle class. We have more people that are educated in the Western way, right? So I'll give an example, for instance. If you talk about like what are they calling it? Education, for instance. If it's going to be a direct democracy, how we can implement educational policies? In the South, we can reach a consensus. But if it's going to be as a nation, there will be conflicts because the Northerners, they would not agree. Because
and Jide, I agree on that because I mean, for that to in fact work, you need to be a ground. You have to lay the grounds first. People have to be educated, and education have to be compulsory. That's in the entire nation. You have to be first. People need to be educated.
I think you guys are underestimating the power of the top guy, the elite who are benefiting one way or the other.
And you need to get rid of elitist politics. You need to get rid of elites in politics. That's one.
Because
you need to get rid of elites in politics.
How those elites need to go? Like they have to be a class.
You have some kind of power that will face them out. Just like let's use the current administration of Donald Trump as an example. This is what they are doing. They believe that all the institutions have been co-opted, either by individual strongmen, some institution. So in order for them to carry out the overhauling that Trump is doing now, they need people's power. That's why the guy win overwhelmingly. So if he's going after you, it's no longer because no, he's coming because this is what the American people want, even if not they want. So if you want to do that, because it has to be both ways, you have to come out very strong against those who want to fight back. But that's why you have to again educate the people, but still bring the elite who are ready to say, okay, yes, I'm ready to give some of my wealth, right to because you have some of them who will see what you are saying.
But why would the elite lose anyway? Because the system will. If you see,
you want to adjust the system now.
Ovie, they are cooking.
Because the elite are gaining from the way the current system is constituted.
See,
that's why they will fight lose.
Let me make it easy for Ovie. It is easier for the elites to want to stay in power than for them to implement policies to develop the people. It's very easy.
So
because
how do we do that?
People is long term. You know what I mean? It's long term. So 4 years, I have 4 years to run the country. I'm not
but if you make an argument to the elites that if they develop the people in long term, they make more money out of it. I think somewhere along the line, we've lost touch of the fact that when you develop the people, it's like a farm. The harvest is a lot richer, just like when you develop your crop. It's just what it is.
But Tunanja, who are these elites? How did they make their money? If you steal my money, you can't tell me how to act. I'll go listen to you. I won't.
You know what? Elites can turn against elites if you tell some elites that they can make more money, while the other ones are still hell bent on keeping them small. They will turn on their fellow elite to change them.
So, but you have to
yes, I'm also you guys run on federal system, right? So how would that system work in federal system? I mean, if you're going to have a federal system, do it a federal way. If you're not going to have a federal system, don't do it, because when you mix those two things, when you contradict the federal system, that alone is a recipe for disaster.
Oh no, it's like that's how Switzerland is run to an extent. It's like we have 6 geopolitical regions already in Nigeria, so you can use that as a framework.
That's the point I was saying before the guy coming to Nigeria. This your platform, and the other 3 platform, right? That is linked to Dr. Dameji. So let's assume it now. Dr. Dameji, somebody come and merge you now. Say you have to be forced now to stay under one roof, right? But Dr. Dameji is the leader. Now, you this platform, just as you come out now, as I log every other one as you come here solely, Abi. Imagine you are making money, you are making money here, right? At the end of the month or at the end of the day, you will carry that money, go give Dr. Dameji. Dr. Dameji will go carry inside, give you. That is the system we are practicing on paper.
Right,
there's not, but that's a country though. Dr. Dameji is not. If Dr. Dameji is answerable to me, then that's fine. But it's not answerable to me as it stands.
No, how you go there and answerable to you when you go make money? Can they go give and go give you some? How does that work?
Yeah, him, Dr. Damages is still part of my establishment. You see what I mean?
No,
there's a difference there.
No, Tunanja, you are supposed to make money and say, okay, this is the amount I can afford, or this is the amount I want to take to the center, to Dr.
Damages.
That's how it should work, not the other way around.
In a way, that is not so dissimilar. No, you don't decide. It's based on percentages. You don't decide. It's not your decision.
No, who decide that percentage? You talk about where federal government they get 50-something %.
Yeah, but it's the same thing.
And the revenue. No, the revenue is generated from your backyard and is taking 55% of the revenue. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but what you are saying, the way you are saying it, you are saying it as somebody that is ready to steal a lot of money. Like saying, I will give them. Look at how he said it. Say, like, I will take it. I give them what I want.
So, to be honest with you, this elitism in politics is actually becoming a global. Sorry, my brother. This elitism in politics is actually becoming a global problem. It's not just limited to Nigeria. I mean, Trump, for example, is an elite in power. You know, some of the money, like Elon Musk, all this big money going into politics. You know, you can see how it's. Yeah, it's never been used to be like that. It used to be normal. Like that's why.
But Tunanja, I have issue with you having concern of how I spend my money. That's the problem. Why you concerned how
I have issue with you? Try not to pay to the national coffers.
No, I will pay what is agreed. But who determines that?
Dodgy. Yes, yeah, that exactly. But the way you are saying it, I will pay what I like. That is the
Tunanja, look at it.
So federal
government is coming to your house to generate money, and is taking 55%.
But that's how it is in America too.
No.
Actually, America they take far more in American states than from Nigeria states.
There's something we are missing about. There's something
by proportion, they take more from American state than the Nigeria.
No, but no, it is not. No matter what they take, it's never above what the state has or getting. It's never above it. That's the problem. Why you get 55%?
So I think the problem is that we are missing something here, and I think maybe Africa may relate to what I'm saying now. We forget to realize that, or to understand, maybe we know this, but we've forgotten that our elites, there's a dynamic relationship between the wealth of our elites, the capital generated within our elite, within the network of our elites, and the Western structure as well. So what I'm trying to say is that even how the money comes in for them to campaign, how they get all this wealth, They have donors. They have all these
Right.
networks,
Yeah,
capital flights and all that. So the point
Right.
I'm making is all those things need to be done. All those things to be cut off from. And for that to happen, they have to move away from the West.
Not
Right.
They
yes.
have to move away from the West for that direct
Right.
democracy to even happen.
Right. They need to be independent. I agree. They need to be independent. They don't need.
But it's
They
not
don't need
good
any.
They will not be very vulnerable. They'll be vulnerable.
Right.
It's not going to happen overnight. We say in the next 20 years that has to stop. How do we do that? That's why we have to start taking over our locality.
Right.
If I am in
From the
control of my
grassroots.
locality, I determine
You're both
how
right.
much
You're both right.
little by little will take over everything. We cannot shift it one by one. If I take over my community, I hold the leaders in my community accountable. If you are investing outside, you don't have a business to come and rule us. If you understand, you say that promoter for the locality, everybody hold their across the nation, local accountable. Before you know, that thing will not be even invoked again, taking your money out, because it's becoming too difficult. You go say it doesn't want it. Why do I have to go through all this?
But let's face it though, we can try all we want. Elite will always be elite. They will always make money more than the poorer people.
Yes,
out of the
I know.
default. The same is true in
It's
Switzerland.
just the world we're living in.
But we are just
So
trying
you
to
guys-
make sure.
But the problem with our elites, is that they do not care about national development at all.
Now, that is where you see this is where
that's
I
the problem,
think
innit? That's the problem. That's the
If you
problem.
look at Turkey,
That's the
Turkey has
problem.
elites. Turkey has elites. Look how much they invest in their sports. Look how much they invest in their economy. But they are wealthy in Turkey.
The problem,
and even Russia too. They have
But
oligarchs.
Did they to
But
stop
those
that?
oligarchs, they are
To
checked
stop
by the
that,
states.
To stop it, it has to do with what me and Tunanja are going back and forth with, right? In order for you to stop all those things, right, is for you to say, okay, where is this our elites getting their money from? Now our locality now. So lock your local down. That is as simple as that. Just lock your. That's why I thought say if every state Nigeria say na River State na they in control of that resources.
So that
how
means,
that would tell one country they determine how your oil is
okay.
That's you being on the table.
So if multinational corporations come and military come, how will you take over that place?
They will negotiate
this
with
is very complex.
No,
it's very
complex. Hold on. Okay.
Because the network is not about them just it's a network.
I like your question. If multinational is coming, instead of going to Abuja to negotiate, he will come and meet me for my village, my state.
Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened in Guinea?
No. I think you are kind of simplifying it a lot. Like multinational that is coming to the country, like in the case of Nigeria now, you can go to the States just like they gave P2B award and all kinds of stuff. But if it's something that affects national interest, they always goes through the nation. For let's say you want to do mining or something like that, the federal government will have to be notified, including in America. You can't just go to America and start the ground and
you said notify. I agree. You will give them the rules and regulation and all. I get it.
But the regulatory system
the money, the real deal, I have to be on the table. My village,
of course, but that's how it is now in Nigeria too, though.
But this is where strong laws and strong institution comes in. If you have strong laws and
you can bring foreign companies to Nigerian states.
I agree with Africa. Yeah, I think you need strong institutions to check those things. But at the same time, too, like I do not agree with the fact that multinational corporations will have to dictate the shots of how resources are being extracted with the states. I don't think I agree with that. I think
they cannot
even in the first place. What the way they even operate is wherever they're going to extract, they create instability anyways. A lot of the problems are happening in Nigeria.
Jide, you're right. They will create. They will create instability if they can. If they can't. Sorry. If they can. You see in Guinea, I'll give you a good example, guys. Let me give you a good example. Republic of Guinea, they having a general election right now. Out of all this, the AES, all these military leaders who took power, he's the one and only guy who went to election. when he took power about over 5 years ago, around 5 years ago, he promised that he's not taking power to remain, because the Republic of Guinea have always been in the hand of military leaders, apart of Sekou Touré and Alpha Conde. And now Sekou Touré was okay, he was a Pan-African, but he haven't developed Guinea. Guinea was still behind because he aligned with Russia. But when Lansana Conte came to power, who was a general, who was the longest serving president in Guinea, he realigned back to the French and West and stayed with Russia. However, these countries, Guinea have the biggest aluminium reserve on planet, right? They have the biggest aluminium reserve on planet. And these countries been there for all these years. They've been based, the economy was based on extraction. This president took power. He kicked Alpha Conde out. Now, Alpha Conde is a Mandinka. This guy that kicked him out, he's a Mandinka. He said, no, I don't care about tribe because you come from my tribe or this and that. In fact, you're very tribalistic against the other people. You're very corrupt. You have sold our land to the foreigners. And he's a former military guy who fought for the French Legion twice in Afghanistan. You don't find a lot of military officers that done that in the Sahel. None of them have, right? And he basically said, I am not going to tolerate this anymore. He said, we cannot be a free for all. So what he did, he canceled all the mining contracts. He renewed all the contracts. Rio Tinto is one of them who is in Guinea right now, that is an Anglo-Saxon company. He forced them to build a refinery in the country. Right now, Guinea got 2 aluminium refineries. If I'm not mistaken, they're the 2 only aluminium refineries in the whole continent of Africa. Guinea just managed to build the biggest gold refinery in Africa. Guinea Conakry, where the Fulani happen to be the most majority in Africa. Okay, Guinea Conakry. No, I'm just checking. But anyway, no, I'm going to leave that alone. But he managed to achieve that much in the space of how many years? And he got 24-hour electricity now. He's building roads, overhead bridges, giving education to the young children, and actually show them tribalism is not the way. Let's move forward and build this country. And today, he's winning the election almost on a 99%. There's not one cheating been recorded. He came in, he took power by force, right? Kicked them all out. He kicked in fact, what he did, he removed all the elites from Guinea, all the old elites who ran the country to the ground. He kicked them all out. In fact, some of them, he destroyed their houses, so they never come back again. Okay? Wow. So now he's saying, I have done so much for you since I've been in power. And hire me or fire me through the ballot box. And that's what he's doing today. And he's achieving it.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so right now he's doing it. So if Nigeria will have somebody like that, I'm not advocating
it was through a coup, right? It was through a coup.
It was through a coup. It was a coup.
This thing you're talking about is very interesting because it's almost something that happened with Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. Although it was a failed coup, then he came to contest and won. So what you're saying makes sense. And I've said it on this show before that maybe the reality solution, immediate solution we need in Nigeria is an anti-imperialist coup in Nigeria.
Coup is coup. I hate military rule. I don't like military rule, but temporary military rule, which is temporarily, is good for any country. Absolutely. And I think we need a strong.
Military rules are always meant to be temporary, otherwise they will be overthrown again.
This is a question for everybody. Where do you think that strong man will come that actually can defy all these our differences that we always? I mean, I'm not talking about us, but Nigeria.
Good question.
Right?
Good question.
Is that strong man going to come from the north, and you think everybody will start with accepting to lead, or would that person come from the side? This is a new question because that's where
very good question.
So that
should not matter. That shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
For me personally, I don't care. I don't care where the person comes from.
I know to us it doesn't matter. But that is our view is very minority in terms of the Nigerian space, right? So I'm not saying it's not impossible. True. But what is that thing that person will be bringing, or that we actually everybody go look past in sentiment, say, okay, I like that guy.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's a Muslim, if he's a Christian, if he's that guy will go.
You want to hear my answer? Maybe if he's mixed.
Mixed as in.
If he's mixed, maybe his father is Yoruba, his mother is Hausa. Maybe if he's mixed.
I don't.
Mixed, it will
Okay,
help.
that's for
And
Nigeria. For Nigeria, okay.
But what's it Bola
let
Tinubu
me
now?
let me just add
Bola
something.
Tinubu is a Muslim and he's a Yoruba.
Hold on now, Vie. If he's mixed, it will help. And if he also has people of other groups around him, that will quite. Let's say the second in command is from another major region, so you will see that.
To Niger, let me just agree with you there. 1 second, to Niger is the same thing the president in Guinea ran through when he overthrew Alpha Conde, who is a Mandinka. The Fula people in Guinea. I mean, when I say Fula, we it's Fulani, okay? Because I don't know why you people call us Fulani, but the tribe is called Fula, Fullah. So the Fula people in Guinea think, hang on a minute, you have a Mandinka guy that run the country for so long, and now you have a Mandinka military guy who's taking over power. What are you doing? So he wasn't settled. Even the military guy, he wasn't comfortable. He wasn't feeling comfortable in power because he feel like somebody is going to take him out anytime. But he's very smart because he's not a tribalistic guy. Yeah, he is prime minister who run all the affairs in Guinea. Is a Fuller guy. He appointed the Fuller guy, and most of the security minister is a Fuller. So he puts, even though he's a Mandinka as a military as a leader, but everybody else around it, he mixed the tribes equally. He mixed it, so no one can complain. That's what people need. People just need representation. Yeah, representation. That's all they need. Yeah.
Africa and
I agree.
Is Tinubu not mixed enough? Is somebody from the south and is a Muslim?
I see Tinubu as a Yoruba and a Northerner. I see Tinubu as a Yoruba and a Northerner. Tinubu would have been a perfect person to do this because he's a Yoruba man. Yes, but he's a Yoruba man from the south, but Tinubu ideology and his mentality. I don't think any Southern Nigerian have ever ruled Nigeria that understand Northern psyche more than Tinubu.
So you see what you are saying. Nobody come from Nigeria that will not find it easy to say this is what it is. That's why I argue we all kind of mix.
So to me, I was supporting him because for that reason. But obviously, as time goes on, I became disappointed on his policies because I see a guy who's a Yoruba man and who got a Northern psyche and who could unite the country. And I think the people around him obviously have messed things up. And also he himself is a bit too old to be in power, to be honest. And that's the reality. But in Africa, we need to find a level playing field where every tribe. Remember, Niger on Kaiser's show was talking about the minority tribes in Africa need to be more represented in governance. And we think the minority tribes in Africa need to be in place of power more than the majority tribe for a reason.
I think there's only as much as you can break up minorities in governance before you become a kind of bloated government. You just have to give people the power. I think this is why I keep going back to this. If Africa is so diverse that we can't even represent every minority so much, then let the people just have the power. Let them decide what they want to do. Everybody will vote. And remember, in a system where there is proportional representation, what tends to happen is that the minority power becomes amplified because two big sides could be fighting, then the minority will be the one that tilts the vote in that way. So they become very powerful. So you can have such a system that everybody's voice is well represented. But I think I really need to share this because these Swiss people, I don't know why other democracies didn't copy them. That's a question I probably need to research because I don't know how they did it. This is 1848. They came up with this. That's a long
time. Let me give you an hint. What is their major source of resources? Not be today hide people money, other country money. It's very easy to unite. It's very easy to unite against other people's resources, my brother.
No, they didn't start there. They made themselves that way. Okay, I think this. Let me play this. I think this is quite. Hold on. This has become quite instructive. Let me share this. This has become quite instructive.
We can keep a secret for 1,000 years if we take
Let me see.
1 billion.
I think it has become quite instructive actually because I feel like what happened to them is similar to what's happening to us. They don't trust each other. They really don't trust each other. These guys.
Do they have a religious problem?
They did not engage in any
They
conflict.
have all kinds of problems. See,
They've never engaged in any conflict to Switzerland.
For 200 years. See, one of the things they did too, and one of the challenges they had was relevance. They made themselves. This is where people often ask, "What are?" I think you not the one asking me. China must go there. What has the Nigeria? What leverage does Nigeria have? I think one man first asked the question, and you repeated the question. What they made themselves relevant. Let me play this.
I've just left a valley of Italian speakers, and a few minutes later, I pop into this valley of French speakers, but not for long.
Boom. We're in another tunnel, barreling straight forward again. It goes. Oh yeah, we got mountains. Mountains are growing. And just like that, I'm in another valley, another train station, and my mind is more blown than ever after visualizing those mountains. Again, it's also quiet. No one announcing that, hey, we're under the Alps right now. It just happens. It's smooth. It's quiet. And then you just arrive.
I'm off to a good start. I'm here at the foot of the Alps, but I haven't gained much elevation. That's what I'll need to do next. Start moving up. But first, after going under these mountains, you can't help but wonder why. What drove these people to dig these impossible tunnels for their trains?
These people now like 10 million them view.
This
I don't know why Nigeria they use them as an example.
Logically would never.
Is that not supposed to surprise you even more?
Speakers on one
It shows you what they can accomplish.
On another, you've got a French side over here.
Few people now.
An old language called Roman. You've got
successfully.
Yeah, they are 10 million and they are diverse.
Lots of alliances and cooperation here, but it was never one thing. Then there was that one time when Napoleon was taking over Europe, and he drew a line around all these people, tried to get them to unify under one government, which they deeply resisted. The people here wanted to be neutral, but armed, independent, even from each other. Napoleon goes on to overstretch himself and lose all of this land, including Switzerland. So the empires get together and consider slicing this all up between them, but instead accept Switzerland's proposal. They like having this neutral political cushion between them, a buffer zone that would prevent them from going to war.
So Nigeria is France, Switzerland, Australia together.
So the people here survive. They
could not force them to live together, but they force us to live together. They want us to be successful.
Task of uniting this diverse mix of people and geography after centuries of fierce independence. Should they have a more powerful central government or stay really scattered? They fight a war about this, and the stronger central government people win, and they write a constitution for this new central government. Now, meanwhile, in the rest of Europe, trains are trending. But Switzerland is way behind on this. They only have 40 kilometers of railroad at this point. It's time for them to catch up. Look at how fast this is all happening. I mean, here's Europe in the 1880s. All these black lines are railroad tracks. And look, with a little help from British planners and some serious fervor from private companies racing for business, Switzerland suddenly has the densest rail system on the whole continent. This is 40 years after they established their new country. Now, to be clear, it's all pretty chaotic and unorganized, but generally it's going pretty well. But wait, why aren't they building any tracks over here? This small, poor, politically fragile nation just hit the Alps, and the private companies can't justify digging through all of this. So this is where it ends. They're not going to keep going, are they? Oh, yep, there they go. So they dig and dig and dig, and people die and lungs turn black, but they keep digging. So wait, why and how are they doing this? Well, what happened is that new central government stepped in. They had jurisdiction over public transportation according to the Constitution, and they didn't want this rail bonanza to end. So they decided to subsidize these companies to start digging into the Alps to secure their place in Europe. If they could dig a hole through the Alps, it would be a game changer for trade in Europe, especially between these two big empires. And, they hoped, instead of becoming a forgotten, inaccessible mountain kingdom, they could position themselves as the neutral trade hub, capable of connecting Europe despite this huge wall of mountains. They get Italy and Germany on board, both spiritually and financially, allowing them to do this very costly thing. So it's the 1800s, and this poor cow farming country is learning to dig into the dark, solid wall of granite, hoping that they won't hit an underground lake, and trusting in math, praying that this digging experiment will work to get them in on Europe's rail economy and turn their geography into diplomacy. And it works.
You see, what you learn from there is not just how you build a nation, but also how you make your nation relevant. They forced their way for that nation to be relevant. That is the hard work it took them to do.
No,
now,
but Tunanja, there resisted something that we have not able to resist yet. An attempt to join Germany, France, and them together, which is what we are facing. These three big nations, the Yoruba, the Igbo together. So we are still fighting to accept ourselves yet. So they did not go through that process. That's why I said
no, hold on. They didn't join together. They remain individual. But that is what we are now. I don't know why we keep saying we join together. We are still separate.
You don't understand. We are too big. You cannot tell 40 million people to see things your way just like that. That's the struggle we are going through. The Igbos are 40 million, the Yorubas are 40 million, the Hausas are 40 million. There is no way you can just come and say, you have to, it will take time.
No, but the whole point is for them, all of them to have a say. Why do you think they came up with that formula?
We are in that process now to Nigeria. We are learning how to stay under one command. We are in that process right now, people. Until we get out of this process before we can talk of development.
That is what we are talking about. That's what we are talking about. And the reason why I like
that's the path we run.
Sorry, the reason why I like it.
Want to go.
Hold on, calm down. Okay. One of the reasons why I like it too that I forgot to mention before was because it's harder to compromise them. Because now, if you have a system where people have a say, where anything you negotiate with their leader, the people are like, what? Like, you know how Tinubu went and gave our tax details to France right now? If it was Switzerland, they will carry out a referendum and cancel that nonsense out. So that's the kind of stuff that they do.
You know why? Because
it's harder to compromise their leaders when the people can have a say. You see what I mean? And you have 6 of them. 7 of them.
In all fairness, I mean, prove me if I'm wrong. In all fairness, in all fairness, prove me if I'm wrong. In Nigeria as it is, the only people that do not really want to be part of Nigeria is one region, the southeastern region.
They want to be part of Nigeria.
They're the one that be more vocal about not want to be part of Nigeria.
It's just their way of expressing discontent.
Why do you think they don't want to be?
Okay, I think Biafra War was one of them, which I understand. Is a bit shocked that even after all that killing in Nigeria, there was not one single commemoration for Biafra and trying to build reconciliation among the group of people to make them feel belong. But however, going the way some people going on, the way they dealt with it, even though they might be a victim, also did not help them galvanize support from the other side. But that's a topic for another day. For me, what I see is it's easy for the North and the Southwest and maybe even the South to unite easily as one country than the other region, than the Southeast. And I'm saying this clearly because I can count few tribes from this, like the Yorubas are in Sierra Leone. You find Yorubas all the way to the further West Africa. They live among us. We welcome them. They are our people. Yeah.
They have something in
common. We have a lot in common with them. Yeah.
No, they have religion. Hold on.
No religion. No. My best friend is a Yoruba. It's not Muslim. Adetayo is not Muslim.
Hold on.
But I'm just saying. Let me just finish my point.
We're not talking about relationship between you and your friends. That's not what we are talking
about. No, we're talking about the tribal relationship. The tribal relationship and historical link. Let me just make this clear. The Fulani, the Mandinka, and the Yoruba have been interacting the days of the Mali Empire and the Nupe, the days of the Mali Empire and the Songhai. That's before religion. I'm talking that this is way before Islam. I'm talking about pre-Islam. Over here, 1 second, man. This is prehistoric Islam, yeah? And you have the Ijos in the South. Now, we are more closer to the Ijos than any other group in Nigeria. I don't know if you people know that. in also Fulani, we are very close to the Ijos. The Ijos are in Sierra Leone, they're in Liberia, they're in Ivory Coast. Then you find them all over our region. We are part of the Ijos. The Ijos are part of.
I always thought so that those riverine people, they from Nigeria to almost they look alike. There's
you know the reason why? Do you know why?
Yes. Yes.
Because now entry and exit points, they are always in contact. So people that pass through that road,
No, the Ijos are in the the Ijos were in the sea. They see people, you know. And in fact, if you look at the history, they came from Lake Chad to where the delta is today. But if you look at the Niger River, it comes from West Africa, from Guinea, all the way and it spill it down to the Southern Atlantic. This is a route that people have been using throughout history in West Africa. The Niger River is the sacred of West African tribes and people. This is the river that used to flow with gold and all kind of minerals.
So see, you now
are supposed to be autochthonous. I don't know where they say it comes from the north.
Say that again. Say that again to
the Jaws didn't come from the north. The Jaws
they did not.
Has been autochthonous.
They're from Lake Chad. They came from Lake Chad to move around, just like loads of African tribes. Trust me. Lake Chad used to be the hub. Yeah, go on.
Africa, listen first. Listen, you are arguing against Nigerian reality. The relationship between the North and the Southwest cannot be underestimated. They want presidential elections based on that. Muslim
because of the historical is a trust that is between them, as I just mentioned, is a historical factor, and that's very important.
But
Africa, but
sorry.
Are
you ready to listen at all? You just want to listen to your own theory.
No, I will listen.
The relationship
I'm going to mute and listen.
Between the Ijos and the other people, it came because of their location. They live on water. Water was in and out of the planet.
I agree.
Yes, so talking about this, they just decide to say, "Oh, we're not going to do relationship with you, but we won't do with you." That's not how it works.
No, because so you find them in other West African region, and
in Nigeria, you cannot overlook the relationship between the North and the West along the religious line. They won election with that. Nobody can
I don't think religion. It's not about religion whatsoever. For you to think is.
Can I talk?
So hold on. You say it's not about religions. They won election with it.
But they use that. But they have relationship together before Islam.
So that's our reality. Something they use.
Calm down. Oh, what you're trying to say is that they won. That it had a political ramification in the sense that you had a Muslim ticket. But the point that we are making is that the relationship between Yorubas and Fulanis is not necessarily because of religion. They are two different things.
Absolutely not because of religion.
That's why I'm saying, you can theoretically visualize everything. Our reality prove you wrong.
Okay, I'll give you a good example. Our mayor in Freetown, Yvonne Akisoya, she's a Yoruba Christian. Last election, we have Gento and Akisoya. Okay, now Akisoya is Yoruba, Gento is Limba. Now Limba are the original people of Sierra Leone. All the other tribes in Sierra Leone came there from Guinea, okay, and Liberia. Because Sierra Leone was part of Guinea before. Let me just finish my point. The majority of the Fulani voted for Akisoya, the Yoruba Christian woman. They did not touch Gento, who is a Muslim, Limba, who was using religion as a tool to gain power in Freetown, because he was like, Freetown was never run by a Muslim. This time we're gonna crack the whatever. And guess what? Election day, majority of people vote for the Christian woman who is Yvonne Akisoya.
I don't understand your argument first. I don't understand this in the politics of Sierra Leone. But in
I'm talking about my context.
Yeah, but in Nigeria, I am telling you our reality. We want presidential election based on religious tickets. If religion is not there, they will not use it.
That's bad. So now you're adding fire into fire. You already got problems that divide you.
I think we are over stating some of the various links we have. I think in some ways
it was Obasanjo a Muslim. Was Obasanjo a Muslim?
No, let me add. I think what Obi is basically, I don't know whether that's what he's saying, but I think what he's saying is that your assumption that it's just the South can easily get along is not necessarily true. That it could, the North could also have reasons to get like the South South, the North and the South
Okay,
are
I got
aligned
that.
aligned in some ways too. But my take is that if you want to implement such a system, like a more representative system, you are more likely to hit a brick wall in the North than the South. The South is already individualized to an extent. They tend to think individualistically. So if you tell them, hey, power to the people, they are number one for that. The Amino Kano people who believe in the Talakawas. I don't know whether they tend to align with such thinking too.
I don't know that. I don't know what that is.
Tunaja, let me prove you wrong. Jide na Yoruba man. My surname na Agbaje. I know if you win election for where Jide come from, even though my papa name na Yoruba name.
Right. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Our reality.
That's wrong.
That's our
That's
reality.
wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah, but because the nation has not done their due diligence to bring the nation together. That's my point. So, but the point I made just now,
A Yoruba, sorry, Tunaja no verso. A Yoruba man that bear an Igbo could not win election. They use it against him in Lagos.
Oh, you've already made that point. Now, why do you keep repeating the same point? You've already made the point. But I wanted to ask you this question: regarding the North, how do you think if you tell them a presidential council system? I don't think they have a problem with that, but that representative system of government where the people have power, do you think it will fly in the North? It's something that they will concede to, because the emirs may not find that very funny. The northern elite may not find that very, maybe I'm stereotyping here, but from the impression I get, they may feel that they have a lot of power to lose, because suddenly all those their fellow Muslims are the ones carrying out referendum to counter their ideas. I don't know what that will mean. Do you think they will allow that to flow, or is it something you can do in such a way that some parts become less democratic than others? You can't implement a direct democratic system half and half in the country. It has to be everywhere. So maybe
I
that's
agree with that.
fight.
In terms of the emirs and the sultan in Nigeria, I mean, they have their leader of their own group. For example, the sultan, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. He's not just the sultan of northern Nigeria; he's the sultan of the entire Great Sahel. I don't know if you guys remember when this AES guy were sanctioned, by ECOWAS. He's the one. Yeah, he's the one that went around and actually begged for the government to actually release, because his population is suffering in the region without food, and it was during the Ramadan. So, but however, I don't think the emir should be respected in terms of his opinion based off his population that he have underneath him. But I don't think the emir or the sultan, should override the governance of the day. Okay, and this is why.
Do you think they will accept a direct democratic system where the people have the power to overrule the government?
I think they will. I think if this system benefiting their population, like the Muslim and Christian population and the non-religious population, I can't see why anyone would oppose it, because then it would be direct conflict between them and the people that they're representing.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So, are we all in agreement that it would be beneficial for Nigeria to have such a system?
How to have it is the problem. It's not about having it.
We have to get one first.
But we can find a way.
Naysayers, any piece of progress. Let's agree on one first. Are we in agreement first? Then we worry about how we are going to get it.
They study Nigeria. Now, regional government is just described. We practice it before we come to where we are today. Every regions are having equal say, developing that competitive base. So it's not new.
We had one prime minister then. That was the difference. We had one prime minister then. But everybody.
It doesn't control the region just because he's a prime minister. Go and study that.
Yeah, but that's not but that's a different system though. Did you hear what the streets said? They had a powerful center.
I am not saying that the system was bad. I am only making a point that there's a reason why they did not allow it to work beyond 10 or 15 years, because they didn't practice it for long. It was more like an experiment. So he
had a weak center. That's the difference. He had a weak center.
Okay.
That has always been my problem with this state police talk too. Nigeria, the center is too weak to manage the states. Even when I was bringing a small drone into Nigeria once, and somebody sees the customs seized the drone. And I said, but this drone, I took it from Heathrow and it was fine though with the UK people. They don't have any problem. I say, yeah, do we look like we are UK? We don't have the technology to manage the drones. We can't manage these drones. So, but the UK, they have the technology to manage it. That is, so basically what he was trying to tell me was the power differential, technology differential between the UK and Nigeria. The UK can manage a drone, but we can't.
But
And
again,
that's the same
on
thing you have to think about when you're dealing with Nigeria.
On Syria alone case, there's no way you can have religious or tension because one side is 70%. There's no way you can have religious
you just moved the point I was making. Oh, yes, stop shifting the point I'm making. I'm talking about the center.
I am not against
the power in the center of Nigeria needs to be strong if you want to have if the power in the center was strong, that confederation system we had before would have survived. But it was so weak.
Yeah, but my response to my brother, my response to my brother, my response to you is in Sierra Leone, of course, Christian are 30% and Muslim are 70%. But
so that's a given.
it's not because this happened based on I don't know. We're not. That's because this is happening because we're not looking at things.
You don't have to other people. He seems very proud of that. Muslims are 70%, and he's still a democracy.
And the funny thing is, and religion in Sierra Leone is very fluid. Someone could be Christian one day, and next minute they're Muslim. Someone could be Muslim one day, and next minute they're Christian. In fact, the one last week, I was one second. Let me just land. Let me land. Last week I was watching a blogger in Freetown who went to church, right? He went to church and he sat in the church and he looked on his left is one guy who was a Muslim. His entire family is a Muslim. And he saw him sat next to him in church. He's like, wow. He's like, how come? I knew you. We grew up together. Let me just finish. He asked my man, why are you in church? You're not being a Muslim. Sorry, one second. My man responded to him is my entire family is Muslim.
Let him talk.
My entire family is Muslim. What is the problem if I decide to be a Christian?
We are not here to waste our time. Stop making
okay, all right. I'll wait and listen to you over here.
It is the power that counts. My elder brother are Muslim, my wife not Christian. It doesn't matter. What is the outcome? That's what we're talking about. If I'm 70% and one person is 30%, what should I worry about?
The outcome is bad because since independence, we haven't had really good leaders. They were all, bad. But I will never sit there and say it's because they're Christians. That's the difference.
Africa, can you listen for a minute? There's no way there will be a friction between 70 and 30%. It doesn't matter that they are doing well or bad. There will never be a friction along that line. But when you see they argue.
What is this one talking about? This crazy dude. Now, Oga, you started again, no? You started your nonsense again.
It doesn't matter if they are living in peace or they fight.
You know what? I need to bring that image back. Oga, you must feel comfortable with this image. I must say, you looks like you. Oga, you looks like you're gonna like that image.
I have a different view about this image too, Nanja.
Okay, go ahead.
The image I am seeing here, is a young man. You understand? Who doesn't know who he is. Not the other way around. Not because they want man, they form a lord or they form a dictator. That's not the point. The young man does not know who he is. That's the only way you can actually either succumb or listen to anybody from a dissenting point of view.
Yeah, but that is
because you don't know who he is.
Isn't that what the purpose is?
But that is not that's nothing to do with the man who is worrying over him.
No, it has something to do with the man because the person is looking up to.
I see the image.
If you don't know who you are, even my gate man, you go lay down for him.
Yeah, but that's my point. But the person that they are actually looking up to are Westerners.
Yeah, the white master, the white god, the colonial.
Colonial masters, they are the ones. I'm sure Oga
the savior. Papa, come save me. Papa, come save me. Even though I know you've been a child, you've been a sex whatever in America. He's been doing so many evil to other black people. Yeah, he's done so many evil to other black people. It's crazy. Africans, we have reduced ourselves to nothing. Nothing.
Make I tell you another side
Honestly.
we don't want to talk about. We always accuse the Fulanis, the outsiders, of trying to colonize everybody. Oga asked me, why is also people, that's my people from Edo State, why did they bear the last Yoruba name? It is because we are under their control too. They try to colonize us. By fire, by force, the Yoruba people. It is not by saying, no, because we like that they bear my papa name now, but is it because we like them? No, it's because of the influence over us. So if you give any of these people a chance, they will eat you raw. It's not because only Fulani they do them. Themselves they do them. So that's why we end up with the Yoruba.
Okay. So I mean, the world that we're living in, you know, we have always had this issue, regardless, you know, where we find ourselves, and you know, majority always trying to regain their strength over the minority. But however, you know, the reality is assimilation is very important. You know, when people live together and they intermarriage, like in West Africa, for example, we had all this surname issue. You will never go to West Africa, you know somebody by their last name. If just because of their tribe, the only people you might find out a little bit is the Fulani, and even them, not all Fulani. You know, today there's some Fulani who have certain names to the other tribes, some other tribe who have certain name to the Fulani. So, you know, like the Kamara, the Bangura, the Koroma, the Kante, the Conte, and all these people, like people from different tribes. So, and they mix. Intermarriages has been very, very common in the Far West, and I think that's how we managed to live in cohesion for so long. And if another major tribe have managed to do that, and by intermarrying with you, and you share last name with them, and share culture with them, and you exchange, that's not a bad thing. That can be a good thing, you know, for everlasting peace. Because we have, I don't know about you guys. No, sorry. I don't know about you guys. You never had tribal wars, but we had so many tribal wars. We had to find a way to live together, and we managed to achieve that.
Hold on. Let me just add it. Hold on.
Guys.
Okay. You know what? Let's allow me and Jide talk, because you are over talking everybody. Be fair now.
All right, I mean,
correct on our biases now. That's what I'm
I
doing.
just went to more breaking news now. Fox News, I write on breaking. It's like an headline. I don't know if I find the breaking news, but I also read nice. It's today. They are now saying, let me read for everyone to listen. This is a news. Let me read it. This is a paragraph. In addition to IS Sahel, there is also IS West Africa Province, ISWAP, which supports and coordinates with IS Sahel in northwest Nigeria, the so-called Boko Haram, and the Al-Qaeda group of Ansarullah, and the group for support of Islam and Muslims, which, like IS Sahel, is a group mainly based in Mali and Burkina Faso. But in recent years, have also made inroads into Nigeria that has effectively made the Sahelian and Nigerian conflict one large conflict. We are done. So, you see, what they are trying to do now is they want to target all of us together. Now, what I think they will now do is, because the Nigerian government is now a lapdog to Uncle Sam, they will now use the Nigerian military to go and attack the Sahel. I predicted this.
No, Nigeria will not accept it. No, Nigeria. See,
no, they will try and use a base.
Northerners will not accept. Except
you see what
there is Northerners will not accept it. Northerners will not accept it. The Sahel people have to attack Nigerian badly.
I'll copy the headline.
You guys are describing the whole world. America are not ready to use any other military. They can come in and out under seconds without you even doing anything. That is the demonstration they did in Iraq and what they did in Nigeria. The idea they will use Nigeria now, you know, go happen. They have developed their technology to a point that they don't need anybody here. They will breeze in, breeze out. That's the new world we live in today. So there's a reason the guy target ISIS. All these years with the Boko Haram, but all of a sudden ISIS go target. Why? Because that is a bigger fish to fry. That can be every machinery can be deployed against.
You know why he mentioned ISIS?
Yeah, that is nothing. See, these are people with a military base, with a drone base in Niger. They kicked them out just last year or so, and suddenly now they want to come back to Sahel
Well,
again.
just rubbish, man.
And
Just
in
rubbish.
a year where Dangote just announced that he's going to be shifting production to almost 1.4 million barrels. They see movement in
Naija, speak.
Africa.
I
They see
agree.
movement.
I agree
See,
with you.
stop interrupting all the time,
You are
please.
describing yesterday.
Come on, man. Come on.
Let
Don't
Tuna
do
just
that.
speak, man.
Don't do
Let him
that. You
speak.
keep
Let
stopping us
Tuna
from
just speak
talking.
now.
See, they see progress in West Africa and they are trying to snuff it out. And if they think the Nigerian soldiers and the Northerners are going to support their fight in the Sahel, then they need to have their head re-examined.
One large conflict. That was what they said. I sent the headline.
I think one of the ways they can trigger that, if you ask me, they could have a military under some kind of spy level operation, go there, cause problems. Then the war comes to Nigeria, then the Nigerian military will respond. Then the Northerners will not have a choice.
But my concern,
Can I bust your bubble?
That will happen. I doubt it.
Can I bust your bubble?
Go ahead.
They know USID. They know scrap arm. Are they see
USID?
Are they see operating?
Yeah, they did.
No,
they scrapped it. You're right. Yeah.
Have they scrapped? I don't think they've scrapped it too. I don't think they've scrapped it.
Exactly.
No, they said they stop it.
Hold on now. They develop another method.
Okay.
I guarantee you, Jide, mark today up. Within the next 10 years, there will not be AFRICOM.
Maybe.
You guys, they analyzed yesterday word. These people no need to consider for your ass.
Oh, have you read the National Security Strategy document?
The day when it come out, now
have you read it?
Upload them.
Okay,
the paragraph now they give Africa. The day when they drop them, I read them. I talked about it. So I know
So when you read it, what did they say? They talk about the fact that they still need our mineral resources, didn't they?
It's all about our mineral resources. They are here to.
So if you agree on that, so why are you saying that they are not going to have to come directly to come?
I said they are not going to use the technique that you are describing. They are not going to use your military to achieve the same results.
I don't think our military is ready to do that. Our military is full of people that have affinity towards Sahel. They will not do it.
Nah, they will do it. I agree. Because the Sahel is already Northern Nigeria. Northern Nigeria is already supporting the Sahelian guys anyway.
Okay. I hope so too.
I advise us to be patient. There are new technology that will be unveiled that humanity never see them before. Be patient. We are just getting started. When they say the world won't change, not like 160 degrees.
Stop going on. You're overdoing it now.
I am not saying America. Hold on. I am not saying America. I am saying the world they change. Every other actor said they involved. I'm not saying America is going to
see, Ovie,
but the way we fight is not going to be the way we do things.
Ovie, I am more optimistic to an extent. What makes me slightly more optimistic is the fact that because of technological advancement now, it means that the world can transform very, very quickly for them and also for us. Because China took a long time. We have to get our act together. That's why this conversation is important. We have to get our act together because when the time comes, with the access to technology that is out there, we could advance quite rapidly, maybe even shrink the time of growth compared to what China did. Yeah, exactly. We could rise very, very fast.
The best for you too, Nigeria. The best for you. What do you mean when the time comes? This is the time.
Ovie, you're quite pessimistic in terms of certain things.
The guy like fight.
Ovie, you're quite pessimistic. Sorry.
The urgency of now. You say the time.
No, I understand, but right now,
I understand what you are saying.
No,
you sound like Ologbesere. You sound like Ologbesere of the Obarowe court. The guy that was war.
You know why I'm concerned? Okay, let me talk now. Let me talk.
Hold on, Jide, sorry.
Let us.
We are still fighting for leadership.
You are saying the same thing. Okay, so what I want to say now is, you see, what's going on right now is, if you clearly read the National Security Strategy, America said they're not going to go with boots on the ground to every country anymore. They have so much tentacles already. And they'll be using their partners. For to help them to to address security challenges across different regions. They said it. If you read the document, number one. Number two is that there are some subtle signs that I don't trust Nigerian military. Remember 3 weeks ago, they took the plane to Burkina Faso. Remember that time when they dropped bomb in Benin? They went there. Then after that, the foreign ministry delegates, they went there to apologize. Then this is happening just a couple of days ago.
Official, later on.
Before that, Ibrahim Traore said that there will be a black winter because all this chain of events, we need to connect the dots. Niger,
We all know. See, let me say this. If I mark my words today, I don't know whether I'm right, but it might prove relevant. By 2027, will be a fulcrum in the world because of the rise of China. Question you have.
There will be what? There will be what? Sorry.
There's going to be a fulcrum in the world by the 2027. And this is why they are putting a squeeze. Since that report came out, I think 2 or 3 years ago, there has been an acceleration of squeeze. And you can see the acceleration with Israel, recognizing Somaliland. They are trying to change the equation on the ground as much as possible.
Even Iran,
yeah.
President just said that they've declared war against Israel and US and the West today. I was today or yesterday.
Iranian president.
I'm telling you.
So there's a lot accelerated because they feel that if they start a war now, if they change things now, then they will slow China down or China may not eclipse them. But I don't think that would be the case.
Ask one question.
So we should be prepared. No, the reason why I'm saying is that we should be preparing to pick sides sooner or later. This thing that we do side by side is not going to work out. You have to pick a side sooner or later.
But the non-alliance is not working for Nigeria, is it?
It never works. If for weak nations, it doesn't work until you become a bit stronger. Then you can start.
Yeah, it's true. I agree.
You know why they interject often? Because una see they describe yesterday world. The World War III is already in progress.
I just described
it. In progress. What do you mean by telling?
Isn't that what I just described? That's just what I just described.
They don't believe say it go reach 20, it go reach in the 30s. We go actually get it out. We go all these things go they progress in we enter 30s, 1930s.
By 30s, it may be too late for us. Some
for us Nigerians.
For all black people, actually. For all black people.
It's already too late. That's why I'm angry with you.
It's not. There's this tiny window. This is what I'm telling you. That's why I used to.
Over here. Do you know we have? Do you know they have enough? They have everything in the ground in Africa to actually build. This dangerous thing that they're threatening us with in Africa without importing a single material. All we need is the expertise.
You guys don't understand.
No, but I totally just finish. Yeah, let me just finish, bro. Yeah, all we need is the expertise on the ground to do it. And as Tunai just said, forget about this non-alliance. It's not going to work. This pussy in half stepping is not going to work anymore. We need to have a solid, strong alliance to align with conditions that they're going to help us build our military capability.
Yes, I agree with you guys. But the question is that it's our conversation, it's our not be us here as a people. Is it center on fighting that ground, or we are still fighting who go lead?
For you in Nigeria. Don't talk for me. Don't talk for me. For you in Nigeria, this is what I'm saying. This is why most of us in West Africa, we're looking at you guys online, the stuff that you talk about, and what you engage in. You are holding us behind. Nigerians are holding the sub-region behind you. Now you actually have finally got the monster to start poking their eyes on us.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Take care. But you in Nigeria, you are engaging.
I agree with you guys. It's like you guys are a little bit behind, right? We are not even discussing what we agree on that is the next thing. How we go take catch up. That's not even also our leaders. I'm not even talking about us. They are struggling to say that me go lead. Why the other world is busy negotiating how they go finish out to pieces. Where they say, na me go lead, na me go do the. So that's why I kind of.
No, it's sad.
Yeah, but what is that you got in your hands? I hope you are not having this thing. You are ruining my life. Don't do that. Don't be. I'm seeing some stuff in your hand.
Hold on. Let me. I'm not smoking or about to smoke. But
okay, because you have it in your hand.
No, let me ask you. Why is it going to ruin your life?
Because live. Because if
I know.
They will say why.
Tonight let him burn, man. As long as it's making sense, it's fine.
Let's have a conversation.
Let him burn.
Why you go ruin your life?
Because it's not the people that watch it now. You know, I'm used to Dr. Damage. The standard is different.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can't.
yeah, it's true. But if it's making sense, let him smoke.
I agree. I'm not trying to disagree with you, right? But yesterday you made a point that I cannot agree with you. That the reason we should not give old people power is because they are not fluid, they cannot change, they are dogma.
Yeah,
that's what you are. That's what you are doing.
No.
Oh my God! And you use your own analogy. You they think, oh, that's what Dr. Damage's standard is, right?
No. That I know what you are saying. I hear what you are saying, but that's also my standard because I don't want our young people to get caught up with those type of things. You see what I mean?
Isn't that okay? You understand what I say? We are not even ready. You are not ready. You don't understand.
Not ready for what?
Hold on now. You don't understand your stand on this thing. You don't. It's not even coming from your understanding or from your intellect. You take that.
I understand enough. I understand enough.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not dogmatic. I see. It's not dogmatic. There are some people that can handle it, others can't. That's a fact of life.
That's not. And they come and tell me everybody go there smoke. That's not the point.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be at the forefront.
All right, let's move on. Let's move it on.
I am not saying you should concede. I am just referring to your own understanding.
No, I get your point. I think in some sense, you have a valid point. But like I said, in all public endeavor, is the greater good you have to focus on. And I actually believe this one is for the greater good, at least in the current dispensation. And but that said, I wanted to share something that I found. I did some analysis about what Nigeria is losing due to insecurity. And it's very interesting that even an AI used a term that it's funny. I was using those terms once. I don't know whether it's spying on me. I don't know. All this AI, you can't always trust them. But use a term that I used to use. Do you know that Nigeria has lost? Let me see if I can share it so you guys can see it yourself. So I don't just talk. Let me see if I can move this, share it. So this is how much Nigeria has lost due to insecurity based on analysis. Let me see what is summarized there. So look at that. A conservative estimate for the last 10 years, Nigeria has lost 1.2 trillion. And an aggressive estimate 1.7 trillion we have lost due to insecurity alone. So overall cost. So as you can see, this is the graph it drew out. And let me see. There was one place it said, okay, it says Nigeria has lost between 1,000. This is the security, far gone investment, and all that. You give the proceed. There was one. No, I was trying to find that place he used that sentence. I found that I started laughing. I said, "It's like this guy is spying on me or something." When GDP lost, let's see what it says. Best estimate. That's in Naira. Change it to this thing. Let's see what it says. He says what he says was that the Nigeria government is spending. That's the term he used. He said Nigeria's government is spending on insecurity versus on defense. I really found that very interesting. Like, okay, yeah, this is it here. So whoever is watching should check this out. He says, bottom line, Nigeria is spending $40 to $50 billion per year on insecurity through lost economic activity, stolen oil, displaced population, destroyed infrastructure, and diverted government resources. Then the proposed outpost program will cost 7.115 billion in 1 year and 2.75 billion annually thereafter, roughly 6 to 7% of what insecurity currently costs. So as you can see, as we stand, this is what Nigeria loses per annum due to insecurity. $40 to $50 billion. And the cost to secure the country, creating such grade of outposts, military outposts, that will mitigate it by 80%, at least from what it says, is going to cost about 7.7%.
To Niger, have you ever seen a country that's secure without a secured border?
Yeah, 7.7. So let me correct it just in case. 7.5 billion. That's what 7.15 billion. That's what it's going to cost to secure the entire country. That's if you have outposts 20 kilometers apart, and you create it all over the country, which probably you won't need. Not every area is hot in insecurity. You create by default, you have what they call let me see if I can find this. By default, you have a border force. Let me see if I can show you this image. Exactly what I mean. Yes.
Do you understand the relationship within those regions we want to first?
Which region are you talking about now?
The Sahel, the first put for us now. The Cameroon, Niger, and all those borders. I mean, is that
we are not putting it in Cameroon now. We are putting it only in the Nigerian space. Let me see if I can. This is a very, very rough image.
But your border with Cameroon, you have a border with Cameroon. Yeah. Oh yeah, go on.
Okay. So see what I mean. This is how it's supposed to look. You have to if you put the grid in Nigeria, this is about 20 by 20 kilometer grid. If you put it in Nigeria, I think you get about, from what it says here, let me remove this and so I can see. It says you have about 2,500 outposts, 20 kilometers apart, 250,000 personnel, which means you need to recruit much just for this outpost, and it's going to cost about 7.15 billion US dollars, which is relatively cheap compared to what we are losing per annum. Not to mention, this is a one-off charge. Then every year after that, 2.something billion.
But I tell you that I know. Do you know the relationship between those three countries? From that the northern, from Nigeria, the northern side.
Yeah.
They be blood relative, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, they are. Just like Niger. Yeah, you're right. They are related.
But this has nothing to do with that. This what I'm presenting right now. What?
Hold on now. When Buhari put a Ray go what's the name of that time in Niger? What's it called?
Man.
No, in down Cameroon. The one in Niger, when he built a railway. What's the name of that town?
I don't know.
Now Fulani name, but it means brothers, lost family. So there's a deliberate attempt to reunificate the relationship. You define how you want to balkanize them the more. That's why that.
No, but you see, I always said, for Nigeria to be secure, Nigeria need to bring Niger Republic into Nigeria as one of their states. You need to take that country back until Nigeria.
I want
claim
that
Niger Republic.
Yes. We need a landmass.
You never have peace in the north.
If I be president of Nigeria, I will go after Benin, Cameroon, even up to Ghana.
Yes. Yeah, I will take Benin Republic and Cameroon, and then take
that's why that border they lose. Those that live there understand. So now we will not understand I want you the type on security or not. We have to just find relationship, unify with them, and the insecurity will stop.
You're just fighting us now. Stop it, man. This is rubbish. What are you talking about? You're talking about Nigeria here. Suddenly you're bringing Niger into it. We're talking about Nigeria. Focus on Nigeria.
Do you know?
Go for check.
Sorry, my brother.
And they tell you why there is insecurity there. It's not necessarily because of waiting with the talk. They allow it to be loose like that because there is a relationship.
What? But that shouldn't be right though, because I'll give a good example. Sierra Leone and Guinea, we are the same people. 99% of people in Sierra Leone are actually from Guinea. Okay, let me just finish. We have one of the strangest borders you can find in the region. With Guinea, that's because of Guinea. Guinea do not tolerate. Okay, and this comes with the francophone countries, the French-speaking countries in Africa. One thing they don't mess about is national security. Their borders, they don't play with it.
You know what I appreciate?
You know what
I appreciate about Africa, right?
Yeah.
All your analysis, you were able to find, right, the reason why everybody they behave the way they behave, and it all centered on artificiality. They are all non-natural. So that means our goal is to see how to eliminate those things, not to find how we tighten them.
No.
We should be thinking of how to eliminate our borders. If their neighboring country is not thinking the way we are thinking, find out why.
What are you talking about? How does eliminating borders secure the nation?
What Ovie is trying to say is, I can understand in the case of Nigeria to bring Niger Republic into Nigeria.
Insecurity, it they happen because of many things, not just because of one thing, right? So with the solution you are providing, and the iron is just one of it. Now, nobody is disagreeing with you. You understand? So, see, we are talking about how do we have one solid continent under one economy, one leadership, and one military. That is a dream that we have Pan-Africans are dreaming about. How do we make that?
But Nigeria is what we are talking about at the current this thing, because the topic was about Nigerian this thing. I understand the continental one, because personally I actually think that, you know, I support the idea of Niger coming in.
Yeah, we say, how do we get Nigeria?
100% to Nigeria.
But without Nigeria, what I also know is that you have to have a nationalist, Pan-Africanist view. As a matter of fact, which is very, very interesting. I thought that was a concept that shouldn't exist. You see, this is the thing I was telling Ovia, and all these, some of these people that are in the chat that seem to not to understand me at all. I reached this conclusion without knowing that that is how Kwame Nkrumah thought too. I didn't know that until I played this video that I played for you guys this evening of Nnamdi Azikiwe say what he said.
Now we don't tell you.
Nnamdi Azikiwe was saying that Kwame Nkrumah was a nationalist.
Yeah.
You have to be a nationalist to be a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, but as I said, you know what influenced them. See, to Nigeria, you are worried about the insecurity Nigeria is facing from that border, right? And how to cope with. That's what you are talking about, right? So you are saying that
we have to stop the insecurity in Nigeria first, then worry about the rest.
I agree with you. That's one way of seeing it, right? I'm not. You are making Alpha and Omega. Another way of doing is that okay, these people. So, can we have another relationship with these people that can improve our insecurity? The question is,
we just expand it.
See, tonight, see, the people where they cause insecurity, they are not indigenous of Cameroon, indigenous of Nigeria. You know that.
You have to start from one core area first. You have to have a core. See, my vision for Nigeria is hold on, please.
Why is it that you don't want to
hold on. My vision for Nigeria is to build a core state that is strong, resilient, and long-term. Then you can find out from there. You can't
I think everybody
We've been trying your method for a very, very long time. No. I don't like doing the same thing that keeps failing over and over again.
What's my method?
The method is try to expand your border first and keep expanding. Then hopefully you have a Pan-Africanist.
That's why it's good. That's why it's good to.
That's how it works.
Hold on. That's why it's good to listen. That's just listen. You understand? If you are from River State, I'm from Delta State. No, I'm from a Bayelsa State. We have boundary, right? And there's insecurity along our borders. There's one way. There's two ways to do it. Either I do sophisticated border patrol fence, military gadget, or whatever, right? That's a solution too. All right? Or I'll come and sit down with you, guy. This insecurity where they come, so I know say you self no like them. Are they your people or not?
Oh no, they are our people, of course.
Hold on now. Listen to me first. So they ask that so that if we can have a better relationship that will lead to stop of that. If that is not possible, we'll go that way. I mean, you just say this is the only way and it has to be that way. That's not how life works.
No, I'm not saying this is the only way. I'm just saying that you have to logically, if there are other means of doing the same thing that naturally evolves, you can do that. You have to have flexibility. But the plan, let me finish one word now.
Yeah.
The plan should always be create a long-term stable core. Africa doesn't have one. Every time they keep changing and instability here and all that. No, you have to have a core, strong nation that stands the test of time. And I believe this in a direct democratic system, if we can, which is going to be hard, I'm sure, from the north, but if we can implement it in Nigeria, it's going to be stable for a very long time. Then you can have security and you can find out. Why do you think I said that we need about at least 1 million soldiers? If you have 1 million soldiers, you take 200,000 into the Sahel, you clear all that nonsense that's going on there.
Let me ask you this last question before you bring another person. So you know why I take the side that I take? Because in our reality of today, Nigeria, that's what it is. They not want to establish a better relationship with their neighbors, while the southern part of Nigeria say, you know what, we just need to have just what you are saying, have a better security. So it has what me and you are going back and forth. It is not out of place. It is the current reality of Nigeria, One side is say these people now are brothers and sisters, so there's a better way to relate with them and stop the insecurity. The other time they doesn't, man, fuck all this shit, man. This is 2025. We need better sophisticated security so we can achieve our goal. It is the reality that the men are discussing. So that's why I thought, listen, because when the debate of electoral result it was going on, the debate was between there's a lone voice, there's a few people like in Dumeseko, our villages, we know if we do transmission there because they will not get internet and all that. The other part of the country, no, waiting now because of now we can't stay stagnant. They say, okay, we won. But guess what happened during the election? They used that small loophole so they rigged the election. That's Nigeria for you.
Elites will always use their own loophole.
So
but
that's Nigeria for you.
We have to look at things from a more macro level. I understand the issues that Nigeria have, but if you want to solve them, you have to start looking at ways to solve it without necessarily spooking them. Because one of the things Nkrumah did, I found a little bit strange, was that he went for the socialist system. Although then, Soviet Union was at its height, so maybe that's why he did what he did. Because personally, I thought that would have scared the West quite a lot. And secondly, he would have scared his own people too. Because his own people, it's not like they fought for their independence anyway. All they saw was that the white people came, shook their hands, and they were nice to them. So why drastically change the system? So it's going to make him seem like the outsider here. So that is what so from that point of view, if you want to learn from that kind of lesson, you want to change the system in Nigeria. But if you are changing to a more advanced democratic system like the Swiss system, I don't think it will scare the West that much. You're not like switching from that to communist China.
But don't you see fine striking difference between these two personalities, Kwame Nkrumah and Zik? They're all American educated people. How come they have those kind of views?
You see, funny enough, you asked that question because Zik seems to have struck the opposites. Both of them are on both extremes of what I don't agree with. Like Nkrumah went too far in terms of alienating his own people and spooking basically the West like crazy. And Zik was so naive in terms of thinking that he can talk his way out of oppression. It's not going to work out like that. And he failed woefully. You can see the result now. And same did Nkrumah fail. Even
No, don't say he failed because they overthrow him before he even get to.
Yeah, that's failure now. Failure is failure.
The reason why they failed is because they're a bunch of socialists. That's the reason why they failed.
The reason why part of the reason why he failed, he didn't upgrade his security posture. You want to change your system, but you don't upgrade your security posture to what the rest of the world is doing. I don't know why Africans do that. I really don't know why Africans do that.
These two people went to the same school, not just the same code, the same school.
No wonder they don't know
Zik went to Freetown. He's Sierra Leone. That's where he studied. He studied in Sierra Leone. Jomo Kenyatta. Let me just finish. Jomo Kenyatta, Zik, most of these Pan-Africans that you see in Anglophone and some of the Francophone, they came to Freetown. The British taught them, political system. We taught, in fact, Sierra Leone, actually, we contributed to the governance of the entire sub-region of Africa because it was the first university in the entire modern university in the entire Black Africa that was established.
Those was before the Zik.
Yes. So it was just footstep that was following in terms of governance, and most of it was diverted to. No, let me just finish. Most of it was diverted to the socialist system of Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Africanism failed because of socialism. We cannot adapt. This is what we discuss, with Tunisia, which is more sophisticated conversation at Kaizo about why some of this Pan-African failed, and why some of the systems that we're trying to adapt into Africa is failing because they're not natural to the people. We need to find something that's more natural to us.
Let's know. I'm seeing the reasons why they failed here. You see, when I looked here, you see, I don't know why we didn't pick up on this early enough. Look at Cuba. I checked the military size of Cuba in 1970. Guess what? There are about 250 to 300,000 active personnel. Active, not even reserve. Active personnel. That is in 1970. And the population of Cuba today, maybe then even less, today is 11 million. They had 300,000 soldiers. Ghana, today they have 15,000. They don't even have close to that. And they are about 33 million. They are about 33
That's
million.
crazy.
So you can't, how can you want to transform a continent? You don't have a military posture.
No. Yeah, I think tonight, if I'm not mistaken, Guinea Conakry, it got good military posture, right or not?
Guinea Conakry, let me confirm.
From yesterday
Okay.
conversation.
Wait, let him just confirm this for us. 1 second.
Do you now understand why the argument against not recruiting military is more on the winning side? Do you understand from
No, but Tunaja is right. When it comes to security, that's one thing I always gave him.
You know
And
why?
if you look
in
at
the Nigerian context,
okay. But if we look at West Africa in Guinea, for example, right? Guinea had Sierra Leone next door. They had a war. They had Liberia next door. They had a war. They had Ivory Coast that was destroyed by the same similar rebels. And they have Mali. They had a war. None of this wars penetrated into Guinea. They did not allow it. They did not. They galvanized. They have one thing as a priority. It's number one is security. Even though the population might be poor, but they'd rather be in peace, living in poverty in peace than actually being in a war. So if you look at most of these other countries, they have better economy than Guinea, but they don't have a strong military. So eventually it was all destroyed.
You understand why the argument against having a strong and recruit more military is failing in Nigeria? I succeeding the argument against it. From yesterday conversation, you could tell that the fear, majority of the people who are against having more men on uniform to join our military, the fear is, most of that fear is coming from the southeast, and you can understand why, right? Then even those who are against it from the north, you should understand why. The reason is the weaker the Nigerian state, just from which you are from the family perspective, the better for them to take advantage of the state. So you understand, which is again, nobody care about if there's anything one agenda, how to secure everybody. They put their individual and group interests first at the detriment of everybody. That's why I sounded the way I sounded yesterday against OT. You don't want the Nigeria to separate, to go their separate way. You're against that. Okay, fine. You have your way. Then on the other hand, you go come out and say, one man, Bola Tinubu, he rig election, he use injustice, he use strong man. But again, it doesn't occur to you. The only way to stop that kind of man, now to have strong military, more military. No, you want to approach and say, no, could do revolution. How do you get to the point of having a referendum if you don't have a strong man at the top? They say, fuck everybody, this is what we are going to do. And that can only happen when we have a strong military. So you see, if you don't understand.
Yeah, I hear what you are saying. Al.
Yeah.
Is Guinea Conakry population 2.3 million or so?
No, the population is about 30 million.
30 million.
13, 14.
What am I seeing here then? That's weird.
Yeah, but I don't know why. Why would not the factor in Guinea Conakry?
No, but we're looking at military posture because
Guinea Conakry population is giving me 13 million. Let me check.
Why would I go there? Collect that one?
It's giving me 1.7 million. What am I? Okay, this is Conakry. Conakry is the population is giving me. Okay, is it just called Guinea? That country is a bit weird, actually.
Republic of Guinea. Republic of Guinea.
Okay. That makes sense.
It's different to Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau is next door.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Did you say 13 million?
13, yes, around 13, 14.
Yeah, let me see and get that out. Yeah, you are right. 13, just about 14 million actually now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
are they posture?
13 million. Let me find out the numbers in terms of military. Let's see how much it gives us. 603, which is not too bad, but it's quite below world standard compared to other Africa.
Compared to Africa.
No, compared to Ghana, that is like a superpower.
But do you understand?
Hold on. This is why Guinea in West Africa, the Republic of Guinea, I'm not talking about Guinea-Bissau or the other one, the Republic of Guinea, they have remained the strongest military in West Africa and the most peaceful country at the longest in terms of not having any foreigners
let's not get
invading.
over ourselves. They are just with the 3,000, you know. So
Yeah, but still a good posture, right? Like Senegal, for example.
Better than Senegal, that's for sure. Better than
Yeah.
Ghana.
Ghana.
Ghana, I think it's
Mhm.
one soldier to about 2,000 people. Ghana is barely a country, and Nigeria is one soldier to about 1,000. If you are generous, if you are not, it's one soldier to 1,500.
Right.
So
Exactly.
yeah, that's a big problem.
Yeah,
Why
big
Cuba
problem.
was? Let me see what Cuba was actually. Yeah.
In 2018, Ghana and United States enter an agreement, and the specific of that agreement was to grant U.S. force access to Ghanaian facility, runway, and radio spectrum for training and logistics in exchange for U.S. military aid and training.
We had Sierra Leone had the same deal with the British after the war. We had the same deal. Yeah, we had the same deal with the British after the war. The only place where the SAS had a foreign base in the world was in Freetown in Sierra Leone. They call them IMAT. They train our police, they train our military after the war before they left. You know, that's fine. But in terms of the government policy, that's what we are talking about.
So, man, let me give you the figures for Cuba in 1970. It's one soldier to 36 citizens.
Yes, because they all their lives they face they are a neighboring country to a superpower. So
Right.
Yeah, Switzerland. Okay, let's go with it quickly, man. This in Singapore. Then Singapore is just as militarized, you know, compared to their size. See, let's stop making excuses for being lazy.
Military stand. I'm with you on the military level.
I know.
You should agree with Tunaja on that. I totally agree with him when it comes to the security.
Point out why we did where we did. Why the Nigerian military?
It's why they all failed. It's why they all failed. They didn't, because you see, these people didn't fight for independence, so they don't have their instinct of defensiveness is not there. So they just thought, okay, this people, they will not do anything to us. What are they gonna? They just gave the key to us. Why would they do anything? No, they didn't expect it. I don't think they were thinking like that, and I don't know why. Because they all knew Cuba. Cuba was very militarized. That should tell you something.
Because they are not planning as one. They are not planning as one nation. They are planning as individuals.
It's really weird. It's really weird. Let me even find out the side of the military of Ghana in 1966 when Nkrumah was overthrown. That would be interesting to know. What was that? You can't, like, what's his name? Murtala Mohammed. He came into office. He retired more than 100,000 soldiers because Nigeria had about 250,000, which was significant in 1970 or so because of the Civil War. Then by the time he came into office, he retired 100,000 barely within a year. And ironically, he was assassinated without a security officer.
He's lucky they didn't overthrow him. He's lucky they never overthrow him because all the governments in Africa, in West Africa, in my region, that governors that try to do that, they got overthrown by the military.
Read Obasanjo. How many military in I ain't the Nigerian military when he come in 1999? Read them. Google them. They will give you answer. You'll be shocked too.
Why he retired a lot of military as well, did he?
Yeah, he retired a lot of Nigerian military. Just Google them. How many military officers Obasanjo retired when he came in 1999? You'll be shocked. Now the first time I know, okay, President, if you do that, can't be that because he affected one of our relatives. Will be majors at that time.
Wow.
This gonna shock you. What I'm doing here is shocking me.
I tell you go shock. So you go forgive Buhari self. You go say Buhari try. If you read about Obasanjo, who is a major general, by the way.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You can see why you're having a problem with the insecurity because you need those numbers.
So Ghana population in 1966, when Nkrumah was overthrown, was 8.2 million, and their security, their military size, they said approximately 600 officers and 14,000 other ranks. I don't know what that means. I think it means they have 14,000 soldiers in their military. Guess what their military? That was 1966. Guess what the military size still is today? Ghana military size, what's Ghana military size? It's around 15 to 16,000 today. The population of the country is more than tripled, but their military size is still the same.
That's what America wants.
That's not even a country. That's not even a country. That's
Africa, man. And you see, we did not learn from our past and our empires. You know, most of our empires were destroyed by invaders, by foreign invaders who came, destroyed, smashed, loot, and went. And that's because we never had security. It's not because we never built great empires. Most of our empires were great compared to
You know what we did?
the
It's
rest
not
of the
that we
world.
didn't learn. It's not that we didn't learn. The forces that were employed to miseducate us are more. That's it. They are more powerful.
Oh my God! What just happened? I don't want trouble. Let's bring this in. Support the diaspora voting on before he goes ballistic. You know, nobody needs trouble. Welcome to support the diaspora voting. How are you doing?
It's not being gentle.
Yeah, nobody want to rile him up before he goes ballistic on
He
behind.
doesn't even have the strength to be round up. Niger problem too much for him.
Edo people, see, I think someday we'll make some time to talk about Edo. Actually, I need to understand Edo politics.
We beat anybody for Edo.
Is Edo where the Benin Empire used to be tonight?
Yes, that's where it used to be.
We love you guys in West Africa, man. You're one of our favorite. We actually love the Benin Empire. It's the most talked about.
When you say when you say that is where he used to be, has he moved?
He started again now. He started again.
No, I'm asking the question now. You say he used to be there. Has he moved?
Did I say that? I said yes. That's where. Yeah. Okay, that was wrong. That was wrong. I said that's where it is. That's where it is.
I question you. If you need today, we they beat anybody. We don't care if you're bicycle or if you be Don Pedro. We go beat you. So not talking about that. We go beat you for
people. Now, I don't know what is going on. Do you know how much people are getting worked up about that issue? What is going on?
It's just funny to me.
But Ovie, it looks like they are targeting the Bini Oba, you know.
No. It's just like I said. I think the mistake
bro,
most of us.
The guy actually talk. The waiting in talk way.
I know, yeah. I know what you talk. I know what you talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it really like straight to the? Is it
no?
In a way, I mean to the.
I know.
So what do you think they are trying to do? What do you think? What are they trying to do? Example of message are they trying to say?
No, for me, you see that the speech he made a good speech. It was the ending, that I didn't say he messed up deliberately, but it was just caught up with the crowd, not to look at him one kind, because the crowd that is with the crowd that attended that venue was like the yes men, fans of the former governor. You understand?
Okay.
Something like that. So yeah, if you are not a supporter of this Obaseki, they don't need you here. We want everybody fans to he's doing meet and greet. So for you to do meet and greet with people, that means there are people who believe in your ideology, who support you, whatever. So and there's this also narration that the family, which is the great grandfather of this Obaseki family.
Oh, okay.
That during the Obaovorame and detronation, that he was part of the reason why the British captured him and deported him. It was sellout. So rumors have been like that back and forth, Kiniko. So by the long run, I think the Don Pedro himself also made a speech regarding that. I think he made it because he did a video one time way back, trying to promote some Nollywood movie basically concerning this, something like that, to put a story out there. So I think he was just basically repeating what was in the movie.
So it's more of a family issue.
Yeah. So like, if it's true that if it's true that what they say happened, what they say happened before, how come successive Obas have been given the family prominent position? If it is true that what their great grandfather did to the Oba is true, that the other Obasekis, the sense of Obaseki will not be having prominence whatever in the state or in the palace, something like that. So that's not true, just whatever. So, but at the end, it was supposed to end with "Long live the king." You understand? Which is a normal slogan for every whatever. Even other tribes even say that too, the same thing. You understand?
Yeah.
So he said long live the, he said
Long
then
live
long live
It
Edo
was
people. Yeah, like long live the sorry,
okay, yeah.
long live Edo people.
Mm.
Do you
No,
get
I
my
think
point?
I think at the wrong time to make
Don't
that
talk
statement.
by A, isn't it? That
Exactly.
don't
So
talk by
wait,
A.
Papa, shut up. Papa, shut up.
At the wrong
What
time
is
to make
about I have the right now.
So
I said
I
at the
think it
wrong
was
time
like,
because there is a
sorry.
tension and the throne is facing a lot of
Exactly. So
political
I think for me, it
at
was
the wrong
caught with the
time.
crowd, not to like, if you say that word, maybe the crowd will like, why? So I think it was just confusion at that moment in time. But the funniest thing, yeah, he
Get the
did
point.
he did contacted some chiefs in the palace that he's hearing that this and that. No, please, he's coming down to come and explain. No, and this and that. They say, okay, no problem. When you come and explain yourself in the palace. So because both of us we belong to the same football club in Benin.
Okay.
We are both club members in Benin there. So I tried to contact some people like, oh, why would you allow this rubbish to happen? But the thing is there, yeah. Most of the people that come to that feed are like, I would like that as the spectators of that feed. You understand?
Mm.
They're like touts. You understand all those touts,
Not
so
them.
politics, use their hands. So like even there's one idiot in the front, one of them, one small idiot that wore white shorts. There was a day we were playing and his lace was loosed. As small as that idiot is, he was looking for somebody who is almost old enough to be his father to come and tie his boot, to come and bend and tie his
Yeah.
boot. So he looked at me. I look at the guy because I'm not familiar with them. Yeah, because I did diaspora now. So I go there, play my ball. I don't talk with anybody. I just go home. If I'm sitting down to drink, I drink with one or two persons that I'm familiar with, and I leave. I don't talk to any other person. So he looked at me. I look at this guy. If this guy made pen for entire, so he looked somewhere else and he begged somebody else to come and lace his boots. They're like, do you not better lace your boots? Small idiot. But because of illiteracy and what to eat tomorrow, you see somebody who is older than him with like 15 years or 20 years, we still be calling him Chema, Epa, Chema, boss, Egbon, Chema, Egbon, like because of what to eat, you understand, or because of I don't know why. So but that's by the way, sir. So so when he went to go to Benin, for him to have gone to the palace first before going to the field, maybe the people in the field, which for me is stupid on their part, they must have heard the rumor or one argument or whatever that this guy fucked up. So they would have given come, don't come to the field though. Look at what's happening in the field though. So they didn't say anything. You said that's where I feel they were complacent. They didn't say anything. So they allowed him to come to the field. It was changing to put on a jersey.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
wondering why he wear kneecap. Like,
Yeah, the yellow short. So that is his yeah, that is our team jersey, you understand?
I get it.
For training. So he was he was already on the jersey already. You understand? The tug and the shorts. The t-shirt and the shorts, yeah, to play already before they pounced on him. This and that, and from that feed there, they stripped him naked and walked down to the palace.
Yeah, that I did this shit. Because I wasn't paying
Mhm.
attention to the airline before. When I see that, look, I say, come. This is the air I be like, bro. Like,
No,
this the
seriously,
person.
everybody was angry. Like, come on, man, what nonsense! And you see, the funniest thing is that, you are seeing youth, this idiot will be idiot. Like somebody was saying, you see Muslims doing what they do in the name of Allah. Christians do what they do in the name of with religion. Like you're ready to kill for anybody or for what you believe in. So these people are still ready to do their rubbish shenanigans for
Right.
the
Yeah, they
palace or
are supposed
whatever.
to set example.
You
Good
understand?
example.
But in as much as the palace did not send them to do that, like if you catch him, do this or do that. But my own is this is not the first time they are doing this in the name of the palace. You understand?
Mm.
And my anger is when they do this and put it out there, for the palace, the palace is not coming out to put a standing warning to like,
Of course.
no,
Nah.
we don't support this hooliganism. This is not what the palace represents, this and that. If there's anything that you agree with, don't take the law into your hands. This and that. The palace don't say things like that. That is my
They
anger.
won't say it now.
You get my point? That is my anger.
And the governor said, we just play along.
No, that one idiot now. That one is even happy now. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's
But does
happy.
it not seem like they are blowing the entire thing out of proportion because somebody got roughed up a little bit?
Yes, it
No,
is. Like I
and
said.
maybe not because of the person. It's because of who is the man. Because he's popular. He's popular because always on TV and
No,
it's an elder for
because they are cousins, and he's a cousin to the former governor.
again.
They answer the same surname, so it's their cousin. So
The best for the year.
they just because of that thing that probably because he went there one and he just made that slight error. So like, oh, for
Was
that
it
reason,
error or
like,
deliberate statement?
for me, because at your age, so you're too big to make that mistake. And
It's
with
not
your knowledge,
it's not
with your knowledge of the culture or of what you got, this guy spend a good amount of his life to promote the Edo culture, the mini culture, send it out to the world. He has done that. So for you to like, oh, sorry, okay. So the logo there is long live the king, or they like, oh, sorry, the king should not live long anymore. Okay, it's like you stand. So it's like you're not for the king now, you're for the people. So
yeah, bros. I think from what you explained, so I think I not blame the palace, so because now family fight, now political fight at the same time, and it's and that fight.
The palace is supposed to be apolitical.
No,
Don't you
bros,
get?
but that's how it's supposed to be. But it no be like now. They don't bring them come outside. The fight don't today dirty that every other person knows it. There's a tension between the palace and the system of government, especially with the last government, what happened to be his brother. So, and that tension is still there. It's still very.
People are encroaching into the palace space. I don't
they are
encroaching into his space a lot. They won't let it rest. They just keep coming at it. Since this government came in, I don't know why.
See, look,
the guy know better. And he's a participant to that fight. He's a member of the family.
Look at the last one that happened concerning this market, whatever. They are talking about market, Tinubu's daughter coming to do market in Benin leadership or market, whatever. That the uppers now still like bring himself down to be addressing Tinubu's daughter one-on-one. Market matter. Don't you know?
And then you hear about Anioma. Then you hear about Anioma again, and all they're just like, man, they are circling that area like nothing.
Una no go look at like that. Tinubu, that is Tinubu, not this daughter. You no go see her like that because the man feel come out time. If you just use her on your show, flex power, just use her and play. You can do it.
Look. See, hold on.
But I play it for actually.
It's obvious. It's two things. You carry yourself the way you want to. You put yourself the way you want to be carried. Yeah.
I agree.
Look, if you truly, they say a king is not feared. A king is not loved. A king is feared. Yeah. If you truly put your foot out there and do what a king is supposed to do, the people are ready to die for that king. Yeah, then go come punish any president. Say no, because if you say you don't play my game, I can't promote you. Then you now see what the people will turn the state to become. Because in the name of what happen, the great go tell you, go by yourself, come back to say no, like these people, no agree. No matter.
What do you think? What do you think of these guys who are running for political office going to visit in an official way? They go
okay, now look, now a king is a father to a people. So when your children, when they come to meet you, they are going to know. You pray for them.
Let me finish that question. You can go and meet the king on your own without camera and all those things. How many people? Okay, you are in London now. How many candidates they carry entourage? They go meet the king when they campaign.
Okay, now okay. See, now they do, yeah, they do. They talk.
When they campaign, not after they don't win.
Fine. Yeah. You guys say maybe when they campaign, they don't do that. You understand?
Yeah, you don't do that. Go visit the king if you want to on your own. Say, Papa, this is what I want to do on my own. You know, or maybe you and your family. You know, not necessarily because. Why I'm saying that because what I read this 2023 is that the palace actually supported Obi. That's what I read from my own view. Because after the election, the guy was running up and down. He had to run go Kanu, from Kanu, they run go Sokoto before he finally come come see the man himself for White Aso Rock. You know, then he come Lagos again. It's like he's begging. It's like you know.
See, hold on, Ovi. True to be said, yeah. Look, regardless of the fact that you want to be say okay because of you bought the drum, yeah, you can go and ask for blessings. You understand? Just
not with the crowd, not with campaign.
Yeah, no. Look, you see, two things here. Look, the palace is a home for everybody. but the palace cannot contain everybody at a time. So the crowd will come. How many entourage? 1, 2, 3, or 4, which are visitors, because they can't be more than 20. They can come there and just whatever. The rest will be outside the palace. Sorry, outside the building. Some will still be outside the palace. The palace is big anyway to contain many pushes.
Yeah, but because you know, the palace, the king will not give you any special.
Of course, it's not supposed to.
So it doesn't actually matter how you take go there. Since it's not going to announce public that, oh, this is my candidate or this, you're going to say, oh, okay, you know. So see, again, I get what you are saying, that the palace it will not push anybody away who is coming, right? But the man should understand that the politicians are now capitalizing on that.
That is where I say the palace should stand firm on that, as in they should put a good statement so that people will know. Because if at all he is not doing this, but look, there's whom must always fly. Like, narration will come from people to, like, the palace must say that, oh, this is what the atmosphere outside is like, and the people are believing we are like this, we are like that. You understand? People bring the news to still go out there, and for kind of like the king, he gets some will be Yopi guy in his 30s or whatever. He gets wives will be young one with the way you do social media. They hear what people they talk about. So they'll still tell and whisper to them,
wait, you say the king get queens with the social media
before, yes, now. Yeah, if you see, you're going to, if you see chick week, female we get young wives, they find there.
His father was not like this, right? The father was in this outside like that.
That's why. You see, when the father was still alive, he was doing ambassador. He was doing ambassador from one country to another country, up and down, this and that. Yeah. Because ideally, the way it's done traditionally, king not to see the first son, not to see papa at where. Yes. They don't. Once he's born, there's a place, a palace. They go put him there. If he wants to be around, he will be there to grow and do everything, learn whatever. The people from palace to go there be teaching him what to be done. Since he's head to the throne, any power will not see eye to eye until the father. You only think I come. They will tell you. They don't tell you the father is dead. They will tell you. You know what they say? They say the white chalk has broken. That native chalk has broken. That's the sign they use to tell the son that the father is no more. They say, oh, the white chalk has broken. Like that. So they don't say eye to eye. But in this case, why this one decided to see his son eye to eye, I don't understand. So this one is just bringing another UP kind of Igwe Tupac level. Come this one. So now that people don't understand that. You can't blame the king. You don't talk. You can't talk anything. So, but it's just so simple, because if you get to a point, these people will rebel against the king. These people, you think,
it's not good. Now the signs be this. These are the signs.
These are touts. These guys they're like headless chicken. You give them power, to get to a time, they will now rebel against the palace. Any chief we're talking about beats the chief. You understand? Now small, because this boy illiterates. So it's just so painful. Like. Why is like this?
So because I think they are trying to send a message that people cannot talk anyhow about the palace outside, but I think they failed. Now you are giving people now to go out there on television and say something, anything they want about.
Exactly. Because you beat them. No, because people are.
I'm not sure they failed, because the message is sent out to an extent. Because to be fair, I'm one of those people that are sitting here and watching a throne that was once exceedingly powerful. They are trying to kind of run it down, and it's just not right. Look at that. There's the Anioma issue.
Let me ask you this. The guy now is a Benin guy. What will happen if you say the same thing, or somebody who's not from Benin or not from Edo entirely say the same thing? I
think context matters, isn't it? I think the reason why they were angry with him, because they knew he knew what he was saying. I don't think if it was a mistake, they would have felt that.
That was the issue, because he's too big of a person to make that mistake.
Yeah, he knows.
Too big
have a point there.
Of a person, like no.
But just the way they say that, man. That shit is just, man. It's I don't know, like a common criminal,
No, man. No.
That's just it. I don't know.
It was embarrassing.
When he was trying to bring the Oba down by saying that he was trying to bring a throne down, and then you don't do that. When you are trying to annoy somebody, stop. Maybe it was a trap they were setting for the Oba to see whether they can cause problems. Why do that kind of stuff?
The stupid
ex-government. What is Oba?
He's the king.
Oh, local.
Okay.
One time is
Okay.
you know this guy now. You want tell me say I seen the popular rich because in his own right he's popular because of that because of the name.
No, very,
Because of
very.
why you don't get boys where they around we go come for a hate at that point. Are you
Okay,
supposed to get entourage?
now two things here. You see, sometimes you to keep entourage, you must get money. Boys are hungry. You must get money to keep entourage. You understand?
Make
Hey,
you know they go TV again if you don't get money because you just put yourself in trouble.
no,
Is
to keep
that what it takes? Is
you
it?
see the guy swear. No, see the guy get power. The guy get power to fight too. I don't see the guy fight.
Am I hearing this?
The guy can push it and fight. You understand? But the thing is just that it was mobbed and you can't fight crowd now. Come on.
Oh, no, I know. It just it was.
You can't fight crowd. So it was mobbed and he was taken unaware. He didn't believe that such thing will happen. If not, if we're not good, if he didn't believe such will happen. Like no, there are my people now. There are my people now.
I mean, one thing I find fascinating about Nigeria, you do tend to like your tradition, and you have kept some of your old tradition, like the Benin Kingdom or the North, whether you dislike it or not, the Sokoto Caliphate, and some other region managed to hold on to their old kings. I can see that on the TV, which is quite fascinating. But it's about transforming that into a positive, for the whole. If these so-called leaders, like the Oba or the Caliph, the Sultan, if they can actually get out of their comfort zone instead of just representing the limited numbers of people that they represent and say, you know what, I am actually going to represent the entire Nigerian population and actually voice my opinion and stand up for them.
The government will
be proven to be more relevant.
The government will dethrone
you. Are you not really?
Yes, now. Let me tell you a secret. Yeah? See, listen. You see the Nigerian.
You with some other person.
Hold on. You see the Nigerian constitution, yeah? The way it's designed, yeah? It's designed in as much as I don't know what you call community leader. Okay, there's local government. Okay, in your country, I don't know how is your tier of government. Yeah, you have the federal government, which is the president of the country. Yeah, you have the governors of each state. Yeah, do you have any other lower kind of governance when it comes to grassroots or whatever in your country?
Africa is asking you what are the what government level you guys have?
Yes, we do have paramount chief and local chief.
No, not chiefs, not chiefs, not chiefs. When it comes to like politics, like you have this
councillors.
Good. So you have councillors
are the lowest representative and
the lowest. Good.
Yeah.
Now you see in the Nigerian constitution, yeah, you see those councillors, those idiots that you can slap with your 2 left leg. Yeah,
those secondary school guys.
Those secondary school idiots that you can blow your eye. You see, in Nigerian constitution, they make their office, they make them so powerful more than the traditional king. More than the king. In our constitution.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You understand now?
That's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah. That's
so,
the problem. I don't envy you guys, honestly. Do it.
Yeah. So in a country,
council is lowest, and it's very known in the area. That's not right. I mean, the government should be more. The government should be very powerful. Though. I'm not gonna lie. They should be ahead of because they're the one that they should be more powerful. However, when it comes to traditional institutions, they should be respected also. They should be more powerful. Because anything that's above the government is not good. You shouldn't have two-tier system in your country because that's a recipe for disaster.
Not even two.
You should make sure Sorry?
I said we have three, not even two tiers. We have 3 tiers of governance system in Nigeria. So and everyone is
that's no good. That's no good. You can see why you get a lot of problems.
Please just give me a few moments here. Let me respond to some people in the comment section. Okay, not Idubo. Okay, it's Ogari Chris. Okay, look, you say traditions.
Don't,
Okay,
don't worry about
traditions
the
are not.
comment section where they're talking.
No. Just no. Not even. They don't do anything. Just for your emphasis and enlightenment sake. Say traditions are not
Okay.
sacrosanct. They say laws are made for men by men.
Okay.
Yeah, laws are made for human. In fact, it was humans that made laws. Yeah, and for men. But also remember, like the voice of men is the voice of God. You get. So definitely, it's not God that will come down and write those laws. Definitely, it's men that will sit down and they say they consult the ancestor, the spirits, or whatever, or consult the gods, and they give us laws. You understand? But if you think about it deeply, it was some group of men who sat on their own and decided to bring all these things, even the laws of life that will follow. It's a group of men that sat down and wrote it, and they told it, they sold it to us while we were young, and we grew up and believed in them. So, but there's nothing we can do, you understand, because except we will come up with our own laws and change it if we can. But we made it like that, and it has been like that, so there's nothing we can do. We just go by it. But in our own old age, we can use our common sense to like, no, this is right and this is not right. Then who else again? I think this guy he said, look, about the crown prince. Okay, he said, is there any implication by to the dynasty for the crown prince to see the Oba eye to eye? My brother, like I said, I don't know. I made it like that. You understand? So, but this one is saying the dad eye to eye. I don't know if what is happening right now is the reason. You understand? Because during the father's tenure era, there was nothing like this, youth misbehaving, this and that. Plus, the dad has everything controlled. You understand? Even some little chiefs that are misbehaving, they got sanctioned. You understand? Where the tribe was not embarrassed this much. Because if you look at after the previous king passed on, you will now be seeing different tribes, like what Fofana said, Anyoma, this one, different tribes, different little small tribes will be saying, bringing some history, even Ika, Agbo, this and that, distancing themselves. No, they don't pay loyalty to this anymore. They don't. So people are just throwing shades to the Benin Palace since the demise of the previous king. So maybe throwing tantrums during the era of this current king. Sorry, the previous king, nothing like that was happening. So maybe the eye to eye scene of the heir to the throne and the current king, if this is the implication of razzmatazz, respecting disrespecting the palace here and there, if that is the implication, I don't know. But like I said, they don't see eye to eye. We made it like that. We believed in it, and we grew up.
That could be it, though. That's a good way to actually see
No, I
it.
know, because like I said, yeah, exactly. So because this period, yeah, the things tantrums have been thrown to this palace. Ijo is doing their own, even some Isha one time, then some tribes, Agbo, Ika, Anyoma, everybody, some just throwing, even Ikwere people, some are saying no, they don't come from Benin, some say they come from Benin, this and that. So but during this reign, tantrums have just been thrown to the palace. So like I said, because of that, I don't know. You understand? But the thing is
So,
becoming too much.
so is
People will say it's an
a
attack on
Benin
the palace.
kingdom made of a different tribe, or is made of with one tribe?
Okay, historically, yeah. Look,
Is the
I always
Benin
tell
kingdom made of different tribes or made of one tribe, or is it's not based on tribe or region? Yeah.
okay, see, look, my brother, I'll tell you one simple truth here. Even the English that we have today, this English speaking country, this England, they call England English, they came from somewhere. But today, they are prominent over the globe. Yeah, that you think everybody even came from English speaking. But these people English, they claim they're a mixture of Italy and German. You
I
understand?
mean, they're Romans. Majority of them are Romans.
You understand? Yeah, majority of them are
Majority of the
Roman,
English are
but
Romans.
the royalty
The
is German.
Romans and
Yeah,
Romans.
the royalty is German. The others are Roman. Yeah. So, but like I said, the way they are dominant over the world right now.
Mixture of German, mixture,
Yeah,
not
no,
all.
no, 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 no. I know, no. The point I'm trying to make is there, but look at how dominant they are right now in the world right now. Trying to control everybody, trying to you must speak their language. English is now the number one language to speak in the world, or else if you don't speak English, like you are not communicating properly.
That's a big achievement, though. Oh, you don't freeze.
Right.
Yeah, it's freezing.
For me, that's
yeah, the
how
Latin, the Latin, innit? The Latin history.
so
To be honest
like
with you, yeah.
the Edo you're talking about right now, yeah. As in terms of etymology, when it comes to like way back in the 11th century, you understand? They are related to many tribes. Some will say they come from this tribe, some say they come from this other tribe, come from this other tribe. But for the sake of peace or whatever, yeah, they were all related at a time. They had the same ancestor at one time. They were like cousins at one time. Many tribes that are formed today came from banished people, banished family. You understand? They were banished and this and that. So some migrated, some moved. That was how languages are being formed. That's how people are being formed. Tribes are being formed. You understand? Way, way, way back, because I don't think nobody trekked from Egypt or trekked from wherever and come to where they are today. Nobody does that. You understand? Small people are migrating just some kilometers ahead, miles ahead, and they become a tribe, become a family, and they become global.
They did in West Africa. Most tribes most tribes you see in West Africa today migrated from different regions to where they are. And I'll give you. Do you know? I was looking at the central belt of Nigeria because I hear a lot of people say the indigenous people have been killed. Yeah. But am I behind? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? So like what I'm saying is like if those for example the Benin Empire, they managed to have so many different tribes in there and they actually made that empire work successfully. Why can't the governance able to do the same thing? Why can't the government be able to bring all the tribes together
Because they don't have
and able to
autonomy.
make something work and build something together? Like the empires did, like the Benin, like the Oyo, like you know.
Because those empires don't have power now. They are subjected to this big Nigerian states.
See, the thing is,
they don't even have any power.
The constitution of African constitution.
Because we did it in the past, you know, like for example, because like the Mali Empire, it was 12 tribes in the Mali Empire, 12 tribes in the Mali Empire. They all lived together, they all built together. The only time the empire fell is when the outsiders came in and started destroying it. Okay, the empire existed for a long time. So many different empires existed for so long. You know, these empires were involved. Other tribes were involved in it. They were all given something in the empire to hold on. This is what our leaders need to do. This is what the governance in Africa need to do. So really, truly, we have a really good system of governance that we can actually go back on and rely on, actually build on, than actually trying to adopt something new.
The problem with Africa right now, the problem with Africa right now, the way African constitutions are being framed, they are framed from a model, that was given to them from Europe. Do you get? So they know that look, if these people are, if you give them
from us, it came from the British to Sierra Leone. It came to. I know what you're saying. It came from the British to Freetown, then to Africa. I understand that, but we can't just keep going back to them. We should look forward.
Yeah, but that is where greed. That is where what they say. Greed comes in. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah, the so-called presidents right now, they see themselves as God to us, that they can do and undo. Yeah, and we are like their servants right now. So they've tasted power, and they've used that power to enrich their family, and they are so engulfed in it that they don't want to relinquish that power. They just want to remain in power till they die. If they can't, their family will continue. Because you know why? They have houses in Europe, in America, they have accounts in dollars and pounds that they enjoy. So they don't want to come down from that.
The Nigerian,
Go ahead.
Okay. From that, yes. But I mean, that's all good. But you know, I think if we stop making excuses for them and actually come together and put tribalism, I think tribalism and the new thing that's been added on top of it, which is religious differences,
Yeah.
has been used against the Nigerian population. It's a system that they use in a lot of African countries in the past. But the people
Yes.
wake up, they realize, nah, this is not working anymore. We need to get away from it because these politicians only benefit from division, right?
Yeah.
So let's put all this and this Fulani hate, this Yoruba hate, this Igbo hatred, this hatred. Let's have all the progressive group of those tribes, okay? Because every tribe must have progressive. This progressive is progressive people are the people that build nations because they all got similar agenda. Okay,
Yeah.
you get all the progressive from all these tribes come together and
Yeah.
start again. And sometimes they say, oh, you need younger people. Sometimes you can have younger people, but they still have the same mindset as the old people.
Yes.
So you
You're
need the
correct.
people, regardless of their age, religion and background. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the thing is yeah, yeah, you are very correct. Yeah, the thing is
Yeah,
another
they
thing
come together and build a nation, and then you see each other as Nigerian first. Yeah.
yeah, the thing that they use against also Africans, yeah, they weaponize poverty. Yeah, that's because they weaponize poverty, mixing it with tribal and religion differences. Yeah, they put you in a state whereby if they offer you any little incentives, your only thought is survivor. Let me take this incentive to survive because they've used I have to take off my family.
Right.
I'm hungry. I have to put one, two things together financially. So by the time they induce you financially, you have no other choice than to accept. But like you said, the progressives are minute. They are getting fewer on the daily basis. They're getting fewer and fewer on a daily basis. Do you know why? Because they are hungry. You understand? You can't be talking to a man who is hungry. You can't be telling a man ideology when he has
In Nigeria,
yeah, yeah, when he has not when he
Ah,
hasn't eaten. He hasn't eaten for he has only eaten once a day. And you're calling him to come and tell him ideology, this and that. You're like, man, I'm hungry. You understand? So they've weaponized poverty. Although in many situations, greed also play a major role. Yeah, greed also play a major role for Africans, especially Nigerians. They always think
well,
about themselves. They
this
don't think about
ideology, yes,
yeah. They always think about themselves. They don't
yeah.
think
I mean,
about
this ideology, this. Sorry, my brother. This hunger, yeah, yeah. The hunger side of it, yeah.
I think it's a delay.
If you give these people financial incentive from the grassroots, from the base, okay, they have the financial incentive. They have no reason to divert away because of fun, right? They know the masses are actually supporting them. So if you have the masses who are actually backing a progressive because they are progressive, it's hard to destroy. It will be a legacy that you can hold on to for a long time. And I think that's what you need in Nigeria as we speak. Okay. You need to get a progressive from all the tribes, from all the religion, all the regions come together. You need to get think tanks, okay, funded by the people, not by politicians, not by corporations, by the people. Yeah. If you have that, I guarantee you, in a space of time, you build a new generation underneath of politicians, underneath this ones that you got now. You can actually change things by the time you know it. Backfoot development. Because the thing is, if these people can be corrected by money, right? Let's put the money problem away, right? We can fund you guys, yeah. Us in Nigerian progressive, we have to have this progressive being a progressive, very diverse, okay. And then us, the think tanks, yeah, we can actually, when it comes to the ideology and actually keeping this ideology going and keeping it fresh and actually updating it, we can actually also do that. So if you work in that angle, you put religion, region, and tribe miles away. I think you do well. I think my mind is gone. So I think that's what is needed in Nigeria. You need to have a progressive group of people who will come together to rescue your nation. Tunaja, are you there? Everyone is
I am,
wrapping up now.
no, I'm here. Don't mind me. I'm busy listening, resting. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and obviously, building some kind of ideological base will require us to be able to kind of put a document together, isn't it? And Kifaru did try to put
Exactly.
something together. I must say, I have to give him credit for that. I probably need to speak to him regarding that and see what one can update on it and actually start pushing things forward. Because if you look at the conversation we had today, almost everybody is on board with the presidential council kind of system.
Yes.
Everybody on here was, in support of, changing our security posture. So, and there are probably going to be great ideas in that Kifaru document. So it's something I have to look into. To be fair, I've been thinking about it for a while. I just haven't had time to put things together because, hey, like support diaspora voting was saying, you have to earn a living. See what I mean? You have to earn a living, and often I don't have time to put all those things physically together. And I also do live streams that I have to do, like Nigerian politics and drama. So I think it's something that I will come back to, and because that is actually more important when you think about it. Because if you have that document done, it can be updated, like you said, and it's already is to take on a
No,
life
I
of
mean
its.
now. Yes. Yeah. Right.
You have a massive delay. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I
All
mean,
right.
you're 100% spot on. I mean, this is why we need to bring great minds, on here. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That's why we need to. I mean, I'm glad you got your platform running now. Yeah. I'm glad
Yeah,
you got your platform running now. Now we can bring a lot of great minds in here and actually share ideas and knowledge and action. Because talking doesn't solve problems. But
okay.
I'm glad that you're also in that space. Trying to sensitize somebody.
It's already 6 hours now. So let me just round up this in the show, and thank all the people that came in. Wow, Sakwe, thank you for coming in. Ebo Idobo, thank you for coming in. David ID,
No problem.
and
No problem tonight.
Africa, Al. Yeah, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you. Don't fail to show up next time. We are going to be doing more live streams and hopefully doing things that are actually more active, as you were describing. Let me greet Olga. Thank you for coming in, Olga. I see you there. And who else is there? Aladdin Kelly. I see you there too, Aladdin Kelly. Thank you for joining us. And always make time to come back and join us again. All Now Politics, I see you there. One man went to Mo. Thank you for joining us. One man went to Mo. I appreciate that. Easy D, I see you there too. Easy D, I see you there. Adama, thank you for coming to support. Thank you for that. I appreciate it too. Thank you for coming. And FVP, thank you for coming to grace the channel. And I appreciate you all. Dang, I see you there too. Dang, I see you there. Nice one. Thank you. I see you there too, Dang. And I think I've got almost everybody now. If I missed you out, I apologize. I know that it's easy to miss somebody out when you're just scrolling through the chat like that. So remember, like, share, and subscribe. Maybe even share with your friends so that they can be able to discover the channel. We need it to expand as an alternative place to have conversations. And since we do allow cameras to be off here sometimes, so that also allows other people that are a bit different and want to share information off camera to come on and contribute. So till next time, I will catch you all, and I will just play out with some of the videos of somebody trying to threaten Donald Trump. Bye now.
Nigeria is not Vietnam.
Tell him.
Nigeria is not Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Nigeria is not Iraq. Nigeria is not Iran. Nigeria is not Venezuela.
No. if you attempt to encourage and make aggression and send your armed forces to Nigeria to wage war, it's an unscrupulousness. But be aware that our mosquitoes, they are waiting for your soldiers to bite them and infect them with malaria fever to die instantly.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Putenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your map, Ida, we're on your baby. Come on, and your pano, yeah, I have a candle, and you do it, yeah, you kill him, kill him, kill him, yeah, kill him,
osina yakelize kwena mili malo kwena wogwaro zabo ya uko neberebe kuluzo ibari amu begweni wogwe eguna mu masibili ebiziali yo ebiziali mamula namu Mariamu rakani wogwe eguna mu masibili ebilio ebiliali Ibiribi bueno zon Yego keliza kwebe tibo budo yibo Atazia Namuo na namu Yekeliza kwebe mili malogwe na wogwaro Nzekwenye uko Kedizi koshina Yekeliza kwebe mili malogwe na wogwaro Zaboya uko neberebe kuluzo ibari amu begweni wogwe eguna mu masibili ebiziali yo ebiziali mamula namu bari amu rakani wogwe eguna mu masibili ebili yo ebiliali ibiribi bueno zon Yego keliza kwebe tibo budo yibo Atazia Namuo na namu